Good morning, and welcome to Rubik's and TheCubicle CubingUSA All-Stars 2025. It's a beautiful fall morning down here in Providence, Rhode Island. We have more than 80 of the United States' most premier speed cubing talents here to contend for 17 different national titles over an action-packed two-day weekend. My name is Zachary Miller, and I'll be joining you guys alongside Carter Thomas for most of this weekend on site to provide you guys with an action-packed analysis throughout this amazing event here in the Northeast United States. Joining us remotely as well will be Manu Single, Philip Lewicki, Zach Reidel, and Keaton Ellis, and we will also have Kevin Hayes joining us throughout this weekend as well. Carter, well, obviously I'm excited. I know you are as well. Let's go ahead and break down what these competitors and what these audience members at home should expect throughout this weekend.
Yeah, so most of the events are going to be top 16 or fewer, with the exception of 3x3. And we're gonna have 8 people go at one time, all in the same scramble sets, and compete half and half, so they don't like interrupt each other. And it's gonna be the 8 fastest people in the country, and they're gonna be going against each other just for that national title.
Yes, and it's going to be all 17 events throughout this weekend. The only ones that will not be on stream will be Fewest Moves and Multi-Blind,
Yeah.
to my knowledge. Everything else will be right on this stage in this action-packed auditorium right in front of us. We have 8 stations out there. We'll have tens of spectators out there getting right into the action as well. And it's going to be a great time. I think that this is going to be really, really fun, and I can't wait to see what comes out of it.
Yeah. I mean, this is kind of like the first of its kind on this scale. Of course, there was the Ultras competition back in 2024 in the Mall of America. That one was only 3x3, and because of that success, they were like, hey, let's try another one, both all the events, and in place of a national competition because of Worlds being in Seattle this year. So
Yeah.
interesting to see the format play out with all the events this time.
Exactly. And this is going to be really interesting as well. As you mentioned, Worlds happened in Seattle, but for those that were not aware, there was no national championship weight to Worlds. So there was no national titles given out at that competition, which is hence why we're here in Providence trying out this really interesting exclusive format, which should hopefully be one of the most engaging speed cubing formats ever presented to a wide audience. So I'm personally really, really excited to see how things go this weekend. In terms of the flow for this weekend, we're going to be starting off momentarily with the Scube semifinal. Then we'll be going into the 5-blind final. We'll do 4x4 and 2x2 before going into a lunch break. Then we'll have 4 finals back to back. We'll do 6x6 Scube, Megaminx, and Square 1. And then in the afternoon, we'll do the what should be the really fun to watch 3x3 round 1. And then we'll end off today with Clock, 4x4, 2x2, and 4-blind. So that should be a lot, but it's going to be pretty fun.
Yeah. Also, finals are kind of split up, so you can tune in the afternoons of both days, and you'll be able to catch any of the action. Either if you're available at 1 or 6, you'll be able to see something exciting. So stay tuned for all that.
Exactly. As we hear Tim Reynolds call downstairs to get the volunteers up as we look to be transitioning towards the Scube semi-final starting very soon right here on Speedcubing TV.
Yeah, so Scoop's going to be a pretty competitive event. We've got really 4 main competitors that are going to be competing for this podium, with the exception of some others who can kind of come in. But pretty top-heavy race. We're going to have TheCubicle, the first seed, world record single holder and NAR average. Then we're going to have Dominic Radici, who was second place at Worlds. Then we're going to go to Zane Kanani, who had Scube WRs a few years back, but hasn't really gotten a bunch recently. And then fourth and fifth, who will be chasing that podium, will be Braden Roten and Simon Kellum.
Yeah, someone that I'm going to be watching pretty heavily during this final is probably going to be some of the ones that are not in the 1, 2, 3 seeds. I'm going to be watching Braden Roden and Dean Suskind a lot, or the 2 names that I'm watching. Dean Suskind is probably one of the more unknown names to a lot of people that are probably in the audience, but he's the current Western champion in Scube, and he ended up recording a 180, 185, I believe, PR average in World's Finals, which is, considering the scale of that competition and the amount of pressure you're under, getting 185 in that environment, pretty dang good.
Yeah.
So I'm really excited to see what he does out in this environment this weekend as well. But Dom, Zane, Carter, Braden, all those other solvers are all incredible. And I know that we're going to be seeing some great solves out here momentarily.
I agree. I mean, Scube very scramble dependent event, so even though all competitors will have the same scrambles, it's basically their own like kind of style and how they'll be able to handle them. I know for the short event that I do, Clock, I tend to do better on worse scrambles than some other competitors, so there could be some of that sort of how do I say this, like variance between the scrambles and how each competitor can perform on them accordingly.
Yeah, and while we're on the topic of you competing, I actually do want to segue while we're waiting for Scoop to start. You're actually going to be competing in Clock later this afternoon. How excited are you to be able to get down on that stage and compete? I mean, you've seen the stage, you've been down there. Is it? Do you think it's going to be nerve-wracking to you at all, or how are you feeling going into it?
Yeah, I mean, Worlds was like certainly the experience because I believe it was like right after one of the more popular events was right before clock finals at Worlds, so there was like 1,000 people sitting out there, and that was a little overwhelming, and I didn't do as well as I did the first 2 rounds. So I'm hoping here I only have 1 round, so it's like a little bit of a clean slate. I have no like expectations to match up to, and it's kind of more chill audience comparatively, but I'm still excited to compete and try to get the national title.
Yeah, and you also got, even though the audience at Worlds isn't going to be as big, or the audience at this competition isn't going to be as big, I think that there's most of those people are going to be watching at home. So it's
Yeah,
probably going to be very similar, if not bigger stream than
that's true.
Worlds. So does that play into it at all? Like, do you ever get nervous when you think about the people watching at home, or?
Well, I mean, for Worlds, not really. Like, even though, well, I'm on WCT, so I get to like kind of see all the figures. Like, I knew there's like 30,000 people watching at a certain point,
Mhm.
but that kind of number doesn't really sink into you. But like
I
with the audience, you can kind of just see it, and that's kind of amplifies it. Even though there's 30 times as many people watching at home, like you can still, the audience feels more overwhelming in person, I guess.
Yeah, that definitely does make sense, especially considering that like the crowd pops and stuff,
Yeah,
especially when someone gets like, I remember especially like during 3 finals when Yihang was going, you could hear a pin drop, and then when he got that fifth solve, like the entire convention center blew up. Like that's also going to be something that I imagine you guys have to watch out for, especially when this auditorium fills up later in the day.
yeah. I mean, with my first solve at Worlds, like I messed up pretty badly, and I could just hear the audience like audibly like make a bad noise. I'm like, oh shoot, there's really that many people watching that I can like hear that, and that's never something I've really had in like a competitive setting. Like
Mhm.
only if like I have a friend like watching over my shoulder or something, you know?
Yeah, and that also happened with Anthony Padarakis during 2x2 finals when Sujin was waiting for his fifth because
Mhm.
he was the last one to go. He needed like 120, 130 to get third or like win Worlds. And then he ended up like dropping the cube, and the entire thing just like the immediate mixed reaction. Like that's going to be something that a lot of people are going to have to deal with today as well, I think.
Yeah.
So definitely a lot of factors today, which is going to make today very interesting compared to like, your average local, your regional, or something like that. So it's
Mhm.
going to be pretty fun to see how people handle that today, I think.
Yeah, I mean, fortunately, those who are competing in this morning are going to have other rounds to kind of get used to the format, and obviously there won't be as many people. So the first few rounds will sort of be low stakes, like try to get into finals, just make sure you solve well enough, and then hopefully you can string it together and get used to the format well enough to the point where you can perform better than you normally do in finals.
Exactly, exactly. So with Scube coming up, as we mentioned, this one is going to be a 16-person semifinal, and we're not going to exactly be doing odds and evens. We're not going to be following the circle seat on the psych sheet. So you'll see a lot of different top and bottom names coming in this first half and the second half. For example, I believe that the 1 and 2 seeds are going to be coming out in one group, and the 3 and 4 are going to be coming out in the second group. So you'll be able to see everyone that you want to see today, and we'll be able to highlight everyone in a pretty equal manner.
All right, we're probably going to pan to Kevin soon, so you can start the competition.
Oh, okay, great. Awesome. Thank you so much. John, let me know when you're ready with MC audio.
Looks like he's having some issues with debugging the microphone, and was actually not yet emceeing Scube semifinals just yet. But Kevin is down there and ready to announce names very, very soon. And once he does, we'll cut down to him and let him introduce the first group of semifinalists for what should be a really fun way to start off the day, a nice little sprint event.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, compared to like other world championships where it's normally a 5 blind, which we'll see like in a bit. But it's nice to start off the day with something fast-paced, exciting, and then we can kind of transition into the longer events later on.
Yeah, we're going straight from short to long with Scube and then 5 blind,
Yeah.
which should be.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Rubik's
yeah.
and TheCubicle CubingUSA All-Stars 2025. This is obviously a very new style of competition. We are super excited about it. I've personally been just really excited for a comp like this for my entire career, and I'm so glad to be able to be here and work so hard to make this happen for everyone. So I'm looking forward to a really exciting weekend of competing, and we're just going to get started. So we have Scube, round 1, group 1. In our 8th seed from Massachusetts, Sasabari Ramesh. In our 7th seed, from New York, Aiden Dincher. In seat 6, from Virginia, Michael Nielsen. In seat 5, from New York, Christopher Chi. Seat 4, from Connecticut, Quinn Maloney. Seat 3, from Michigan, Stanley Chappell. Seat 2, from Wisconsin, Simon Kellum. And seat 1, from Wisconsin, Carter Kukala. Good luck, competitors.
All right, so thank you to Kevin for introducing all of our Cube semifinalists. They'll be submitting their cubes and ran back to the scrambling table for their puzzles to be scrambled.
So on our mainstream stations first, we're going to be getting the Wisconsinites to start off the day in Carter Kukala, the current North American record holder for Scube, and Simon Kellum, who is more known for his Pyraminx prowess, but still has a lot of history in this event as well. Both of them are very good in their own right. Fun fact about them, they actually live in the same apartment. So that's so even though Simon is seated 5th in this round, he doesn't even have the record for his own apartment, which is pretty interesting. But we also have lots of other great solvers out here too. I specifically want to highlight New England's Quinn Maloney, who is going to be sitting on one of the edge stations. He's been PRing at an incredible pace. He got like 2.1 averages this weekend. He's going to be someone that I'm going to be keeping an eye on. Is there anyone else in this group that you're going to be looking at?
I mean, I kind of am looking towards Simon in particular because he has a tendency to do like pretty well in these kind of competitions. I believe he has won nationals before in Skib, back in 2023. So he can still kind of perform at a high level, especially in these other events where he's still a great competitor.
Mm-hmm. A lot of history as well in this final. You also have on the edge station Stanley Chappell, who was a world champion in ski back in 2023. Christopher Chi, a North American record holder back in 2019. So there's lots of, or back in the late 2010s. So there's definitely a lot to look out for here with some incredible solvers here in this stage here in Providence, Rhode Island.
Still relatively low stakes for this first round, especially for the top competitors. But for the lower 8 seeds, they still got to kind of fight to get their way into the final round here. Also about Quinn Maloney, both of his recent PRs have been like 0.01 second PRs, so maybe he can keep that streak going. But we shall see.
You'll see on the left that widget to the left, which will keep you guys updated with our live data entry of all of our solvers. You'll see their current solves done, their current place based on their averages. BPA, WPA, anything else interesting will be on that left-hand side of your screen.
Yeah, you can see the little cutoffs there for top 8 as well. So that'll be your borderline for who will make finals.
Starting to see some of the first movements of Scubes in the back area here. So we should have starting to see some of these competitors get their first solves pretty soon.
Both Simon and Carter know a decent bit of EG2. I know Carter knows full EG2. So that ALG set could help both of them try to get a better average, especially because that ALG set isn't really as explored with lower solvers, unlike 2x2, where they know about like over 100 ALGs if you're at the top level. That's specific to the event. It's not really as pronounced with Scube. Like, you have, I believe it's 76 NS ALGs, which are like cases for after the layer's done to solve the rest of the cube. And from there, those cases aren't really like learned by that many people because the more intermediate method, I guess, which is called advanced, ironically, it does the same thing, but with a few more moves, and it's more intuitive. So not as many people opt to learn all of those NS algorithms. But Carter basically knows 2 of those NS sets, so he has double the amount of options in order for his solutions.
Yeah, there's a lot of solvers here that definitely have an advantage in that way. Some names that come to mind, Zain Kanani for one is one, Dominic Radici another. Braden Roden, if I remember correctly, also knows a very decent amount of ALKs. So I think that should be one of the main differentiators as we see some of these first solves coming. Looks like Stanley Chappell will do the honors and start us off first.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, opting not to use much preparation time. Simon also getting his cube.
Stanley getting started, seeming to pause a little bit, and stops on an L5C, but will put down an 850 to start off. Pretty strong recovery there, as Simon Kellum will now try to one-up him. See that yellow block there. Not sure if that's complete or not, or if that's an EG2 block. Simon with a very quick sledge case there for a 219 to start off.
Yeah, that's a nice execution from him. Not much else he could have really asked for. He did do a little like calmer turning there, not really going all out in this first round.
Connecticut's Quinn Maloney about to get started with his first. Current New England champion for Scube.
TheCubicle also receiving their cube.
Carter Kukala on your bottom left, he's now going to be moved into focus here. Current North American record holder for Scube.
So you see a 188 from Quinn and a 239 from Carter there.
Pretty smooth turning from both of them, but both of them seem to be pretty satisfied with that first solve there.
Yeah, that scramble didn't look too good. As you can see, Carter and Simon not doing too well on it. So Quinn beating the competition by over 0.3. That's pretty good margin to try and slide his way up for the until finals.
We'll take a look at Quinn's first solve here again. That looked very, very smooth to me. Like,
yeah,
can't really do any better than that.
Mm-hmm.
So we move over to Stanley Chappell for a second. Stanley has gotten these unexpected wins in this event before, Worlds 2023 being a notable example. You'll put down a 333 for a second.
Yeah, that will be counting, which isn't too great. I believe 16th place qualifying average is around there. So he needs to do a little better to try and make that eighth seed.
Stanley is more of one of the more premier all-rounders of this competition. He's #1 in the world in King's ranks. He's one of the top summer rank solvers in the world as well. So he's probably going to be looking more forward to the event that's right after this, which is 5x5 blindfolded, which he is the current world record holder by a long margin in.
Yeah, we'll go into that a little more, but he should pretty comfortably win that event, so he's probably not too concerned with his cube average, which is definitely on the lower priority for this competition.
Simon Kellum getting started with his second here. Puts down a triple sledge case for a 296 for his second.
Yeah, he didn't one-look that properly. I think he did, might have been a 3 or 4 move layer into a pretty long case. Didn't really look like an NS, maybe some sort of triple sledge, but yeah, not too great for him, unfortunately.
We'll get to see how Quinn does on this second solve as well as Carter. They're both going to be going at the same time here. Get to see how Carter does first as Quinn takes a little extra time here to warm up. Smooth turning there for a 229, but did seem to pause a little bit right at the start.
See Quinn Maloney going for his second. Doesn't like the look of this scramble that much. Only looks like there's that one red bar.
Another great solve there for Quinn. 173. That'll count the 188. Very, very strong start early.
Yeah, well below his PR average. Pretty nice to start an average of 2 high ones that are going to be below your PR average. It makes the rest of your average a little more low stakes considering you already have that good solve counting.
Quinn is someone who barely missed Worlds Finals He ended up getting a 265 in World Semis. Still pretty shocking that a 265 Scube average did not make Worlds Finals.
Yeah.
To me, especially because I'm an older cuber, but still great solving from Quinn. He's starting off on a great note.
Yeah, Stanley getting a 4.5 right there, so he's counting that with the 3.3 being his best time. Probably not looking too great for the placement into the final round.
So you remember, top 8 is the margin for this. So getting into our second group, we'll be able to talk a little bit more about finals placements as we get into our third set of solves here for this group. You'll be able to see some of the best solves on the side, but right now Quinn is currently in the best position after those first 2 solves. 2 ones. No one else has gotten a 1-second solve in this group so far, so he is definitely in good position going into this 3rd, 4th, and 5th solve.
Yeah, absolutely. Finishing out the bottom or the top half of this group is going to be Aiden Dincher, who I believe has a mean of 286 right now. That'll be about borderline for finals, considering the current placements, but we'll obviously have to see from the other group how this will change the landscape. Simon here about to go for his third.
So not a lot of bars in this 3rd scramble, so this should be interesting to see how these Scubers go about this one.
That one also looked 2-looked as well. That's going to be a 279.
I was going to mention the 2-look there for Simon. That one didn't look the best there. I think there was maybe only one singular corner block built on that entire scramble.
Yeah, it really didn't look that great. Looks like he had a long first layer too, which makes it harder to one-look and plan the rest of your solution properly.
We're going to pivot over to the outside stations to take a look at Aiden Dincher, the New Yorker.
CubingUSA also starting their solve.
As he will move to the bottom right, CubingUSA on his 3rd. Very smooth 2 flat there.
Yeah, that turning was pretty excellent considering how bad the scramble looked. Mm-hmm. And even that, there's a little bit of hesitation at the beginning, and they were able to recover pretty well.
A little bit of a pause there, but it looked like Aiden did a very similar case. I think Carter just one-looked their transition a little bit better into that case. Mm-hmm. Quinn's 3rd. Oh, Lockheed there, and just on the border of a +2, but I believe that will be ruled okay. A 389, a bit uncharacteristic considering his first 2, but that scramble did look a little bit tougher than the other 2 that he received.
Yeah. So even though Quinn is winning by average of solves, Carter is probably in the better position here, considering that high 3 is kind of going to weigh on Quinn a little bit, compared to Carter having 2 low to mid 3s, or sorry, 3 low to mid 2s.
Not too ultimately sure what's going on with Chris Chi, but the widget is showing that he's DNF'd so far, so not the best start for Chris. But we're going to go ahead and take a look. I believe that will be a replay of Carter's 3rd Scube solve, so we'll get to see this a little bit more. And I was right. That was a no-bar Scube scramble, so very impressive that Carter was able to pull off that solution.
Mm-hmm. That just kind of looked like a typical NS case. Didn't really use the EG2 knowledge there, from what I can see. But still very clean execution, and was able to throw down a 2 flat. I see Michael Nielsen here. Really haven't seen too much of him. His average right now is 411, so he's going to need to step it up on these last 3 solves.
Michael Nielsen is actually going to be someone who will now be competing in 2x2 this weekend. He's the current defending national champion. He's now in that round after a drop, so it'll be interesting to see if he can defend that title later this weekend. But for now, we'll get to see his next Scube solve. Look to have a little bit of trouble recognizing that case. We'll put down a 597 for his next solve.
Yeah, that'll probably knock him out of finals pretty concretely. He's kind of in the same boat as Stanley, where there's other events he cares more about.
He has Pyraminx this weekend, which he is probably a huge favorite in. And ooh, a little bit of a Scube wanted to kind of fly out of his hands during that alk there, but he'll stop at a 601. I believe that'll be his worst. Saisbari Remes, the Massachusetts native. Puts down a low 3 there. Sai, the current SR holder for Massachusetts.
Carter receiving their scoop, I believe. Aiden has as well. We're going to see Carter start off their solve. This scramble also looks pretty bad. Don't really see any bars on there.
Yeah, 2 no-bar scrambles, so all these scoop solvers being challenged with very difficult setups in this first group. 269 there. A lot of people seem to be struggling on this 4th scoop solve. It seems to be a very tough scramble to execute. And Quinn, 418 on the 4th.
Yeah, so he'll be counting a 3-8.
Strong start for Quinn, but now he's counting that 3-8 as we see Chris Chi with the throwback to Worlds 2019. Here as he starts off on his 4th solve. He's here mainly for the fewest moves mean this weekend. That's his specialty. But he was a former NR holder in this event. Puts down a 407.
Yeah, we're seeing a little bit sloppy turning all around on this 4th scramble. Really doesn't look too great for any of the competitors. Carter, I believe, having the best time so far on that scramble, the 2-6, which, considering how great these scoop solvers is, isn't really that great. Kind of shows how bad this scramble really is. Simon will be receiving his cube next, it looks like.
You are indeed correct that we are looking at about 2-6 being the best on this. I'm pulling up WSA Live here. Carter Kukala, worst possible average here, looking to be a 246. So very strong start for them to start off the day here. Simon with a 253 to finish off his 5th solve, and that will put him with a honestly very, very solid mid to high 2 average there, which is something in the past we haven't really seen from Simon, considering that he usually hovers around low 3. So very good performance by Simon to start off the day. We'll see Quinn Maloney's 5th solve here. Worst possible for him is a 332.
Yeah, Stanley finishing with a 582 average. Obviously not that great for him. Simon throwing that at 2.5. There was a few more bars in that scramble, so he was able to perform more like his average times compared to that 4th solve where he didn't do quite as well. Quinn Maloney doing his solve, finishing with a 2.1. So that'll probably put him around mid 2, if I remembered correctly.
Yeah, that should put him around where Simon is. So unless it's looking actually now guaranteed that Carter will win this first group of scoop. So unless this second group of solvers does incredible stuff, it's looking pretty much a lock for at least Carter to be in finals. I wouldn't be surprised if Quinn and Simon also make. Aiden Dinshire looking to finish strong here. Has 2-9, 2-8, 2-8, 5-6.
Yeah.
So looking to solidify that high 2 average and looking to take one of those 8 spots in this final.
The other thing with this competition is that for these 16-person rounds, the other group will be in a green room, so they are not watching. They don't know what these competitors have gotten, and they will receive the exact same scrambles. So they'll probably find the same issues as these competitors did on scrambles 3 and 4, where they probably won't be able to go up to par on their performance.
Very solid finish there for Aiden Dinshire. That'll clinch BPA for him, 285, as Carter will do his 5th solve. Looking at about low 2 here for his average, regardless of the result. A little bit locky there, but 265 will get him around a 243 average. Very, very solid start for Carter. That will be the top average in this group.
Michael Nielsen looking to do his 5th.
Michael looking at about a 4 to 5 second average, so we'll likely not be seeing him in this Scube final later, but we'll finish strong with a 3.9. That'll put him around mid to high 4.
So this group is just about done, unless Chris Chi has another solve.
I believe that should be it for our first group of solvers. We're still waiting for that last one to finish as the audience erupts into applause to congratulate the first group of Scube solvers.
Yeah, so we'll probably transition here to our next group. Notable names here are going to be Braden Roten and Brian Johnson, alongside Zane Kanani, who are all pretty capable of getting in the top 3 at this competition.
Yeah, so this next group, you're going to be seeing Zane and Dom on the overheads. They are 2 of the favorites in this competition. Zane and Dom are 2 solvers that have pretty much kind of exchanged world rank 2 at some points. Zane has multiple world records to his name. Dom Rudisi, the current national champion, looking to defend his title this weekend. So should be very interesting to see. He's also the current runner-up world champion. He's very, very good in these types of high-pressure environments. He's, as we mentioned, he won North Americans 2024. He's second at Worlds 25. He's shown that he's been able to perform in these major competitions. Zane Kanani as well, with his win at North Americans 2022, as well as his multiple world records to his name. So should be very interesting to see how both these solvers solve in this next group.
Yeah, Dominic in particular, I believe at Worlds he started with a pretty bad solve, some sort of high 2 or low 3, and he was able to come back with 4 1-second solves to be able to kind of clutch and get that average that got him second place.
And to their wings of Dom and Zane will be Braden Roden from Colorado and Dean Suskin from California. Both of those solvers are some that you will likely have seen in some finals, but they are very, very good in their own right. Braden at one point peaking at 3rd in the world in Scube. Dean placing 5th in World's Finals this year. Both of them are going to be some pretty important names to watch here as we get into the second group as well. So yeah.
I mean, not too much to look out for in terms of PRing in this round, considering how mediocre/bad the scrambles were. So most of these competitors are going to be trying to safety and just try to beat the baseline, which is going to be around a high 2, it looks like, to some extent. But that obviously could change based on how much better or worse this group performs.
Kevin Hayes down there calling for the 5 blind competitors to go, but we'll be transitioning to Scube Group 2.
So if you're on multi-blind, please submit your cubes.
So if we assume that Braden, Dominic, and Zane are able to beat the top 4, it's really a toss-up for who's going to be in that 8th seed, as there's a 0.6 gap between Aiden and I believe that's going to be Saisabari, or sorry, I don't know how to say his name properly.
Saisabari
Okay.
Ramesh.
So that gap can be filled with any, pretty much any one of these cube solvers there. 3.4 average is not out of the realm of possibility for any of them. And so it's really just a toss-up for who actually makes that last seed.
Yeah, looking back at that first group, all the first solves are now in, and if you want to follow along with the action at home, you can do so at WCA Live. You can go to Rubik's X TheCubicle, CubingUSA All-Stars to do so.
We have Scube Round 1, Group 2. In Seed 8 from Minnesota, Tyler Robinson. Seed 7 from Wisconsin, Zeke McKay. Seed 6 from New York, Parker Traeger. Seed 5 from Wisconsin, Brian Johnson. Seed 4 from California, Dean Jacob Adamo Suskind. Seed 3 from Colorado, Braden Roten. Seat 2 from Virginia, Zane Kanani. And seat 1 from Tennessee, Dominic Rudisi. Good luck, competitors.
So transition to the second group of Scube in what has so far been an exciting round so far. We know from that first group that these scrambles aren't the best, but it should be... so the main thing that's really going to be the key here for these solvers is going to be their solutions and their turning. So it should be interesting to see, especially Zane, for 1, 2, is going to be someone I'm looking out for in terms of solutions. He's someone that's very skilled at looking for those types of really difficult solutions and stuff. Gets that skill pretty naturally from 2x2. So should be very interesting to see what he does, especially in this round. But as we mentioned before, I'm looking at people like Dom Radici. I'm looking at Braden Road. I'm looking at Dean Susskind to also see how they handle this set too. It's looking like anything sub 3 will likely make this final. So as long as they can do that on this set, they'll be golden.
Scrambles 1, 2, and 5 are going to be the quote-unquote easier scrambles. It's kind of hard to measure that objectively, but to perform well, they probably want to get off to a hot start on these first 2 scrambles and try to kind of damage control with the next 2, which are pretty clearly not as good. So the way that the scramblers are going to try and have these cubes come out is going to be half of the solvers will get theirs first, and then let's try to alternate in between them. And so there's only one solver going at one time per station. So it will kind of vary who gets their cube first.
Looking at some of these solvers, we see Braden Roden there, the Coloradoan. On the bottom right is Zane Kanani. Will do the honors to start off with his first solve. Likes to do cases off to the side like a stack mat. I was judging him a lot at Virginia Champs, and he was doing that a lot. It's one of the more consistent warm-up routines I've noticed, and I think that's also a key to why he does so well, so mentally prepared. Starts off 2-7 on that one, and Braden Roden with a 221 on that first one, so pretty much mirroring the performance of the first few Scube solvers from that first group on that.
Yeah, Braden notably doing better than Zane. Zane had quite a few moves there, and was also looking a little frustrated at the end of that solve, but we'll see a replay here of Braden's 221.
Yeah, it looked a little bit of a pause after that first layer, but overall a very smooth solution as he looks to be setting up a partially unassembled Pyraminx right now. What do you think about using warm-up cubes that aren't the event that you're competing in?
I actually tend to do that a lot, partially because no 2 cubes are really identical, and so using one of the same kind of event would kind of change how you perceive the turns. So if I'm doing clock, I want to do an N by N. If I'm doing an N by N, I want to do a Pyraminx or something. That's not really the same sort of turning style, so I don't kind of get them confused in a way.
Yeah. I'm also someone, even though I suck, I'm the kids call me an unk here in New England. But thing I notice is when I do solves on a cube, I set myself false expectations. I'm oh, I'm gonna do really bad, and then I do bad or something like that. Oh, Dean Susskind didn't start the timer. He looked like he was gonna get a very solid solution on that one. And I think Dom might have also DNF'd there. Yeah, 2 DNFs to start off back-to-back. Dean Susskind didn't start the timer. Dom just barely DNFing that first solve.
Yeah, even if he did do that final turn and that was just a +2, it still wouldn't put him in a great spot. He couldn't really afford to count that, so he'll have to play this a lot safer.
That is DNF. Yeah, that is. You can see that red corner just barely above. The rule is if it's above more than half a turn, it is a +2 penalty, but obviously if it is more than 2 turns off, which that one was, unfortunately it's going to go down as a DNF. So Dom, as we mentioned, Dom did start off with a pretty not great solve for his standards in Worlds 2025. And he's shown that he can come back from those. So we'll see how he handles the rest of this average. Zane Kanani will do his second here, and Braden Roden will also do his at the same time. 173 for Braden, and we'll see Zane with I think he may have missed one look to that. Looked to get to some sort of L5C there and a 3-7 for his second.
Yeah, it kind of looked like an H-perm, which probably means he just did the inverse or a mirror of the case he intended to do. Braden, though, having really great turning, able to pull out a 1.7, and now he is counting a 2.2, assuming that's not his worst solve.
Yeah, look at that. Look at that turning. Wow. I mean, to be fair, he is that same person that has uploaded, like, I remember he uploaded this video, like, last week where he, like picked up the cube, he paused it, and then he proceeded to put down, like, 15 TPS. So
Jeez.
he's someone that his turning is definitely his strength. So we'll especially with this third and fourth scramble coming up soon, we'll get to see that.
Yeah,
here.
that one's obviously going to be very turn speed dependent. TheCubicle, I believe, threw down a 2 flat on one of those. Yeah, on the third one. And that was quite a few moves. Carter also, under good circumstances, can turn very fast. So hopefully these solvers aim to emulate that and turn accurately, but also fast enough to the point where they still have a time that's like reasonable for them. See Dean set up for his second. Also starting after a DNF needs to be a little safe on this one.
Dom and Dean looking to recover their averages here as they both inspect here. And we'll get a 3-6. Dean with a 2-7.
Yeah, both of those are counting, assuming that's not their best times. Dom obviously pretty upset by that. Counting 3-6 is not what he wants. He needs to recover and try to get that sub 3.
Yeah, you can see looked to be some sort of, I'm not sure if that was miss one looked or not, but definitely looked to be a tougher than usual case for him there, and he puts down a 3-6. In terms of the other solvers in this group, Zeke Mackey starting off with a 3-6 and a 3 flat. Brian Johnson getting a 5-2 and a 2-9. Parker Traeger starting off with a 4-4. Tyler Robinson with a 6 and a 3. So some early struggles, I think, from everyone to kind of start off on this one, but I think that's just everyone getting used to this new and unique environment.
We will see Braden. This will be his third.
Very nice turning there. 195. Tyler Robinson in your bottom left corner puts down a 404 as he takes off the head cam.
Yeah, 195 is exactly the solve you want to look for on that third scramble. That's the best time on that scramble so far. Probably won't see anyone do better than that unless Zane or Dom is able to pull out something pretty good. Well,
There you go.
spoke too soon.
Yeah,
Yep.
Nice little commentator jinx there. 164 for Zane Kanani on that third solve. Seemed to find that solution that no one else could. That's exactly what I was talking about with Zane. That is his strength. He finds those types of solutions that no one else really can. There's a lot of other cubers and other events that do that pretty frequently too. I know Simon Kellum is very notorious for that. Pyraminx. We'll see if that has potentially an advantage, especially in this environment where there's a lot of pressure.
Mm-hmm. Carter Kukala is now guaranteed to make that final there, according to WCA Live. Not many of our competitors are solving right now, as we seem to have a sort of intermission.
Yeah, it looks like Carter Kukala is now guaranteed to make. It looks like someone's best possible average is now below Carter's BPA. So Carter's average, so Carter is now guaranteed in. They will be the first finalist in, as Dom will continue his average here after getting the DNF and the 3. We'll look to try to get some 1s and 2s here as he gets that tough third scrambles we were just talking about.
Specs rather quickly. He seems pretty sure of his solution. Oh no, that's some very rough turning. He's now counting 2 3s pretty much.
Oh no!
That's going to be a DNF average.
That's going to be a DNF average for Dean Suskind, and he will now be out of this final.
Yeah.
Oh no.
That is 2 heartbreaking solves right after each other. I mean,
Oh,
Dominic
wow.
obviously still has a pretty decent chance considering 3-4 was about the 4th place cutoff from last group. And even if he performs subpar, there's still a decent chance he makes it, but Dean is completely out of the running now.
That will definitely make finals interesting. As we mentioned, Dean was someone who was potentially in that 3rd place potential, so, and potentially in podium contention, so.
Braden will be starting his 4th. Yeah, pretty rough turning there.
283, but that actually will be very good for him. I
He'll
think
almost
that'll
win the
actually.
round.
It looked not great, but like he's happy with it, and I would be happy with that too. I think that will guarantee him finals.
Yeah, surely.
Parker Traeger.
Not entirely sure what solve he's on. It looks like that'll be his third. Has a 4 and a 9 so far.
352 for him. He's someone that's mainly here for the pure mix rounds. He's one of the other all-rounders in the Scube semifinal. Zane Kanani putting down a 331. Quinn Maloney will be our second finalist. He's now in the green on WSA Live. So we pivot over to Zeke Mackey.
Also, currently, Zeke is slated in 8th. Probably because of Dom's DNF and how that kind of shakes out on WCA Live.
A little lucky there, but 3-5. Will likely be putting down a mid-3 average, depending on that 5th solve. Pretty solid considering his main event is later in the competition. He'll be someone to watch in Megaminx, primarily. Tyler Robinson, the current Heartland champion, with a 436.
Yeah, so it looks like Braden Roten's worst possible average will win the round. So barring some sort of after-the-fact penalties, Braden will win this round.
Yes, 233 is likely going to be Braden's worst mark in this group. So someone that will be one to watch, especially when we get to that final later today.
Yeah, showing off a pretty strong start compared to most of these other solvers who haven't really demonstrated that sort of turning it on and competition.
Some more names going green in live. As I mentioned, that sub-3 line was one that I mentioned I wouldn't be surprised makes finals. So far, everyone that's in is sub-3. Simon Kellum and Aiden Dincher will be in this final as well, as it looks like other names such as Brian Johnson, Tyler Robinson get closer to finishing their average.
Dom going on to, I believe, is going to be his 4th. So this is going to be a crucial solve to see if he can recover from this DNF and the 2 3-second solves. This is also not a good scramble, so he kind of needs to find something good here.
Extremely high pressure solve for Dom Radici. And he's going to lock up a little bit, but a 274 is good for that.
Yeah.
That's something that he doesn't realize, but that is actually a pretty decent solve given that and how other people are solving on this scramble.
Yeah, that was 2 looked as well, it looks like.
You can just see no bars on that one at all. Pretty tough to find something there. A little bit of a finger trick error on that case that he was executing. Just didn't get the thumb down for that R move.
Yeah.
Braden Roden, 5th solve, 196. The BPA looking to be the only sub-2 solver in this group.
Yeah, 5th scramble, not bad at all. Best time on it so far is a 2.1. 254, that is pretty solid. It will probably net him probably a 2.2 average, somewhere in that range.
That's about as global. That's usually what he gets. Not surprising there for Braden, but very good that he was able to hold himself up in that environment.
Yeah, Zane with a 221, that'll move his average up quite a bit. C had a 2.7, a 3.7, a 3.3, and then a 1.6. So that 1.6 is going to help him count that 2.2. Dominic Radici slated in 8th. Tyler Robinson pulling out a 2.99 on that last scramble.
Braden Roden now entered in 223 average. That will for sure make him in. And Zane Kanani, the 275 average, he'll be a finalist as well. The name to watch here, Dom Radici, I believe, needs to get BPA here to have a chance of being in this final.
He can afford a little bit worse. It looks like he can probably get away with a 3.8. Yeah, 3.83 for 8th. So depending on what Zeke gets on this last one, will kind of determine whether or not Dominic will be able to make this final round.
Yes. This will be the main thing here. The final spot will likely be down to Dominic Ribisi and Zeke Mackey.
I don't see Zeke on this stage, so he might have already done his last solve.
We'll see what he gets once that's entered in, and that'll be a 559. So Dom Ribisi needs to get a 485 to make finals.
This should be pretty easy considering the scramble and his obvious pretty great solving. We'll see if he can do that, though.
Yeah, the easy enough for him, 190. That will make the final pretty solidly there. That'll get him his BPA of 323. That'll place him 7th going into this. 8th seed going into this finals now confirmed too. It'll be Sai Sabari Ramesh, the Massachusetts state record holder, will be the last seed entering into this final. New England getting 2 of their solvers into this final. As well, Aiden Dincher, Simon Kellum, and some of the others also making this. Someone just on the cusp, Tyler Robinson, just barely missing out with 393. The other misses, Zeke, Chris Chi, Brian, Michael, Stanley Parker, and Dean.
And that will pretty much do it for Scube round 1. We'll be transitioning to an ad break.
Hey, this is Phil, and I hope you're enjoying the stream. Next time you want to get anything speedcubing, come check out TheCubicle.com. We have all the new releases, like these. We even have these. Also, we have these. Oh, and we work with this guy, and this guy.
Yo!
And even this guy. So yeah, if you're looking for anything speedcubing, come visit us at TheCubicle.com and enjoy the competition.
Every second, it's with you. Can you feel it? Can you beat it? Take on time with Rubik's Pulse and solve before it's lights out. Make your move.
Every great solve starts with great practice. At CubingGG, we help you level up your solves with expert-led courses, personalized coaching, and proven training plans, all designed by world-class speedcubers. No matter where you are in your cubing journey, CubingGG gives you the tools to take your skills to the all-star level. Check us out at CubingGG and let's get good fast.
At Lakewood ADUs, our expert contractors transform spaces into your dreams. We build home extensions, convert garages, and construct new standalone structures. Grounded in integrity and care, we partner with our community to build more than just structures, but lasting places of comfort. Scan the QR code to book a call today or visit www.lakewoodadus.com. At For the Need Foundation, we are committed to transforming young lives through the power of mentorship. Follow us at For the Need on Instagram and Facebook to stay up to date on how you can make change in your community. Together, we can prevent homelessness.
I'm on a break for 4 semis. All right, Welcome back to Providence, Rhode Island, as we get
4x4
transitioned to our next
competitors.
final here, which is
Is a
5x5
scheduled for
blindfolded. This should be a pretty fun event here. We're transitioning right from a sprint event to one of the longest events you'll see on this stage this weekend, and probably one of the most impressive, too. This is probably, it's basically equivalent to memorizing like a 5-cube multi-blind. So seeing these competitors knock out these 2 or 3 second solves, 2 or 3 minute solves, is going to be pretty impressive to see. So what should we be looking out for here?
I mean, obviously Stanley's pretty much going to win this, barring him DNFing. But the rest of the podium's kind of wide open. Graham will probably get second. It's pretty consistently in that low 3-minute range. We'll be hearing from Kevin as he announces the
I'm sure these
competitors.
guys are happy to get a stage final after so many years. We'll get things started. In our 8th seed, the state record holder from Wisconsin, Carter Kukala. In our 7th seed, the Mid-Atlantic Regional Champion from Pennsylvania, Kevin Liu. In our 6th seed, the state record from Ohio, Mason Langendorfer. Our 5th seed, who placed 13th at the World Championships this last summer, from New York, Andrew Tao. Our 4th seed, the Southeast Regional Champion from Florida, Noah Swore. Our 3rd seed placed 3rd at the National Championship last year from Florida, Tommy Cherry. Our 2nd seed is a former national record holder, the regional champion from the Western region, placed 2nd at this event last year from California, Graham Siggins. And in our 1st seed, he has 16 national records, 14 of which are world records, currently holding the world record single and mean, the regional champion of the Great Lakes region, 2-time defending world champion, national champion in 2018, 2019, 2023, 2024, and last year from Michigan, Stanley Chappell. Good luck, competitors.
So you can hear from Kevin Hayes' emceeing for this final. Stanley Chappell coming into this final with a long running list of accomplishments here. The current defending national champion and current, I believe, 5-time back-to-back national champion in this event. As we mentioned, he is by far and away the favorite to win in this event. If he manages to solve the cube once, he's probably a lock to win this based on his skill. He's held 14 world records in this event, and his personal record in 2019 would still put him first on this psych sheet this weekend. That's how far ahead he is of the competition this weekend. Other solvers to look out for, there's a lot in this. I'm looking at Noah Swore, Graham Siggins, the current multi-blind world record holder, as well as Tommy Cherry, the current 3-blind world record holder. Carter, is there anyone else here specifically highlighting this weekend?
Yeah, I think Andrew Tao is going to also be one of the more interesting blind solvers. He's been pretty new, and he's been putting down some pretty impressive times considering he's like, I believe, a 2022 ID. 5-blind, he's been pretty impressive recently. I believe he placed 13th at Worlds in 5-blind, and that had a bunch of the other solvers from the world who were able to make that field a lot more competitive. I believe since Stanley's first in the world, I believe 2nd place is Graham, and I believe he's 9th. So even 13th in that world championship would probably place him close to the podium, but it obviously depends on how everyone performs.
Something to watch out for with Tommy Cherry, especially this weekend, is that he's still looking for his first ever 5-blind success this year. He has yet to get one. So there's honestly a solid chance that you could see someone like Noah Swore or Andrew Tao sneak into this podium here. But it'll be something to watch as we go through this weekend.
Mm-hmm. Andrew Tao, also notably the multi-blind world champion, definitely able to perform at a world championship and is able to keep those pieces in his memory long enough to succeed when needed. 5-blind, also a pretty long event to scramble and check. So it'll be a minute before we start seeing some competitors start their attempts.
Yeah, 5-blind especially, because you basically have to do a 5x5 scramble and then do those wide moves. But we'll see our first solver start, which is Carter Kukala, who's competing in the most events this weekend with 9.
Andrew Tao also receiving his cube. He'll probably be closer to the podium than Carter.
Carter has PR'd during Worlds Finals, so it's possible that they can get a really good time in this environment here today.
Their PR is still like generally pretty much 2 minutes slower than what is probably required for the podium, so it'll take some magic if they really want to get near there. But I'm not entirely sure if that's really their goal for this competition. Seeing Graham get his cube, he's going to be our main podium contender that isn't Stanley Chappell. Graham also slower on the execution front than Stanley, so we'll probably see a little bit shorter memo or a shorter memo to execution ratio here. Not entirely sure when he starts it, but probably around that 90-second mark, maybe a little later.
He is a rare triple DNF solver, usually in blind. When someone ends up not getting a success, we usually call it tripled in our lingo. Basically, that means they don't get a success on any 3 of their solves. Graham is someone that doesn't usually do that. In his last 25 rounds, he's only tripled once. So he's someone that is pretty much, if he's able to do what he usually does, he should get a success. I think that ties back to his multi-blind skill as well. If you're able to be really good at events like multi-blind, you're usually going to be pretty successful at events like 4 and 5-blind as well, pretty naturally, just because the memo is pretty similar. As we mentioned, 5-blind, it's kind of like doing a 4 or 5 cube multi-blind attempt. So basically, he's just doing a pack of multi, basically. So it's not really too different memo-wise.
Yeah, the only main difference between multi and 5-blind in terms of that is going to be someone like Stanley, who in 4-blind especially can just one pass, so he doesn't need a review like he would in multi, or pretty much every multi solver has to do. So that kind of changes the game. I'm not entirely sure what his strategy is for 5-blind. He'll probably do like a 2-pass, which is still...
I think he 1-passes 5-blind. I'd be very surprised if he doesn't. I mean, later we can ask him what he does, but I would be very surprised if he does not 1-pass 5-blind now, considering how ahead of the competition he is.
So Graham probably looking to put on his blindfold pretty soon. Kind of looks like he's looking away from the cube, maybe reviewing.
Wouldn't be surprised if he's trying to safety this first solve, maybe.
Andrew Tao also looking at his cube. He's around the 2.5-minute mark. I believe his PR is in the 4-minute range.
Be very shocked if anyone started execution right now, except for Graham, basically. Yeah. He'll put on his blindfold around the low 2-minute mark.
So this will probably be somewhere in the low 3 minutes, depending on obviously how fast he's able to turn.
Another thing with 5-blind is a little different from multi is that parodies are a bit interesting. There's a lot of parodies that are kind of independent of each other. That's something that you'll have to be careful about, especially in this event.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I haven't attempted 5-blind in competition, but when I did 4-blind, I did not keep well enough track of that parody. And my one 4-blind route that I've competed in, I DNF'd by, PLL parody, I guess, would be how it is on blind, but definitely something you got to keep track of. Obviously, Graham is pretty experienced with that with multi-blind, as around half of the cubes will have some sort of parody.
My first ever 4-blind attempt was an official attempt. And I DNF'd by 5 wings, and then I found out after the competition that it wouldn't have mattered because my 4x4 had a logo.
Oh, nice. Graham looking to finish up, looks like centers, and he's moving on to corners and midges. Tommy is still memorizing around the 3-minute mark.
Because of the timing, we actually have to have competitors wait for their table mates to finish, so Stanley is still going to be waiting for his solve here.
Yeah, Tommy. I believe Tommy's the one sitting next to him, so he might be another few minutes before Stanley gets to solve.
Mhm.
Looks like he's itching to start, but not
Yeah.
going to be able to. Graham looking like he's doing his last few wings and is on to corners.
And it's
Everything
looking
else
like
looks
this is going to
solves.
be a success here. Good start here early.
Hmm.
And just be above the 4-minute mark here for Graham, and that will be a success. 4:02, the first solve of the comp in 5 blind is a successful one. So Graham very early, making it.
Not really sure what Andrew Tao ended up with. I remember he was also memorizing when Graham was doing his solve. Doesn't look like it's been entered into WCA Live yet. Tommy's still memorizing after 4 minutes. That's a little concerning.
He's going to put it on after 3:55.
Maybe
So it might be safety in this first one. I don't think he usually does 5 blind at home, so he's mainly, as we mentioned, he's the current 3 blind world record holder. That is his specialty. That's also his main event that he primarily practices. He's also been very busy with a lot of different stuff. He's been doing a lot of stuff in China very recently with his sponsorships. Definitely someone that doesn't have a lot of time to do 5 blind, as we see Stanley Chappell, the current world record holder, begin his first attempt.
Yeah, Noah Swore also going in that bottom middle camera. He's around the 2-minute mark. His PR is in that 4-minute range, so we could see him start exec in probably around another minute. Stanley will probably start exec in another minute too.
Yeah. We'll keep an eye on Stanley here, as we expect him to solve pretty quickly. As we mentioned, Stanley is the current world record holder in 5 blind, currently with a 2:02.28. I know from talking to him this summer, I did an internship in Ann Arbor, Michigan, which is where Stanley's from, and I was talking to him a lot over the summer. I was hanging out with him a lot. I know he's really trying to go for that sub-2 barrier in 5 blind, so that could be something that is going to be probably his main target here as we watch as he continues to memo past the 1-minute mark.
Tommy looking pretty accurate, except it looks like there might be a few centers that are off. The rest of the cube does look solid, but this will look like a DNF for him in the 5:33 range.
Oh, looks like a 3 cycle.
No, it's a little more than
A little
that.
4 cycle. 4 centers. Looks like 4.
They're going to be X centers, so those are going to be like your. If you kind of picture it as like a regular 3x3 cube, those will be like your corners on a 3x3.
Mm-hmm.
Stanley hasn't started exec yet, so this probably won't be a PR. He might just be going for a safe solve here.
Yeah. You might as well. You're contending for a national champion here, and any successful solve that you get is going to get you a win if you're Stanley, pretty much. So
yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if he just goes for like a high 2, low 3, get the success, and then go for what he wants after.
Yeah, Carter Kucala in the bottom middle of your screen as well, around the 8-minute mark. Looks like a few centers are going to be unsolved there, so it probably won't look like a success.
Andrew Tao DNFing the first one, but it was a 6:36 if it was successful.
Yeah, so it looks like Stanley's puts on his blindfold around 2 minutes. I believe his exec is close to a minute. Correct me if I'm wrong. So this will probably be
around a low mid 3 for Stanley.
Noah Swore must have finished up as well. Did see him earlier, but it doesn't look like he's on any of the cameras currently.
Looks like Stanley is a little bit stuck in his memo, but it looks like he's gotten back on track. As we see Graham patiently waiting for his second solve.
Kevin Liu also in the bottom right, still memorizing at the 3.5-minute mark. Stanley looks like he's got his centers done. Looks like his midges and corners as well, so he just needs to solve these wings properly. No, looks like there's a few middle edges unsolved. Not sure if that's intentional or not.
Looks like he's solving them now.
Yeah. It's an interesting order. Some sort of
parity. Did he miss
there.
a parity? Oh no, looks like he may have missed. No, looks like he'll DNF his first attempt there. 3:22.
Looks like he might have missed exec the parity is what it looked like to me. Because there was a assortment of looked like midges and plus centers that were unsolved. We see Kevin Liu starting exec around 4 minutes. Kartugala with a 9-minute 17 DNF.
Kevin Liu from Pennsylvania gets a lot of successes, is around a 6-minute solver, so you'll likely see him get a time around there.
Yeah, pace looks pretty normal considering. Mason also executing. It looks pretty good for him. Probably donning the blindfold at around 2 minutes 45 seconds.
Mason is a blind specialist, but he hasn't PR'd in 2 years. You might know him for his Cubing Frontiers projects. Does a lot of competitions and helps to grow the communities in the Caribbean area, especially with Barbados and those other countries.
Graham also starting his memorization about 20 seconds in so far. He's going to be in the bottom middle of your screen.
I maybe think a little bit in Stanley's head right now, especially considering that I watched him at Worlds 2025 this summer. He actually, if I remember correctly, he DNF'd his first 2, and then he got a successful 3rd solve. So he is someone that is able to lock in and get a success when it's needed, especially on that competitive world stage.
Yeah, I believe that's also how his world record was gotten. There's a 3rd solve of Great Lakes Championship. He had 2 DNFs before that, and he pretty much was just able to turn it on, get a 202, and be the Great Lakes champion. When if he missed that, he wouldn't have been that, and that would have been the first time in a while where he wasn't that regional champion. We should see Graham don the blindfold if this is a decent scramble pretty soon. Mason pausing. Looks like he's got most of his centers done. Might be a few pieces in his centers that don't look correct from what we can tell up here.
Kevin Liu finishing up with a DNF by the looks of it. Looks like a few centers off for Kevin. Looks to be about a 619.
Graham donning the blindfold. 155 is around the pace. That's pretty good for him. He's turning pretty well so far. He just wants to be that 4-minute solve he got earlier.
Yeah, anything to pretty much lock up a podium spot here would be good for Graham. I think anything in 3 minutes, easily podiums. So if he gets sub 4, I think he's pretty much a lock for either 2nd or 3rd.
Yeah, I mean, I believe Tommy's going to be the 3rd seed. I don't remember exactly what his first solve was. I believe it was around 4 or 5 minutes, but it was still a DNF nonetheless. So Graham really just needs to get somewhere in that 3-minute range, and that'll probably be more than enough.
Graham getting through centers pretty quickly here. Looks to be on some pretty good pace here. Mason looks to be moving on to his wings at around the 6-minute mark.
Graham also moving on to his wings. Around 255, he might be doing a little bit of a different order here. I believe he leaves his corners to the end, and he might do his midges in between his wings and his corners.
Continuing very, very solid execution here for Graham.
So it looks like all of his centers are completely solved. Looks like he's around 4 wings left, maybe a few more. Moving on to corners. Looks like, 3 cycle of edges is going to stop him from that being a success.
So close, but that very frequently happens in this event, especially when you're dealing with so many cycle breaks.
Yeah.
Mason Langendorfer looking to finish up, and it looks like he's going to get the 2nd success of the round, 6:59.90 for the Ohioan.
It's around what he normally gets. He does fluctuate quite a bit, I believe, between around 6 minutes up until 8.
Yeah, 6 is usually about what he gets. He got his 6:14 at PBQ Toledo Fall. His PR from 2023, a 5:39.
Tommy's starting his memorization. Did DNF that first solve. He went pretty safe on it too. That might be a little bit of a bad omen, but Stanley also in the same boat. So both kind of need to try and get a success that's reasonable enough to get into that podium. No one else really going outside of Tommy.
Tommy Cherry, our only solver right now. As we mentioned, this is an event that does take a while to scramble, so this will frequently happen where we will get only 1 or 2 people at a time solving, especially with the timing of waiting for our other solvers.
But every solver has gone at least once. Graham, the only person who's done 2 solves. So still keeping up with pretty good and even pace.
So far, the only 2 individuals with a success on the first solve, Graham and Mason Langendorfer.
Obviously, Mason's a little bit slower than what Graham actually got, but hey, there's still a chance the success could ultimately be enough because of how this event really plays out. Blindfolded events in general tend to have a lot of surprise, like high placers. Obviously, Worlds and multi-blind has been kind of that trend where Graham hasn't won in 2025 or 2023. 2023 also had kind of a surprise finisher. I believe it was Christophe Baubert who won that one.
Yeah.
Neither of those were really the number one projected finishers, but we will see a few judges come back with some cubes, notably Stanley receiving his.
Tommy Cherry beginning execution here around the low 2-minute mark.
Karkukala also starting their memorization.
Looks like we'll be seeing a lot more of these second solve startups. Stanley Chappell, the bottom third of your screen, will be shortly starting his memorization. As he looks to get a successful solve here after DNFing his first.
All right, Tommy solve. Looks like he has a few of those. Looks like plus centers that are not solved. So it looks like this will probably be a DNF for him, unless he plans to do those at the end. But judging by the rest of the cube's state, might not work out for him. Yeah, it looks like he's already on to wings, so those plus centers look like they'll remain unsolved.
As we mentioned, Tommy Cherry still looking for his first success of the year in 5-blind.
Oh wait, no, he did look to solve them. He must have corrected something. Looks like he's moving on to wings, though.
4-minute mark for Tommy. Looks like he only has midges.
Still a few more wings.
Might have a flipped midge.
Yeah, that might be some sort of parity step. Stanley beginning his execution at 1 minute 20. Pretty decent pace. Probably hovering around what his PR mean is.
Oh, some sort of exec error there for Tommy right at the end. But did leave a few missed midges and wings.
Stanley blazing through this execution stage. Looks like he is finishing his centers right about now. Still solving a few of those last pieces.
Stanley's one of the more mentally stout cubers that I know. I'm not surprised that he's going into this second solve in the manner that he is. Just treating it like one normal solve at a time.
So looks like his midges are done, or close to it. Now he's starting on his wings. So this will be pretty low 220s, maybe low 230s. Provided he solves the cube.
Goes on his wings. All he has left.
Oh, yeah,
Parity
this looks
finishing
like
up.
it.
And Stanley will record a success, 227.63. That will likely win it.
Yeah, barring a Graham 30-second PR. But, still not out
Barring
of
a
the
world-class result from this third place on Graham. That will likely be the winning solve unless Stanley improves that on his third. Very good way to recover after that first DNF.
Yeah, he'll definitely look to go all out on this last one. He really has nothing to lose here.
Yeah, exactly.
Doesn't need a mean at this point because he DNF'd that first one. So
we'll be blaring the sirens here in Speedkeeping TV. WR Watch incoming on this third solve here for Stanley. He's happy. He seems very relieved now, and looks like he's going to try to probably go for the sub 2 now on this third one.
Going right now is going to be CubingUSA. Looks like Kevin Liu is just starting execution at 3 minutes flat. And, of course, Graham Siggins. This is going to be Graham's last solve. He currently has a 402, looking to beat that just to secure that second place finish. Starts execution now. Graham also uses a pretty unique color scheme in terms of his memorization. Most blind solvers tend to have white top, green front. I believe Graham does yellow top. Maybe it's either green or blue. I believe it's green though. But yellow top isn't like normally what people tend to use, so it shouldn't even make a difference. It's just less kind of resources or that are kind of adapted to that. But at the high level, you kind of have to make your own resources. So. Pausing quite a bit here.
Oh, yeah, I was going to mention that big pause there for Graham. But here he's likely just going to be going all out here, trying to get that second place for sure locked up.
Well, now that he's past the 2-minute 27 mark, we can pretty safely say Stanley does win this competition. Tommy would have to PR by over probably a minute and a half.
A minute and a half,
yeah.
You have to get some insane third scramble, which, based on what we're seeing, there doesn't seem to be this scramble doesn't seem to have a full center solved or anything, so.
Yeah. Graham finishing centers at around 250, working on those wings right now.
Currently, only successful solvers so far, Stanley, Graham, and Mason Langendorfer. That would be the podium, but still plenty of people here have 2 or 1 solve still remaining, so everything's still in flux here in Providence.
CubingUSA also could beat Mason's time. They look to be done with their centers at around that 6-minute mark. Shouldn't really take a minute to finish up execution from there. Graham working on his midges right now. The rest of the cube looks pretty good.
Graham looking for sub 4 here to really lock in that podium.
And he is done at 349.
Oh, just
DNF.
a few corners. Looks to have missed 2 corner twists.
Wow.
Oh. But that 402 should still probably put him around second or third.
Yeah.
So we'll see how he holds up. Andrew Tao looking to struggle a little bit here.
Oh, yeah, there's quite a few centers unsolved, both plus centers and X centers, it looks like. This probably won't be a success for him. CubingUSA looking to finish up their solve will unfortunately be too slow for or to beat Mason's time. Really haven't seen a lot of Tommy recently. Starting off with 2 DNFs, just looking for his third solve. He'll be probably the only person that can knock Graham down a spot. And even then, it might be a little bit of a stretch.
Got a little assist from chat from this one. Graham uses yellow top, orange front.
Okay, interesting.
Yes, orange front. Thanks everyone back home for that fact check.
Tommy, about 3 minutes into his solve. This will pretty much seal Graham for second place then. I don't think Tommy can do an execution this quickly. Noah Swore starting his exec at 305. Could be looking for that third place spot. A lot of pausing in his execution though. now seems to turn it on a bit more. Tommy beginning his execution at 325. Stanley receiving his cube.
Here we go, everyone. We are officially on WR Watch for the first time this weekend. It's like when you're watching Red Zone and they put up the team in the red zone before they score the touchdown. It feels like that right now. We're going to put the box on Stanley here as he does his third solve here.
Scramble also does look a little bit easier than the other two. Stanley finding his orientation pretty much immediately.
Let's see how he does here. So we see Noah Swore in the bottom half, finishing up Tommy Cherry as well.
Tommy's execution looks a little wonky. He's been turning for about a minute now. Doesn't look like that many pieces are solved. His centers still, hey, there's some progress to be made. Noah around the 430 mark. Moving on to wings and midges, it appears. Stanley memorizing like a madman.
I think he's going to one pass this here, folks. Let's see when he puts on the blindfold. If it's sub 1, that would be incredible.
Race between Tommy and Noah for that third place right now.
There he goes, 51 memo.
Oh my goodness.
He is pacing, everyone.
Noah pausing around that 455 mark. Has only about 3 pieces left, it looks like.
Here we go, Stanley Chapel.
Oh, Noah is forgetting his memorization. This is an unfortunate time.
Right now, we're all eyes on Stanley Chapel as he tries to go for a sub 2 5-blind single. Execution a little locky, little memo pause here, but just looking to try to keep the turning smooth here. As he hits the 130 mark, finishing up his centers. This will likely not be it, but it's going to be close. Trying to improve that 227.
A lot of pausiness and shakiness. He forgets his
And
memorization
it looks
after
like
corners.
he's going to forget his memo a little bit here. But he's going to try to recover himself here.
He needs some blazing fast turning if he expects to beat his PR.
Not sure if that was a success in the bottom right by Tommy Cherry. Looks like we're officially out of contention here for a world record witness here in this round. But
he can still beat his current solve, though. He still has 20 seconds to do these remaining few pieces, but looks like that quick memo is going to kind of come back to bite him, and he's just going to forget.
And he's going to abort. Tommy Cherry, unfortunately, tripling.
Okay, this is Noah's chance right here.
This is Noah's chance.
He has 40 seconds.
2 solves here.
Oh, he has 2 solves left?
He has 2 solves left.
Oh,
this
wow.
is his second.
He only has a few.
He only has
wings.
midges, but looks like might not be enough time here.
He's been stuck there for about the last minute. He's just kind of doing what he can remember. Looks like he was able to solve 1.
Stanley Chapel finishing, though, with a respectful 227, which should for sure secure another consecutive national champion.
Yeah. Okay, Noah about to set his cube down. Doesn't look close to solved, unfortunately.
He's very close, but this will not be beating Mason's. But
correct.
Just barely
off by a few wings, it looks like.
Just barely, but he still has 1 more solve left. Most of these solvers still have 1 more to go. Andrew, Carter, Kevin Liu still in 2 as well. So those 4 individuals are still in podium contention. Tommy Cherry, unfortunately, out of it, but Andrew, Carter, Kelvin, and Noah.
Yeah, Andrew and Carter appear to be going right now off screen. Carter's around the 2-minute mark on memorization.
They just need a sub 7-minute solve to potentially contend for podium here. Noah looking to reminisce on what he missed during that.
Hopefully we can get a few cameras on the remaining solvers.
Looks like we're going to be able to get one here on Andrew Tao.
Yeah.
Cube cover's a little bit in the way here, but he's still on his memorization. Oh, as he picks it back up so we can see it. Andrew Tao solving with the stream in mind. Shout out, Andrew.
Kevin Liu actually got a success of 6 minutes 43 seconds, knocking Mason out of the podium.
Yeah, it just happened off screen, but Kevin Liu, 6:43. As Carter mentioned, that will move Mason Lankenderfer off the podium, so the boundary to podium now a 6:43. It's a little bit tighter for the remaining five solvers, excuse me.
All right, Andrew's going to be starting his execution at around the 2:45 mark. All he really needs to beat so far is a 6 minute 43 second solve, which he's done, I believe, at almost every competition he's competed in recently.
Yes, that should be a very, very easy mark for Andrew Tao, the current, I believe, Mid-Atlantic champion in 5-blind.
Kevin Liu about to start his third solve, coming off a success here. Should have pretty high confidence.
Oh, apologies. That is Kevin Liu, that's the current Mid-Atlantic champion. Andrew Tao is actually did not win Mid-Atlantics for 5-blind. Apologies for that mistake. Andrew Tao, 13th at Worlds compared to his peers.
Frustrated over their memorization. They seem to be forgetting under the pressure. Okay, Noah Swore looking to start his third solve pretty soon. But Kevin and Andrew are going at the same time on that station.
Looks like we'll be able to get a camera angle of Kevin as he goes for his third solve here, as he is sitting on the outer wing of the right side of the stage here in Providence, Rhode Island.
Off screen, Noah Swore has started his memorization as well. He's around the 22nd mark. So it'll probably be a few minutes before we see him start to execute. And Noah's been notably practicing 4-blind quite a bit. I believe the other day he posted around a 90-second 4-blind mean. So hopefully some of that practice can apply to 5-blind here.
Andrew Tao looking to have a little bit of a pause here in his memo. As we mentioned, he needs a 6:43 or lower to be in podium contention, so just needs to get through this. But it's looking like he's struggling a little bit here.
Centers look certainly solved. Kind of hard to see the rest of the cube.
Actually, we have a special guest coming in, joining us here. Are we going to have a third headset or is... Okay. So we wait for this last group to finish. We'll scoot up a chair here. We're actually going to be joined here by the one and only Stanley Chappell. Coming in here. Oh, Carter, you're going to jump off, I believe. Awesome. Let's move things around here a little bit up here in the booth.
Hey everyone, how's it hanging?
Joined here with Stanley Chappell as we finish up this last few solvers of 5-blind. Currently, right now, we're watching the battle for third place right now between these 5 competitors. 6:43, the mark to beat. Graham looking like he'll solidly place second unless something significantly changes.
Certainly, yeah. All of these competitors, possibly bar Noah, have PRs that are significantly slower than 4:02. So yeah, it really is sort of a battle heating up because 6:43 is a very achievable mark for all of these guys. Andrew looks like he's on good pace if he can get the swing parity algorithm. And
just missed corners, little triple.
Get corners.
Unfortunate, but yeah, Stanley, first of all, congratulations, by the way, on
Thank you
your,
very much.
I believe now 6th consecutive national title in 5-blind, unless I'm mistaken.
I've lost track of the number of times. I just know it's 8 years.
Yeah, it's definitely been a lot. That's all I can say. Started off with that DNF on the first solve, and then the second solve, the 227 success. What was kind of going through your mind as you were going through that second solve mentally?
So nationals, I think for me, is one of the psychologically toughest comps, much more so than worlds. And the reason why is because of just how large the gap is.
Yeah.
It creates this really tough mental battle for me where I have so much room to safety that it's so hard to find the balance to figure out how much I want to actually safety and how much I need to actually go fast to make sure I don't second place and just completely blow everything up in my face from trying to over strategize. So my thinking going in here was I have about a 50-second or so lead over second on psych sheet. that's enough to guarantee me an extra pass of memo. So I went for 3-pass memo until I got a solve that I was reasonably confident would win.
Mhm.
And 227 is really, really solidly within that range.
Mhm.
So on third, I just full sent, and
Yeah.
second was also really tough mentally to do because the scramble was so easy.
Hmm.
It really does hurt to kind of safety a scramble like that.
Yeah.
But I had to kind of keep that fight up where I was telling myself that, I need to maximize my chance of winning. We can wait on world records. We'll
Yeah.
always get these again.
Yeah. Yeah. I think that's actually probably some very solid mental. I was talking about how, just based on your experience, you're probably one of the more mentally stout cubers in this competition. And I was actually trying to see if I could get in your head a little bit during that and thinking about, like, depending on how many passes you need to do and stuff. I wanted to ask specifically that third solve. After you got that 227, did you 1-pass that, or was that 2?
I was planning to 1-pass it, but the scramble was bad enough that I knew nothing was going to happen if I kept it up as a 1-pass. So
Yeah.
I dynamically pivoted,
Mhm.
which is generally speaking a bad idea. But since this solve was essentially just pure showboating, I decided that I thought a success would be better for the crowd in the moment. It didn't come out like
Yeah.
it didn't land, but it's okay. I'm doing what I can to maximize results, and that's, I think, what shows.
Would you have 1-passed that second solve if you gotten a success on 1?
A sufficiently fast one, yes.
Okay.
I mistraced X centers, or no, I mistraced plus centers 4 times on solve 1.
Oh.
That's why that memo was so slow.
Yeah, we were talking about that. We didn't know if you
yeah.
were just safetying for the low 3 to win, or
No,
whatnot.
I was just geeked for that solve. That was I was not in it.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Is Noah looking to get sufficiently closer here, but looking to pause a little bit on that wing memo there?
I'm gonna be real. I'm surprised that 1 was as fast as it was. Looks like he's got the wing parity. It looked like he only had 2 wings unsolved. Maybe not. Oh, he's parity shifting, and is that going to be a success?
I think that is okay. I think he's got
Shuts a
it.
timer?
Oh no!
No. Oh, is that a 2
just
center?
centers.
Is that a 2 center?
Cycle.
Yep.
No. So close. That would have been
it's
third
tragic.
if he had gotten that.
It's one of the
Something
most common DNFs in 5 blind, yet also somehow consistently one of the most tragic.
Kevin and Mason going here, finishing up. It's looking like Kevin will get around the same time as he did.
Yeah, Kevin already got the 3rd place, but he's going to, if that's a success, and
Yeah,
looks
he'll
like it
improve the
is,
640.
he will improve that 3rd place mark by just a little bit.
So Mason Langendorfer is now our final solver
Yeah.
for this event.
Looking at his cube, it looks like he's pretty far out from solved. I'm not sure what his where his strengths lie in terms of memo versus execution, but I think we could have a bit of a close battle on our hands depending on how his post center execution plays out.
He's gotten mid 5 before, but he hasn't gotten anything like that since 2023.
Right. Yeah, I think Mason has been a bit more inactive in big blind. I think he's been focusing more on other cubing pursuits recently.
Yeah.
So, and these sort of pauses are the kind of thing that are going to make this really, really tight.
He's got about a minute left. Kevin Liu potentially getting his first ever national podium here.
A minute is enough to solve the cube from here, but it's so hard to tell whether a competitor is actually going to capitalize on that possibility.
He looks a bit lost on this memo.
Yeah, and it looks like he either executes midges later or he has forgotten them and has chosen to go on and solve them later. Either way, that seems like a bit of a rough sign for the solve. And at this point, I think 3rd place is unfortunately a bit out of contention for him.
Yeah, I believe with that in mind, I think Kevin Liu will be getting his first ever national podium.
Looks like it, yeah.
Do you remember your first ever national podium?
I sure do. Yeah, that was actually 5 blind in 2018.
Oh, wow.
Winning it with a world record. That was my first time ever
the
podiuming
345, right?
Yes.
There you go.
we're talking about how Scramble 2 is so good. It completely pales in comparison to Nationals 2018 Solve 2. Unfortunately, Mason is going to give up this solve.
And that will finish this round here. I was actually going to mention you and Kevin were the only individuals to get a success in that second solve. Everyone
Really?
else DNF.
That's actually kind of surprising. I thought there would be a few more given.
I think Graham got pretty close. I think he DNF'd. I think it was a Mitch cycle. I'm not too sure. So
yeah, I mean, I have very limited information since I could only hear his cube noises from what he solved after. It sounded like it was a one-move mistake, but I genuinely have no idea.
Yeah, but this event can be brutal, especially with the DNFs and stuff. So I think we're gonna wrap it up here since Five Blind is finishing up here. Stanley, thank you so much. Congratulations once again on your another consecutive national title, and good luck with the rest of the competition.
Thank you so much, Zach.
All right, and we'll be right back after these brief messages for 4x4, which will be coming up right after this.
Hey, this is Phil, and I hope you're enjoying the stream. Next time you want to get anything speed cubing, come check out TheCubicle.com. We have all the new releases like these. We even have these. Also, we have these. Oh, and we work with this guy, and this guy.
Yo!
And even this guy. So yeah, if you're looking for anything speed cubing, come visit us at TheCubicle.com and enjoy the competition.
Every second, it's with you. Can you feel it? Can you beat it? Take on time with Rubik's Pulse and solve before it's lights out. Make your move.
Whether you're here to cheer on the CubingUSA All-Stars or dreaming of being one yourself, every great solve starts with great practice. At CubingGG, we help you level up your solves with expert-led courses, personalized coaching, and proven training plans, all designed by world-class speed cubers. No matter where you are in your cubing journey, CubingGG gives you the tools to take your skills to the all-star level. Check us out at CubingGG and let's get good fast.
At Lakewood ADUs, our expert contractors transform spaces into your dreams. We build home extensions, convert garages, and construct new standalone structures. Grounded in integrity and care, we partner with our community to build more than just structures, but lasting places of comfort. Scan the QR code to book a call today or visit www.lakewoodadus.com. At For the Need Foundation, we are committed to transforming young lives through the power of mentorship. Follow us at For the Need on Instagram and Facebook to stay up to date on how you can make change in your community. Together, we can prevent homelessness.
Welcome back, everyone, to Rubik's and TheCubicle CubingUSA All-Stars 2025. Manu Singhal alongside multiple-time U.S. champion Kevin Hayes. Kevin, it's been a great competition so far. We're getting started with 4x4 now.
Yeah, I'm really excited for this event. We obviously got a lot of familiar faces. I don't think it's going to be too hard for all of our top favorites to make the final, but you never quite know. You get that 10 out of 10 count, you get a couple mistakes. It's a lot tighter than it has been in previous years, but I'm looking to our top guys are going to advance. Ari, Maddie, Max, our three top favorites, but especially past Max. Like even not even Max. Like Maddie beat him at Worlds. We could definitely have a race for first, which we haven't seen for 4x4 this competition in quite many years.
Certainly, the final will be taking place later today, but this is going to be round one. This is actually group one. You can see the first 8 competitors are going to be taking a seat alongside, well, there he is, Madihiroto Inaba, the hero from Hawaii. He's going to be looking good, probably to win this group. And the top 8 overall from this group and the next group combined, so 16 total solvers, 8 of them will advance into the final round. If you don't advance to the final round, you have no chance of winning the national championship title. So definitely important for those on the bubble to get it going a little bit. And yeah, here we go, 4x4. This is, as you mentioned, Kevin, I think a really interesting event. Max and Maddie, they're really going to be at the top. Max Park and Maddie Rodonaba, that is. But a lot of other guys, I think, kind of in the mix. We're going to see Ari Randers Pearson in the next group as well. He's really, really interesting using OPA. A couple other guys of note. You'll see Max Xiao. He's seated right next to Maddie, just across the idol. Ryan Pilot, Chris Sun, Luke Garrett. It's going to be just absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, I think what's going to be interesting here is especially seeing how Ari's going to do. Probably, like, he should be pretty safely into the final, but the OPA, if the competitors get super lucky and just get no parodies, OPA does nothing. But if the competitors get unlucky and they have 5, Ari all of a sudden, that whole parody avoidance, the slight cost it takes him to plan that out really pays off dividends. And we've seen him improve a lot over the summer. He got multiple PR averages leading into Worlds. Didn't quite do probably as well as you would have liked, but really had a solid showing there still. And a 22 average PR, that's 22 slow enough to where, like, he's going to need to PR pretty significantly if he wants to have a chance to beat Max on a bad day. But 22 can definitely beat Maddie. He's very competent in 4x4, but he's still in that range where a bad parity count and all of a sudden things get really shaken up.
Yeah, who do you think the parity count is going to kind of affect the most out of this bunch, at least when we're talking about advancing into finals?
Oh, I mean, the top guys, they should be able to get 10 out of 10 and make it no problem, they should be able to get 10 out of 10 and a little bit sloppy execution and still make it no problem, but we're really going to be looking at those guys in the bubble. It's like kind of the thing that doesn't get focused on as much at like usual major championships when it's typically top 16, top 20. And so it's not quite, the top players aren't like on that line, but like it's always a thing that actually, it's like kind of a hidden thing that exists. Like those people on the bubble, especially in 4x4, like, oh, that person who slid in the 15 got like 2 out of 10, and the person who got 17th got 8 out of 10. Like the person who got 15th executed better, but like that's the name of the game. There's obviously ways to reduce that variance with OPA, and so like no one else is using OPA in this final besides Ari, so it's going to be kind of those guys in the watch. Like you either got to execute well, or you got to execute well, or you just got to hope for the luck. But you can just do both, and that's how you end up with getting a really solid times.
Indeed, makes a lot of sense. Vishwa Sankar from Georgia, he's going to start things off for us. Solving a little bit under the table will be a little bit hard to see. Actually, one of my good friends from very, very long ago in the cubing days, looks like he's actually on quite good pace here. Just wrapping up 3x3 stage now. Should be in with something like I was going to say a 25, but looks like there's a bit more cube left to be solved here. 2866 to open things up for this 4x4 round 1.
Yeah, it's not going to be in the range that we're expecting to make it. I think, like based on our psych sheet, we have PRs 24-4. Obviously, especially with 4x4 in these compares, they're going to be quite a lot. That PR is going to be something with a good count and on a good day. So we're probably more looking at like a mid 26 to make it, but 28 is not what you want to be starting out with. We're still waiting for our top seed, Maddie and Max to get his cubes. Max has definitely been someone that's been a little inconsistent recently. He's not as diehard focused on cubing as he has been in the past. Recently, he hasn't gotten a PR in this event since 2023 Washington Championship, so that's quite a long time, but he's still capable of being those mid-25 averages very consistently, so we'll kind of see how that goes.
Yep. We got a couple of state record holders going up against each other. Here's Ryan Pilot. He's the regional champion from the South, 2556 to open his account. Not too bad of a solve for him.
Max Xiao, nice start, 24-2.
Right.
The head shake because he got zero. Like the no, like that's a great time, but you got no parity and that's all bailed out. 24-2 for someone of his caliber is something that's totally fine if you get one of those parities, but with zero, it's like okay, you got some luck, but you need to execute a little better down the stretch if you want to make sure you make finals.
Two all-time greats are going to be solving at about the same time now. We got Madi Hiroto Inaba. He's starting his inspection. And then on the bottom center of your screen, Luke Garrett, one of the best all-rounders in the world. By some metrics, he is the best all-rounder. Here's Maddie now. Looks like he's pausing just a little bit through his center building. Not fantastic. Probably not what you want to see. Yeah, he's just flipping up at 14 now. Seems a little bit on the slower side, but might be looking to just kind of settle himself into the round. Turning is looking pretty okay for the most part. And now here's PLL 25-33. Definitely on the slower side for Maddie to start off.
Yeah, his turning is usually so nice. In the first half of the Ola party, really, like it's hard. It's funny to say Ola party is half and half, but that first half of the Ola party was phenomenal. And then you get the lockups. If you're not quite on, Garrett with 27.5 double parity. A little head shake there. I mean, obviously, like, parity adjusted, that's a 25-second solve, but we're not parity adjusting here. The time is the time. And he's definitely someone who can count that and make the final, but you just don't want to start now with something that you're really not. Like, if you're going to count it, you got to get some good stuff.
Yeah, so it looks like a kind of a bit of slow start for all of the competitors so far, save for Max Yao. Looks like he had a good solve. Looks like actually Paul Mavi from California also getting a 24-second solve to start off. But yeah, overall, just kind of looking a little bit slower than what we expected. Maybe it was just a bad scramble or whatnot. Competitors have a couple more solves to kind of lock in. And then don't forget, everyone, you also drop your worst solve and best solve as well. So one to give.
Yeah, Paul off to a great start. I mean, Paul is someone who's been around for quite a long time, really solid at the big cubes, kind of in that middling range, but especially 4x4, I think, is his main focus of his event. He had a disappointing round in World Semifinals where he had 3 solid solves and 2 bad ones, which is the classic devastating story where you feel just like so close, but it was still so far away. Definitely making this final is going to be big on his mind. I think it's probably like, and it's kind of an expectation probably to make the final, but I think we could see, hopefully, he's kind of looking for that great breakout performance. I know he's someone who is a very emotional solver, gets uses like term choke quite a lot, but you gotta kind of like log in for this. He's got his nice rabbit.
Yeah, he's been close so many times. I've witnessed so many of those averages. So really rooting for a guy from my state to pull through and get a good result here. Ryan Pilot looks like he is also going to start on his second solve.
Yeah, Ryan's in a good position here. Obviously, 25 to start. Ooh, Vishwa's second time just came in. His mean of his first two is 28, so it's looking pretty rough. Unlikely to final, but let's see what Ryan does.
Yeah, it looks like he's just pausing just a little bit, turning his overall looking not too bad. Doesn't look like there's, well, that's a bit of the commentator's curse, perhaps. A little bit of a lockup there. Looks like he avoided the OLL parity. Should be rounding things out now with the PLL parity 27-22, and Paul with a 27 of his own to match.
Yeah, Ryan had a pretty weird execution on that last layer. You can just see it. Like, I think this is a pretty common mistake where like you can turn one speed at home and then you get on the stage and a little bit of those nerves, and if you try and turn exactly the same speed, all of a sudden you just start locking up like crazy. And a lot of the skill is in adjusting. Like, okay, I'm on stage and like, yeah, I'd like to turn this fast, but I can't right now because if I do, it's going to cause too many mistakes, and you have to pick what actually is the most realistic way to execute well for yourself.
Of course, the pressure kind of pushed up, maybe not quite all the way to 10, maybe to 9 for the guys in the bubble, all the way up to 11, I would say. Max Yao, second solve for him, 24 to start things off. He was the second best solve on that scramble, beating out the favorite to win this group, Madi Hiroto Inaba, who's about to get his second scramble just now. See what we can learn about that scramble, maybe a little bit from Max, as he is getting to the second half of the solve. OLL parity and PLL parity. Still actually going to get a pretty decent time, 27-27.
Yeah, with a double parry, 27-2 is totally fine. 24 seconds in the first one. He's sitting at a mean of mid 25 right now. You can count that 20. If you count that 27 and the 24, you're totally good to make it to the next round. We got Maddie up, and we'll see. He's the one who's capable of so much here. This looks really shaky though. Wow.
Yeah, it looks like his turning was looking really, really good early, but very, very pausey during his edges. And, he's known for some good turning. He's going to get another 25. You can't help but think that it could have been a bit better, though. Luke Garrett, solve number 2.
Yeah, that was incredibly sloppy. Like the whole solve was just very sloppy. Similar to the first one, where I mean we're still settling into a new environment. It's a stage final, it's a stage round 1, which I don't think has ever happened. So like it's it's good to get that first round 1 where Matty knows he's gonna make it, but we'll see kind of how he adapts to the pressure. Garrett's doing well.
Yeah, Garrett's looking pretty decent. Another double parity for him, 23. That could have been a lot better. That's the fastest solve of the round so far. So he's looking pretty good.
Also, Garrett's we don't have a replay on Garrett's unfortunately, but Garrett's last layer there was really clever, but unfortunately he did mess up the execution a little bit. I think he had an OLL parity plus OLL combo that he canceled out, which was nice. But 23-2 with double parity and a little bit of lockups is great time, especially for Luke, who's not really quite in that same echelon as like the Matty, and then obviously Max, as we're going to see next group.
The round is starting to round itself out, if you'll excuse my pun a little bit. Here's Carson Wajaya, 27 for him. Looks like, a lot of competitors kind of floating around this like 27-ish range. We see Matty getting 23, a couple 24s, Garrett with a 23, but other than that, not spectacular solving so far.
Yeah, we're going to see kind of things really on this third solve. You can see people like Zeke Mackey, 35-26. So, like, we don't really know anything about what's going to happen with his average. That third solve is always the point where you're starting to count at time. Vishwasankar is the only one so far, 28.6 counting time. Definitely think that's going to be outside of the bubble, as we can see right now. Fourth place in this group, 26-0 projected. So, next group's actually projected to be a little faster because we're doing circle seating. Obviously, like we know, Max, even on his worst day, is going to make the final. So you got to kind of be aware. Like you can't look at the results in the second seed, so there's no advantage there. But like we do, and it feels very nervous. Like as people fall into place and you jump around the people who've already finished. Kind of see how people like adapt to that.
Yeah, I'm kind of glad I'm sitting in this seat and not one of those seats.
Yeah, oh no, Max Shao, 29 means he's counting at 27. All of a sudden, his average is pretty wide open. Matty Hiroto and Nava, 22-8. Finally, a solid solve. We see him settle in much better. 22-8 and the best solve of the competition thus far. Matty's looking pretty good. Counting 225. Not going to be a great average for him on this space, but anything under 30, he's probably safe to make the final.
Yeah,
okay, anything under 28, he's safe to make the final.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at Matty's kind of solve there, just kind of way lockier than at least I would have anticipated. Would have thought he would have been turning a little bit smoother. Can be a little bit harder sometimes on the larger puzzles, more layers to deal with as Vishwa gets a 28, excuse me.
Yeah, I think that's going to do it for Vishwa. His BPA is going to be low 28 now, and just the caliber of competition here, it's just not going to make it. I'm really enjoying already. Like, we're straight in having a top 8 final. Like, it's cubing is a lot of times with big finals, a lot of these top competitors, it's just not that important what happens in the semifinal, especially like 21-6 from Garrett.
Whoa.
And a head shake. Impressive solve. Definitely got no parity with the head shake there. Very impressive stuff. He's counting at 23-1. See, Vishwar is looking like he's going to be out of it. We have Zeke jumping in. Zeke's got a lot of pressure on him. He's 35-26 in a great spot. But you jump that 35 at the start, and you're like, oh my god, this is not even a mean of 4. It's a mean of, like, it's the best 3 of 4. It's the worst 3 of your next 4 are going to count if you want to make this final. So, most likely going to be a great spot, especially 4x4. Like, Zeke is fast enough to bring a double parity and count it with a couple of 26 and still make it, but you really want to save that solve you're not counting on 4x4 for, like, a poorly executed double parity solve.
Right.
We got Paul going up here. This is a big solve for Paul because 24, 27, 31. Oh man, Paul is someone who really is up and down with the nerves, and we're going to see what happens right here. Ryan solidly going to make it after that solve.
Yeah, 24-second solve. Good one for him. What can Paul do?
18, he should be totally fine. No parity. Oh, Ola parity.
There's the Ola parity. And can you avoid the Pilo parity?
Oh no.
No, unfortunate.
Still might be okay.
28.
We'll see. He's going to be on that bubble. Too. This last solve is going to be big. Paul does have that 24 on the first solve count, 24-1, and you're in business. Maddie's going to lock to his final spot here, barring a major disaster.
Yeah, Maddie with
Flip it
25, 25, 22 to start things out. He should be looking pretty good. This solve is looking quite good for him as well. Relatively smooth and
Oh,
no parity. A
nice.
17-second solve for Maddie.
Wow, crazy back half. We get a replay on that one because, wow, flip it 8. Flip it 8 is quite good for Maddie, but like as we saw, we were watching at Worlds, the really, really top guys are usually flipping at 7 on pace to 20 flat. He flipped to 8, which is a little behind that pace, and he ended with a 17. That's been some insane turning on the back end there. That's very impressive.
No parity definitely helping.
Cool.
Yeah, no parity definitely helping
17-9.
him out there too. Yeah, okay, yeah.
All
So
right,
this is
so the
actually like
first
most
half-
of his solve.
The first half of the solve, pretty normal, nothing crazy by his standards, and then what happens here? Okay, pretty normal
Good
edge
edges.
pairing, and then it's just really smooth. Nothing crazy there, just a Maddie 3R3 stage, and Zeke with a 25. Zeke is looking good, but also still nothing is safe with that 35. All right, so Maddie's obviously in. Worst possible average, 24-6. Easily in. Luke Garrett also obviously in. Worst possible is looking like it's going to be mid-low 24. We have the big range people. We have Ryan is looking pretty safe, 26-9. Worst possible. Zeke is going to be right in there. It's looking like we predicted, like mid-26 is going to be the cutoff here. And that is crazy. It's so fast with the top 8 format. Luke on solve 5 already got, or
Yeah,
oh
Luke
no,
is,
this
Luke
is
is
solve
going
4.
now. And then yeah, there's Carson who just saw 23-second solve from him, so that's gonna put him. That's actually gonna be best possible average for him, 27-22. It seems like it's gonna be right on the cutoff as Luke Garrett wraps up his solve.
Terrible execution on this end.
Pretty ugly last layer. 26
I think
for
we
him.
might be missing. Are we missing a solve from Garrett? I think that felt like his last one. All right, Vishwa's the first. Vishwa and Carson are first, and 28-2, 27-2, both looking like they probably won't make it. But Max Xiao, it's going to be close. We're looking at these worst possibles and best possibles. The range is all around that 26 range. Max Xiao, worst possible 27-0. Ryan, 26-9. Like, you don't know what's going to happen. And Paul is on a huge solve for himself right here. Ryan secures a great average, 24-1. Best possible, 25-6. Definitely going to make it. And Paul, let's see what happens.
Yeah, critical solve for Paul Mavi. Hopefully he can avoid parity. Yeah, the commentator's curse coming out there a little bit. Double parity at that too. And I think this is going to end up sinking his average, 29.59. That is going to be close to worst possible. He's going to end up with like a 28, I think.
Yeah, that's a brutal end there. Double parity on both the last 2 solves. We don't know what his count was in the first 3, but obviously, like, it's kind of like you can't think like this when you're really nervous and you're trying to make something and you're on a parity event. You're just like, oh my god, can't I just get bailed out? With Maddie on a great pace though. Another sub 20. Okay.
Yeah, it looks like lost to the parity gods a little bit. 4 out of 10 parodies for Maddie by my count, 21.04. He's going to end up with a very, very solid average. Never really in doubt. Maddie just kind of doing his 5 solves and just getting out of there. Not a bad.
I don't think 4 out of 10 is losing to the parity gods. I think you're quite happy with 4 out of 10. Max Xiao, nice. And looks like a 24.
Yep.
Nice stuff.
Yep. Max Xiao showing he still got it. That PR might be quite old, but he's looking pretty good, putting himself in a good position as this first group is going through the final solve. Zeke Mackey, a huge solve for him.
17 on the Redux. No parity, he should be safe, but no parity 22. And we love getting the 0 parity bailout.
Perfect.
Not even a bailout. Like, even with 1 parity as expected, it would have been like a hot 26 flat. He would have been in a great spot. Really pulled himself back. 35 first solve. 26, 26, 25, 24. That's great mental right there. Executed well. Knew he still had it after that first solve. Very likely to make it. We're going to see what he gets in the semifinal. Obviously, with top 8 and the circle seeded, like, how you place 4th versus 5th, 3rd versus 6th in the semifinal is huge on whether or not you're going to make it to the next round. It looks like Luke does have one more. He must have
need one more.
Must have gotten a little behind.
Yeah, so Luke is also looking pretty good. He's worst possible is going to be 25.76. That is going to put him ahead of almost everyone. That would actually put him in 4th place right now. So if he can manage to beat a 27.55, I'd back him to get something of that caliber or better. Best possible would be 28.30, so he cannot catch Maddie. but he should be looking pretty good overall. Hopefully his cube does not explode here.
Yeah, I mean, he's safe no matter what. His worst possible is 25-7. It would actually, I mean, it would jump him behind Ryan for fourth place in this group, which fourth is right on that bubble. You'd really like to be third. If you're third, 5 people can beat you. The odds of 6 people next to you are going to beat you pretty low. But 5 people beating you in a group that's seeded faster, it is not a guarantee.
Didn't look like a fantastic reduction stage for him, and a bit of a fumble there too. Unfortunately, there's a ZBLL perhaps and a PLL parity. This is worst possible average, unfortunately. So he's going to end up with 25.76 in the fourth place spot. Would be a huge drop if Luke Garrett, of all people, would be knocked out of the final. But that is going to round out the first 8 solvers, Group 1 of what's already been a crazy morning here at the U.S. National Championship.
Wow, we're looking at the live results here, and we said Zeke looked great, but Zeke got 5th in that group. Like 26-1? Very impressive comeback, but that's just like probably isn't going to be enough. Like Garrett is looking like he's going to be the bubble, but it's going to be tight. High 25 not making a final.
Yeah, that's anything can happen when you have solvers of this caliber who are all going neck to neck. No round ones to begin. Usually these guys are used to just like kind of cruising through round ones and really, really getting down to it in like the round 2s, round 3s. But we're just going to eliminate 8 of the best solvers in the country. And it's not even 10 a.m. here on the West Coast, and it's not even noon out east. So some great solving so far, but just wild.
You roll in, you come to nationals. First round, usually, it's like some garbage round. Like, I got 3 rounds of this comp. 300 people make second round. It's fine. Just warm up. No, 4x4 round 1. You get your 25-6 average. You're scared of missing the final. Like, there aren't too many competitions where this is the case. I love the drama. I love the fact that, like, each round does matter. If you want to win this competition, you do got to perform twice. We're not too worried about the superstars that are trying to get first, but, like, a third-place person, like, it's pretty tight, especially in some of these events where, like, you can't, like, people are like, oh, but, like, 8's so few. Like, what if someone that could podium doesn't make the final? And it's like, yeah, you got to do well. Like, it's not, it's like a skill issue, as the kids would say. Like, if you want to do well, if you want to win the event, you got to qualify to win the event.
Indeed, absolutely. Well, Group 1 in the books, excuse me. We're going to go to Group 2 shortly, just setting up the stage. You can see Carter Thomas right there in the center. Looks like he's about to get ready. Yep, mic is turning on. Let's pass it over to him to introduce what's going to be a fantastic Group 2.
Congratulations to all our Group 1 solvers. We're going to start Group 2 of 4x4 semifinals. Our 8th seed from Wisconsin is Brian Johnson. 7th seed from Tennessee is Dominic Radici. Our 6th seed from New York, Alexei Sinyavin. Our 5th seed from Florida, Noah Swore. Our 4th seed from North Carolina, Ashton Jampayas. Our 3rd seed from Pennsylvania, Christopher Sun. Our 2nd seed from Virginia is Ari Randers Pearson. And our 1st seed, hailing from California, is Max Park. Good luck to all competitors.
Good luck to all of the competitors indeed. This is a bit of a crazy group, Kevin. We have the former world champion, Max Park, as well as the defending national champion. We have Ari Randers Pearson, who is defending his 3rd place title from North American Championships last year. Of course, not getting onto the overall podium, thanks to Mr. Timon Kolosinski, but 3rd place nonetheless amongst the Americans. We have another OPA user, it seems, thanks to the chat for pointing this out, and Ashton Jampayas actually sitting right next to Ari, as well as just a whole host of names. Kevin, what do you think is going to be most important for the competitors going into this group number 2?
Yeah, I mean, it's nice that they can't see what already happened, I think, especially because the group number 1, I think, was pretty fast by our standards. Like 24 on the psych sheet to be top 8, and we already have 4 people under 26. If you want to be safe at this event, you absolutely have to get a sub 26 average because 6 people from this, every single person in this round is capable, or in this group is capable of getting a sub 26 average. I think Max should be in for sure. Ari should be in for sure. But beyond that, it's going to be pretty tight.
Yeah, the one I'm looking out for in particular is Christopher Sun. Keep that name in mind as we go into the 3x3 rounds later. I think he's a little underrated there. It's looking like he's consistently averages 25 to 26, but hasn't been to that many competitions in 2025. So we could see some good solving out of him. PR average of 23.13, good for top 50 in the world, number 47 to be exact.
I'm really curious, too, to see how Max is going to do with this competition. I mean, he has been on a massive heater lately, absolutely destroying the big cubes. I mean, I think everyone, I don't know, not to play psychic, but like his 7x7 world record, I was watching him solve at Worlds and over the summer, and I was like, wow, this guy's capable of so much more than 139, and he just obliterated with 136, 6x6 world record, 4x4 world record just last week, 18-second average. Tamon, he's been sitting on that 19-second PR for years, and Tamon gets to 18. He's like, oh, wait, no, I remember how to do 4x4 now. I can get an 18 too. So, like, it's great. Like, Max is not, you see it in these superstars that usually, they like get to over the hump of their career, they lose a record. It's not as common to bring it back, but Max is taking back 4x4 world record. We're gonna see him. I think it's totally capable now. Like, we can see him again, like, get another world record. I think his PRs at this point are very, very good for him, but there's always that little more chance. You just execute a little better. You get a little better cases. You never know what's going to happen. And Max has been in Nats finals for the last decade now.
Yeah, Max, kind of like the Grim Reaper from the meme, just going around all the events and just murdering them. An incredible solver. He is already in the Hall of Fame as far as I'm concerned. Here's Noah Swore. He will open things up for us in this group number 2. 27-second solve, shake of the head. And he doesn't know it, but shake of the head is absolutely right. That is not going to be good enough to advance to round 2 based on the group 1 results, that is. Again, looking
definitely
for,
not. I think the head shakes there. It's just unfortunate to get double parity on your first solve. Obviously, like, the luck comes around, it evens out, but you just, like, mentally, it's like, you just kind of get jabbed in the gut right at the start, and you're like, you just kind of want to get that free, like, oh, my first solve was a little shaky, you got bailed out. Instead, it's like, I had a good first solve, but got unlucky.
Yeah, as Ari receives his cube, couple other solvers, Alexei Sinyavin of New York, he's competing in your bottom center, and Dominic Radici, you saw him earlier compete in his cube, barely making it into the final to defend one of his national titles. He's competing in your bottom right. Max Park also has his cube, so we've got a host of great solvers. The former two just wrapping things up. Looks like with a 27 and 28 respectively. Max getting started with his solve. Let's see what he can cook up here.
Yeah, world record holder solving for the first time at this competition. Ari's on deck. We're looking for a 7-second flip at this stage for we're to be on pace to about 20 seconds. And 6. We're off to a hot start.
Yeah, good start from Max.
Is that Redux done? Okay. 12? Oh my, Max is flying.
Oh, this is a great solve for Max. 17-27, just silencing everyone right out of the gate, completely destroying all the results from the group 1. Oh man, it's just another level when Max steps up onto the stage.
All right, one solve in, best solve of the comp so far. Let's see what Ari's got. He's looking in a good spot, right? Oh, never mind. Looks like he was finishing up production, but I mean, he has no parity 50% of the time. Got that PLO parity, but 27-7.
Yeah, not a great start for Ari, unfortunately. Just kind of looked like sluggish, and looks like he was just behind his splits, essentially, all the way, as Brian Johnson gets a 28.
Oh, just terrible redux from Ari. Like, it's fine. It's one of those things where, like, you at a normal comp, he's totally fine to still get an average under 25. You can count 22 on a totally normal day. It's just, you got to remember, this. Focus on the process, do what you normally do, process-oriented. Yeah, wow, Max. One solve, one best solve of the comp, instantly.
I mean, we expected 4x4 and a lot of these big cubes to be the Max Park show. I didn't think it would start up at 8 a.m. Pacific time. Just amazing stuff from Max Park. He's just so good at every single stage of this puzzle.
Yeah, that was just so clean. I mean, there's not much. It was just straight up clean, straight through the end. Oh wow, that's actually a really
That's a
tough
really
plus two
bad
for
plus
Noah
two,
Sore.
unfortunately.
Yeah, because Noah's sitting on that 27 in the first solve, and all of a sudden he'd still be in the hunt, but counting at 27, Noah is already he's on that lower seed. That's very very rough for him. He's gonna need to count now 224s or a 23 if he wants to get that 25-second average, and that's tough.
The world finalist Ashton
with the
Jampias, 26-second solve. Again, he also uses OPA, but only been to 32 competitions. So relatively young competitor as far as speedcubing goes. Good to see him represent his state of North Carolina here at the national stage.
I think he's feeling the pressure. Like he's feeling his heart after the solve. I think his heart is racing. Like first big stage final. Like it's glad to see him. He still got a good time. Dominic 28. This is actually surprisingly, like if we're looking at the live results right now, only 3 people in the top 8 are projected to be from Group 2, which is the faster group. Maybe that first semifinal was so fast that Zeke Mackey might actually be safe because he's projected 7th right now.
Yep, a couple people moving up and down as more and more solves are getting entered in through WCA Live. You can follow along at WCA.live. Head down to CubingUSA All-Stars 2025 to follow things along. But of course, you can just watch the live stream. You have some incredible commentary. I mean, it doesn't get much better than Kevin Hayes commentating 4x4, right?
Well, I only won this event once a long, long time ago. We got Max, and we 17-2. We were on pace for obviously something amazing, but we need to see a 9-second flip.
Yeah. But this one looks like it's not quite adding up so far. Kind of looked actually uncharacteristically pausey as well. Here's Max kind of wrapping things up here. PLL parity for him, the only one, 23 flat. Still a great solve, but of course it was never really in doubt when Max was going to advance to the finals.
Yeah, I mean 23 with 1 parities, given the 9-second flip, it's kind of on pace, but I don't think we're going to see anything like Worlds, where like obviously at Worlds he started out with a 17 and then ended up off the podium behind Maddie, which was a huge surprise. But I think here the competition's a lot different. It's round 1. I know 23 obviously counting is plenty to make it. No chance he doesn't make it. So, and we're still on world record watch. We had 3. Basically, he's doing a mean of 3 right now. It's unlikely he gets better than 17-2, and if he does, then we're really cooking.
Absolutely. Here's Chris Sun now. First solve 2409. That slots him into 3rd if he can keep up that pace. Let's see what he can do here. He was 7th seeded going into this 4x4 round. So kind of like, getting close to that bubble-ish 24-second PR average. This is looking like it's going to be quite a good solve. Unfortunately, a little bit locky on that last layer, but a 21-26 regardless. That puts him in fantastic position.
Yeah, I mean, you can't get a 3-second F perm on a 21-second solve. Like, I'm still very impressed with that solve, especially just kind of how it came together. Chris's turning was very fluid, very smooth, no mistakes until right at the very end, which he probably knew he was on pace for sub 20. Like, that's kind of what you want to see in this round 1. You're on the bubble, you just got to keep it smooth, do what you normally do, and like, I don't like seeing the super fast lot of lockups. Chris was so smooth, and I think that really bodes well for this average. And yeah, he's the only 2 people in this round are doing well, and it's Max and Chris.
Yep, they're slotted up to be projected in the projected rankings as 1 and 2, respectively. You saw Alexei Sinyanin there, 28-second solve. That is his counting time so far. That's going to put him way outside of the advancing criteria, unfortunately. Brian Johnson receiving his cube. You can see Dominic Radici also wrapping up his solve, hopefully as he hits the 20-second mark.
Yeah, this group is actually really slow. Like, we're getting a lot of time. People aren't just doing first slow solves. Like, people are second and third solves are also doing poor. I think Ari must have gotten a misscramble because we're waiting on him, but this solve from Ari is going to be huge. If Ari starts doing poorly too, like, wow, he might have like 6 people from the first group make the final, which would be crazy.
All right, Max on to number 3 while we still wait for Ari's second. 17 and 23. Yeah, 17 and 23 coming into this third one. Could see some fireworks if this ends up being a particularly good solve. Looks like that was a pretty fast flip at
Yeah.
like 6-ish. So this is on some pretty decent pace. If he can continue
Another
this.
12-second redux.
Yeah, unfortunately, it looks like
Oh.
there is that OLL parity there. That's going to kind of put a damper on things. Also a bit locky, but a 20-second solve, 20.16. Fantastic stuff from Max Park.
Yeah, a little, like you mentioned, a little bit locky, which is really uncharacteristic from Max. Usually he's the one of the people who I'm like, oh, he turns so fast. Is it like, is it safe? No, Max turns fast and he earns it. Like he does very clean stuff, but little locky on the end with an easy last layer still. But 20.1 with a single parity. He's in great place. He's going to get first place in this round almost no matter what at this point. I mean, he only has to beat. I mean, Chris Sun's on great pace. For, I guess, to beat Maddie 23-0, he just needs like a 26. And also just, I mean, he's on pace for 20.1.
Oh, yeah. I mean, we could even see a sub 20 average come out from Max. Do want to call out Ashton Jampias with a 22-second solve on his second. He's moved up to fourth place in the projected. That's another good solve for him. Kind of getting over the 26 that he had on his first. So if you can capitalize on that, count a couple of 24s, 25s, he'd be looking pretty good to make it into the final. Ari Randers Pearson now, solve number 2. This is a big one for him after starting off with a 27.
Oh no, Ari, what do you, dude? 11-second flip. Oh no, he's got to really lock in here. Also off screen, unfortunately, Noah Swore we just saw miss the finals. But Ari,
oh no, and that's an Olo parody,
Olo
so
parody?
mistrace for him. It's actually still going to end up being a...
No, oh no.
Ooh, this
Let's
is
see the card.
close. What's the call?
Oh
A
no.
+2, a critical error, unfortunately, on the very last turn. That means he's going to be counting a 27. Not what you wanted to see from Ari. Oh no.
Big mistakes, 2 in a row. He got OLL parity and he +2. Like you get that OLL parity. And you, like that's just like you're letting a 2-second mistake turn into a 4-second mistake. Like perfect example. Like he gets that OLL parity. It is a flat 2 seconds. His execution is good, and then you're in your own head. Oh my god, I make this huge mistake. It's okay. Recover, and then you rush the end, and you add 2 more seconds. That's like normal solve. You're not too nervous. You make that 2-second OLL parity mistake, and you just finish it out. He's still fine. But it's dicey now.
Yeah, really need those last 3 solves to really lock in here and get something good if he is to advance and defend his national podium. Ashton Jampai is about to get started off screen. Chris Sun getting a 30-second solve. That, I mean, I really hope for him that ends up being his worst and does not count, because, I mean, he's going to end up squandering his amazing start of 24-21.
Luckily, right now, the projection to final is 26-1. And so Chris, with that counting 24-0, he's in a pretty good spot. Yeah, and obviously, he can't count that 30, but he can count 28 and still make it. Zeke is sweating right now, sitting on that bubble. Like, people are pretty underperforming in the second group.
Yeah, I was going to say, I really am glad my name is not Zeke Mackey right now. Put in his effort. All he can do is sit back and watch. Let's watch here the masterclass of Max Park on his 4th solve. Looks like this is going to be a bit of a slower flip as well. Just not quite there. 10 seconds. Can he make back even a little bit of time on this edge pairing? It looks like he did. Fully onto the 3x3 stage now. PLL parity to round things out. And a 22-second solve for Max. I think that's 3 out of 8 parodies for him. So he's feeling pretty good on that end.
Yeah. It's just slow. Like 2 of his solves are just slow. And he flipped it 9 and 10. So great first solve, solid third solve, but pretty standard round from Max. You can't just be absolutely burning on every single solve. But we'll see what kind of he does in the final later tonight. Get more woken up in the afternoon. We'll see. Hopefully, we'll see a sub 20 average from him.
Yeah, perhaps the jet lag not doing him any favors. A tough solve from Ashton there. 32. That's not gonna be great. That means he's gonna count the 26. And actually 26-23 as the counting solve, that is worse than Zeke's average right now. So that would put him outside of the top 8 to advance to round 2. Another +2 from Noah Swore, unfortunately. I think that is going to be his round as Ari gets set for a very pivotal solve number 3.
Yeah, Ari's got to lock in on this one. We have such wide ranges for the people that still remain to go in this group. Ari, Ashton, and Chris all have like such their worst possible, like is not like they're not even locked into that, but their worst possible, best possible in terms of their capabilities is like 4 seconds.
26-26 for Chris Sun. He will count that 24 and 26 counting. So far he is averaging 20 across the two counting solves. But all eyes on Ari Randers Pearson, third place amongst Americans at the North American Championship 2024. Might not even get a chance to defend that if the solve does not go his way. Looking pretty solid to start things out on centers, looking very fluid. That's an 8-second flip, much more on pace. He really needs to keep it up through his edge pairing. Kind of looked a little bit pausy, not fantastic. Also looking a little bit locky. There's OLL now going into PLL 21-28. That's exactly the type of solve he needed here. Hopefully that boosts his confidence.
Yeah, no, he needs a 21. Like I was gonna say, like he doesn't even need a 24 or 25, which are like technically what he needs. Like he needs to feel good. He absolutely has to get like a low 20 on that solve, and he did. And he's still totally fine. I mean, he's also very capable of counting that 21, and he's actually in very good shape. But you don't want to be thinking about needing one magic solve. Max is flipping at 8. Okay, so give me a pretty rounded out average from Max, middle of the table here.
Yep, no world record in chance. 1994, the best possible average, but he would need to beat a 17, and that's clearly not going to happen at this point. 22.02, so a couple middling solves from Max. Actually, by his standards, some pretty poor solves on 4 and 5. He should very comfortably, actually, yeah, he was already guaranteed to round out the first seed going into the final round. Here's Ashton Jumpias, a big solve from him as well. He's currently counting a 26, but he has a 32 trap card, but he also has a 22 single. So if he can beat 26, he'll put himself in a good spot. Very, very important solve for him.
Yeah, 9-second flip, so he's on pace for a mid 20. Totally appropriate. And then, okay, like 6 move last. Oh, what was that?
There's a PLL parity. 25 it is. That will count. Good solve
okay,
from
nice
him.
OLLCP case into pure parity. Very nice stuff. Saved it. 25-1. Ashton on pace. We have a lot of lock-in now. It is just Chris Sun, Zeke, Ashton, and Ari. 4 spots. 4 people for 3 spots. Huge solve from Chris.
Worst possible average for him would be 27.02. He has to avoid that at all costs and actually needs to do quite a bit better than that. 26 would look pretty good. 28 would put him right on the bubble. Looks like he actually recognized the ZBLL there. I think that's not really the play here as he gets a 30-second solve, 30-32. Remains to be seen what his average is, but that feels like it's not going to be enough.
No, it's very like, okay, he really needs Ari to like, he needs Ari to crash out here because actually what is going to happen is that there's going to be 7 people with good averages and the 8th person is going to be someone that like, unless Ari actually ends up with a good average, 7th place is looking like it's going to be Zeke with a 20. Zeke will either be 7th or 8th with a 26-1, most likely, assuming Ashton does medium on his last solve. And then that last 8th spot could be 26-8, a huge jump, 0.7 from 7th to 8th, right on the bubble. And like all of a sudden, Ari actually only needs like a 24 right here. I think we'll see. We'll see what happens. We're going to get the solve right here. We have Ashton and Ari finishing up. Ari must have gotten a missed scramble because he's a solve behind. And we're going to wrap it up real soon here.
Yeah, 3 massive scrambles coming in to round out this 4x4 round here at Rubik's in the Cubicle, CubingUSA All-Stars 2025. Looks like Ari ended up with like an 8 to 9 flip, a little bit behind what I wanted to see, but let's see if he can keep it up. Oh, he's looking good.
Done. He's in.
Yeah, he's got it. He's in. 20 seconds solve from Ari Randers Pearson. Absolute magic coming out in the last 2 solves. He has 1 more to go, but he's sitting pretty now. Needs to lock in and get a good solve on the last to make it into the finals.
No, you got not +2 that last solve, Ari. Like the cube's in the air and it's still finishing the turn. Like you're getting 20.2. You have a 21 already. Like, and you're on this like bubble here. Like, play it safe. You're round 1. This is all you need. Like, you cannot be like flicking that turn and throwing the cube up. Now, every 100th does not matter right now. You gotta just put the cube down, not like slowly, just like normally. Like that gave me a mini heart attack. I thought I was gonna +2 again. Would ended up being fine, but still. Great solve from Ari. Worst possible 25-5. He has locked it in.
Yeah, he's in.
Ashton's got a huge solve right here. He needs for 8th. Oh, he needs 29-26 to secure finals.
Should be doable. Should be doable. Does have a 32 sitting around. Needs to make no major errors. Pray to the parity gods, and hope that he does his count correctly. No plus twos, no major mistakes.
Chris Sun will be your 8th placed finalist if Ashton goes over 29-26.
And here's the solve now. We got an alternate angle on this for you. Flip at 9. Should be pretty good as long as he can maintain his composure throughout his edge pairing. Finishing up Redux now. Actually,
oh my god, the lockup. Okay, last layer 23 should still be fine. Oh no.
We got to see the cube. Where's the cube?
What happened?
And a 32-second solve from Ashton. Unfortunately, I think this is going to all melt down for him. 29-26 was the time that was needed. Unfortunately, I think Ashton might have put himself into the 9th place spot, just outside the top 8 that would have advanced to the finals.
What happened? He was last layer at 23. Double parity, yeah, but last layer 23, you have 6 seconds. You have like 5.5 seconds to do last layer. Double parity for a good solver takes just under 4. And like, yeah, it's a tough execution to hit 5.5 seconds last layer with double parity, but it's very doable. And like, especially with a lot of lockups beforehand, like just a missed opportunity. He knows it. The reaction says it all. I think Ari's locked up here. Really, after the rough start from Ari, kind of brought it back. And we have our finalists. Chris Sun's going to take that 8th spot, and Ari's just solving for placement right now.
Yeah, actually, Ari is locked into either the 3rd or the 4th place seed. It seems like it will either be ahead of Max Yao or just behind. Max Park is going to take the 1st place position. Madi Hirori Naba, the 2nd seed. Just the 3rd and 4th seeds to be remained. The rest are all in the books. Zeke Mackey, after we were saying would be perhaps a very nervous group for him watching this, is in at the 7th seed. Chris Sun just barely at the end there, was looking quite good, but a 30-second solve from him just gets him in ahead of Carson Wijaya. Ari now, good solve for him looking so far.
This is more appropriate. And that's what you want to see. Nice stuff from Ari. Closing it out pretty nicely. He's going to close up. He's going to get 3rd place. It ended up being a wild way to get there, but the results ended up exactly as predicted. Max, Maddie, Ari.
Look, Ari knows about like the streams and everything. He's there a little bit for the drama, just making things interesting for you all at home. Some incredible solving that we saw here, and this is just a snippet of the crazy rounds we are about to have. After this, we are going to go into a 2x2 round, and 2x2, oh man, just the chaos that can happen there. Absolutely unprecedented. Kevin, any last thoughts before we send it to an ad?
I'm just excited for finals, and we'll be back in just a couple minutes.
Hey, this is Phil, and I hope you're enjoying the stream. Next time you want to get anything speedcubing, come check out TheCubicle.com. We have all the new releases, like these. We even have these. Also, we have these. Oh, and we work with this guy, and this guy.
Yo!
And even this guy. So yeah, if you're looking for anything speedcubing, come visit us at TheCubicle.com and enjoy the competition.
Every second, it's with you. Can you feel it? Can you beat it? Take on time with Rubik's Pulse. And solve before it's lights out. Make your move.
Whether you're here to cheer on the CubingUSA All-Stars or dreaming of being one yourself, every great solve starts with great practice. At CubingGG, we help you level up your solves with expert-led courses, personalized coaching, and proven training plans, all designed by world-class speedcubers. No matter where you are in your cubing journey, CubingGG gives you the tools to take your skills to the all-star level. Check us out at CubingGG and let's get good fast.
At Lakewood ADUs, our expert contractors transform spaces into your dreams. We build home extensions, convert garages, and construct new standalone structures. Grounded in integrity and care, we partner with our community to build more than just structures, but lasting places of comfort. Scan the QR code to book a call today or visit www.lakewoodadus.com. At For the Need Foundation, we are committed to transforming young lives through the power of mentorship. Follow us at For the Need on Instagram and Facebook to stay up to date on how you can make change in your community. Together, we can prevent homelessness.
To Providence, Rhode Island, say All-Stars 2025. So we get started with the 2x2 semi-final here at the McVinney Auditorium. Just had our first group seated. We're going to be watching 8 of the 16 solvers here. We're going to be starting off with Tommy Cherry and Hassan Kanani on the wings, followed by Nicolas Sanchez and Ethan Jean. Sidney Reddy, Quinn Maloney, Luke Garrett, and Sujin Feist being featured solvers in this group.
Hello?
Hello and welcome back to Providence, Rhode Island. Apologies for the brief technical difficulty. We're starting off with our first group of 2x2 here in McVinney Auditorium. As we were, during that ad break, had our first group seated. We're going to be seeing Tommy and Hassan on the wings, followed by Nicolas Sanchez and Ethan Zhang, filling up the 6th and 5th seats. Sidharth Reddy, Quinn Maloney, Luke Garrett, and Sujin Feist taking the middle stations. Now, Phil, this is going to be a pretty exciting semifinal here. 2x2 is one of those events where any is there anything specific you're going to be looking out for during this first group of solvers?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, so 2x2 is a pretty volatile event and only 8 spots for these competitors to make the finals. So I think they're all going to be nervous. Any lockup here could cost them a finals berth. And yeah, so they'll have to remain focused.
That's exactly a key point here for sure, as Luke will get started here with his first solve. Looks like no bar to start off. So we see this first execution. He'll start off with a 107. Great way to start there. As he seems calm and
that
collected.
execution was very smooth by Luke.
Nicolas Sanchez.
Luke is known for his I was going to say Luke is known for his fast 2x2 singles, but he's good on average as well.
San Kanani starting off with a 205. He's over in the wing, the 7th seed in this group. Nicolas Sanchez putting down a 246. Sujin Feist looking to get ready for his first solve. The current 2x2
Sujin coming
world
off winning.
champion.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Solid 0.86. Great start there. Display turned off there, but solid start.
Yeah, you can't have a better start than that. Sujin's got to be very happy with that start. Especially coming off Worlds. He's going to look to prove his caliber again against some tough competition.
Very, very smooth turning there. Very, very smooth execution there for Sujin. Off stream a little bit, Siddharth Reddy did get a 110 on that Scramble Tommy Cherry with a 1.6 before getting that 2.2. As Quinn Maloney will get started here very shortly. Little lockup there on the last layer case there, but 264 for his second solve.
And that's a lockup that can cost you a final spot.
For sure, especially with this extremely tight field here in Providence, Rhode Island. Luke Garrett getting started with his second solve after recording that 107. Little bit of a hesitation there, but still puts down a 140. Looks a little bit nervous, but doesn't seem to be too dissatisfied.
Yeah, that was a good solve. Perhaps he felt he could have done better, but no disasters.
Nicolas Sanchez, I believe the 6th seed coming into this. On the bottom left of your screen, Hassan Kanani in view. Another 2 for him. Hassan, the brother of the current 2x2 national record holder, Zain Kanani.
Yeah, and we'll see Zayn in the next group. He'll be the other one to look out for. He's the main rival to Sujin.
Siddharth Reddy, the Texan, on your screen now.
Nonchalant, but a great solve.
131 for the current Texas state record holder as Sujin gets ready for his second solve. Doing his a little bit late. .193 for his second. Believe the display malfunctioned on his first solve. It looked like a 0.86 in the stream, but it actually is a 0.93. It's a little interesting.
That's a strange malfunction. I saw Sujin had 2 lockups there that he was probably very disappointed with.
Ethan Zhang, the former runner-up North American champion. Oh, bit of a rough time turning there on that second solve, but saved the +2, just a 276.
Yeah, these competitors are nervous. Any bad solve could throw you out of the final with only 8 spots available.
Exactly. Luke Garrett, the Indiana native, competing in nearly 9 events this weekend.
Yeah, Luke considered by some to be the best all-rounder in the world. 2x2 is one of his best events.
107 and 140 to start for Luke. As he takes his time inspecting. Gets a 134. Great third solve there, keeping up the momentum.
Yeah, he looked a bit shaky to start, but he pulled through. A very nice solve there.
Son with the anti-CLL there to get the 152. Taking a little knowledge from his brother there as Siddharth gets ready for his third solve. 110, 131, also on good pace here. Very nice solution there as well, 136. Looks like a lot of people are doing that sort of EG2 anti-CLL with the R2, F2, R2 finish for that third. Sujin with a 108 for the third.
Yeah, the goal here is just to make the final, so he is disappointed, but that's good for him. Perhaps he's a bit disappointed with the execution, but very nice.
Yeah, a lot of that
Looks
R2, F2, R2, B2, R2 finish for that third. Looks like some case that's being very commonly found. Very commonly shared solution on this third solve. Tommy Cherry.
Tommy
gonna be one of
hasn't
the
done
first
well
to
so
do
far.
4. Oh, looks like a miss 1 look there from Tommy. He's just going to abort and DNF the solve there. So that'll
Yeah, so
count
Tommy's
into
way out of the
55.
final. Ethan has 2 good solves and
Jean.
1 bad one, which we saw recently.
Then Jean, he's been known to clutch up in these moments, but just needs to get something okay here. 172 will work, so not bad. A little bit of a interesting timer stop there, but that'll do and get him another counting solve.
Yeah, so Luke had a very strong start. A good 4th solve here could secure him a finals berth.
Luke inspecting here. Taking his time. Found something he likes, and he'll get a 134 again, and that will for sure lock him into this final with a 136 average.
Well, we think so. You never know what could happen. There are a lot of talented competitors in the second group.
Exactly.
It's not a lot,
This is All-Stars after all.
Pretty likely, yes.
Sujin with another
That's
sub
fantastic for
1.96.
Yeah, so
Great solving.
Sujin is very upset, but I mean, he's going to be into the final.
Look at this execution here. Just incredible from start to finish.
Yeah, he's one of the best 2x2 solvers in the world. He was the world champion this year. So
Nicolas Sanchez has 2-1-1. Pacing at about mid-high 1 right now.
yeah, he needs a good solve here.
153, and that should solidify him if he gets a good fit solve into a good position. But that fit solve will be the deal breaker for him.
Yeah, so Sujin looking at a 0.99 best possible average. So let's look out for that when he gets his cube. Here's Ethan.
It's pretty... Good finish there for Ethan. Good recovery. 125 will be his 5th, and that will get him at least somewhere in the mid-1 range.
Yeah,
Especially
Ethan's
after
going to be on the border. He's going to be
great execution at
watching
125
closely for the next round.
And I think, yeah, you're right, Philip. I think he's going to be right on the border there. We'll see what happens.
Lou Garrett has had 4 great solves. Worst time of 140, best time of 107. You could get a nice average here, but his 5th solve isn't going to matter much for that.
Lucas 125 BPA, and he'll clutch that
He's gonna
up
get
right
close to
there
it.
with a 112. That's going to be
Yeah,
very
that's a
close, probably about
fantastic round.
127.
Yeah, that's a great round
great
by Luke
performance
Garrett.
by
He's
Luke.
thrilled. Yeah. Okay, so Sujin's getting his cube. We're on BPA watch for a sub 1 average. So Sujin's best solve is 0.93. His best possible average of 0.99.
Needs a 0.93 or lower to secure a sub 1 average on a big stage. And he gets very close. Another sub 1, but that
Yeah.
won't do it.
Yeah, but that's going to put him in
Wow.
the top 2 seeds, almost guaranteed.
Yeah.
That's going to be sub most people's PR. So he's going
Most
to be very
people, I would
satisfied with that
say
going into the
that's-
final.
I think that's probably below everyone but Zane on the psych sheet.
Yeah, everyone but Zane.
It's still crazy to me that Sujin can put up those incredible numbers in a round like that, especially given the pressure of the environment here in Providence. So, Philip, we finished up here. We're just waiting maybe on a few more entries here. What are some things you noticed in that first group that we should be looking out for in the second group, whether scrambles-wise or anything to watch out for?
Well, it seems like most competitors had a pretty good round. I mean, the favorites, Sujen and Luke, did well. A few people had some bad solves, but I didn't really see any tough scrambles. Sujin probably could have gotten like low 1, high 0.9 on every solve. The 1.9 he got was a bit locky. So I think we're looking forward to some fast solving in the second set.
Nicolas Sanchez finishing up there, and that will be the last solver of this first group. This next group featuring some pretty well-known names like Zane Kanani, the most notable. We're also looking out for Brian Johnson, Aiden Dincher, and Curtis Chai, who was a podium finisher at NAC 2024. So a lot of really cool names to be looking out for. There will also be other solvers like Caleb Chen, Ryan Pilot, and the current defending national champion Michael Nielsen coming in as the last seed for this final.
And that's a big story because for a while there, it looked like Michael Nielsen wasn't going to be able to defend his championship. But due to a dropout, he's in. And it'll be interesting to see how he does because until about a week ago, he didn't even know he was competing. So
yeah,
I'm guessing he practiced a lot, but it's going to be an uphill battle to defend that championship.
Definitely a lot of mental too going into it, because it's kind of like some people might have this feeling. I've had it before where I like get off the wait list last minute for a local comp, and then I'm like, oh, I didn't practice for any of this stuff. So that could kind of be what Michael could be going through. So it'll be interesting to see how he handles that in this final. But I mean, he did win NAC, so he is capable of winning and performing well in these types of environments. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, and you know, coming in last minute like that with no warning can be a good or a bad thing. It depends on the person, depends on the scenario. So it'll be interesting to see how he responds. But of course, we're looking at Zane Kanani here to see if he can make the final as we expect him to.
Yeah, it'll be the main storyline here is going to be whether Sujin or Zane will be the #1 seed going into this final. They usually interchange. First and second is usually pretty close between them. But we're going to be getting ready to call up our next group.
Semifinals. Starting with our 8th seed, hailing from Virginia, Michael Nielsen. From Oregon, our 7th seed, Ezra Severson. Our 6th seed from Texas, Ryan Pilot. Our 5th seed from Wisconsin, Brian Johnson. Our 4th seed from Georgia, Caleb Chen. The 3rd seed from New York is Aiden Dincher. Our 2nd seed from Connecticut is Curtis Chai. And our 1st seed from Virginia is Zane Kanani. Good luck to all our competitors.
All right, breaking back into this second group of this hotly contested 2x2 semifinal, including Zane Kanani and Curtis Chai as the top 2 seeds coming into this final, into this group, excuse me. Zane is one of the favorites of this competition. He's looking for his 2nd national title. He's currently WR3 for average behind Sujin and Yiheng Wang.
Yeah, and Zane has been a top 2x2 solver for as long as I can remember. I mean, he has so much major championship experience and success. But it's been a while since he won nationals 2 years ago, so he'll be hungry.
Curtis Chai, also a name to watch out for with this. He's looking for his 2nd national podium. He was 3rd at NAC 2024 in Minneapolis, which served as the U.S. National Championship that year. He's a pretty solid solver. He's able to get a lot of, pretty consistent results. I'm one of the delegates for New England, so I've seen a lot of his solving at my local competitions. So it should be interesting to see how he performs in this environment.
Yeah,
Also,
and he
Caleb
was third
Chen,
in the
another-
U.S. Yeah, Curtis. I was just going to add that Curtis Chai was third in the U.S. at NAC last year, so he had
Yes.
some success.
Yeah, and also with Ethan being second, we also had Michael Nielsen, the previous NAC 2024 winner, in what a lot of people would consider a pretty upset win. He's on the wings. He'll be attempting to make this final to have a chance to defend his national title. Our first solvers for this group will be Aiden Dincher and Curtis Chai. Aiden Dincher, the New Yorker, got a .64 single at mids earlier this summer, excuse me. Curtis inspecting and will lock up a little bit, gets a 208 on that first.
Yeah, that lockup was not welcome.
Aiden 127 to get things started. Similar pace to the other solvers from earlier in this group. Brian Johnson recorded a 113 on that first solve. Good 2x2
Michael
in his
Nielsen,
own right.
125.
Very solid start for most of everyone in this group. We saw that first scramble was still pretty solid, even though it didn't look like it on the stream. Ezra Severson, the Pacific Northwest native, 130.
Okay, we have Zane. We have Zane starting.
Inspecting on the top of your screen now. And you'll get a 109 to start things off. Pretty much matching the
Zane
pace
starts.
of Brian.
He always looks so tense when he solves. But the times are always fast.
I noticed that too. He seems to like tighten up whenever he picks it up.
Yeah, it's like he's setting up a slingshot or something. Okay, so Curtis very disappointed with that first solve. A lockup and an inefficient solution, so I'll definitely be looking to improve.
Well, I mean, he knows he
going
can
forward.
do better, so.
Absolutely. Curtis Chai, Aiden Dincher are the two best behind Zane in this group. But I mean, everyone in 2x2 is pretty close, so whoever has a good round could make the finals. Michael Nielsen, defending 2x2 national champion, started with a 125. Ryan Johnson also going. Let's watch Michael Nielsen. And Brian Johnson. Ooh.
169 isn't bad for him, but he knows he can do better.
Yeah, I think he was a bit disappointed with his execution on that one.
Fellow Virginia Michael Nielsen looking to keep up his momentum to make this final 227 for his second.
Yeah, that's a disaster. That's going to be his worst solve in an ideal scenario. So he's got to go perfect from now on.
Nearly every single other individual in that first group recorded a sub 2. So that's going to be, at minimum, what you would expect to make this final. If you get above a 2-second average,
Yeah.
you're pretty much done. I'd argue 1.6
It's
is
gonna be,
pretty much done too.
Mid 1 is going to be the cutoff. So
that'll be the time
Caleb
to watch
Chen.
for at home. 168 for Chen. Ezra gets a 117. The top of your screen.
So
Solid start for him.
Ezra
He started
quietly with a
130.
very nice start. Yeah. Ezra not one of the favorites. PR average of 134. So he's on good
Kanani
pace
with a
here to break that.
127 for that second.
Okay, so Zane not quite keeping pace with Sujin. Beating him on that solve, but Sujin was really fast.
Watch back that Ezra solve from earlier, the 117. Pretty smooth there. Curtis Chai getting ready for his, I believe, second solve here. Oh, another tight lockup, 199. That's going to count.
Yeah, so Curtis is going to need to do very well in the last 3 solves to have a chance.
Ryan Pilot, the Texas all-rounder. Square 1 world record holder, but has performed well in this event too.
And we also see Brian Johnson at the bottom right. Beautiful,
Very
136,
solid by
Brian.
Yeah.
Not great
That's
from
an interesting
Ryan,
solution by Ryan there. Do you see that Y2, Philip?
Yeah, well, that's not something you want to see in a 2x2 round. But Brian has had a very good start. 113, 169, 136. So Brian pacing to make the final here. Just needs one or two good solves.
Fully agree.
And Ezra has quietly had a very nice start with a 130 and 117. Both solves under his PR average.
As we're looking to keep that momentum going on this third solve. This is one that people are frequently getting mid to high 1 on.
Ooh.
Oh, +2 that one. But that would have been the
Yeah,
best,
he looked nervous on that start.
best solve on that screen.
But yeah. That's tough.
That is, especially when you get that type of scramble and you're on that pace. That's so far
so
as
Michael
worse,
Nielsen.
though, so
Yeah, Michael Nielsen had a bad second solve. Good first solve. So every solve needs to be good now. Oh, that's a lockup. Okay, 187. Yeah, that's not a disaster. That's okay. He can count that. But he's going to need some good ones on the last.
likely be shooting for 1-2s. Zane Kanani not shooting for that, but 108 will get the job done.
108 actually ties Sujin's time on this exact scramble. But Zane's still a bit behind because of that first solve.
Curtis with a 144 on that third.
Yeah,
That's
so
usually a bit around
144.
what he would get.
It's a good time for him, but he needs better to make the final because of those first 2 solves. Brian Johnson with a 127. I think that puts him in the final.
Yes, he's
got a
pacing
good average
for sure.
Yeah, it's going to be a mid 1 at worst. So I think finals berth likely for Brian Johnson. We have our first confirmed finalist, Sujin Feist.
Yes, congratulations to Sujin. It wasn't really a question that he was going to make this final, but a 101 is for sure to get the job done.
Oh no, so Ryan
with a
blocking up and a
288,
corner
so
twist.
he's probably going to be out of this
Okay,
one.
so Ezra coming off that +2, still pacing for PR average. Nice.
Hey, 117. He's doing really, really
okay,
well.
So if it weren't for that +2, Ezra would already have a PR average. And a good 5th solve here could put him in the final unexpectedly.
Ezra Severson, the Oregonian, doing very, very well here. Just needs to keep himself mentally stout for that 5th solve, which is a skill that is very hard to develop in cubing. Zane Kanani looking for a solid 4th solve to solidify himself.
Beautiful.
He gets a .76, the inverse of the number.
Yeah, that puts Zane in the final. Let's see what he
That will for sure put him in this final. Look at this execution, Philip. Wow.
Yeah. That's professional. Okay, we're looking at Michael Nielsen. He's had 1 bad solve, 1 good solve, and 1 mid solve. Okay, another mid solve. So
he's still keeping that mid-1 pace.
Yeah, it's going to be borderline for him. It's going to depend on how the other competitors do.
Ezra Severson's worst possible average is a 194 if he counts the 336, which will not likely make the final. So he'll likely need to get something around mid-high 1 to be able to make this final. So he's still got a lot of pressure on him.
Right now we're looking at... Yeah, Aiden has quietly had a very nice round. 127, 140, 146. 1 more good solve could put him in.
220, just not what he needed there. Curtis 124 there.
Yeah, Curtis warming up, but might be a little too late. We'll see.
Luke Garrett, our
Curtis
next
still in it.
finalist, will get in with 127, as well as Brian finishing up with a 133 average.
That's an excellent average for Brian Johnson, 133. Okay. Ryan's basically already out of it. Two twos, so...
Just going to go for the single here, I presume. See if you can find anything good on this
Yeah,
board.
let's watch Zane, who has his cube now. Okay. So Zane already in the final, but can he get the first seed?
No, 154. That'll put him second, but still very solid. Also off camera, Ezra Severson, apologies, did get the average he needed. 124 on the final to secure a 124 PR average.
Wow, beating your PR average by 1/10 of a second in this situation, very impressive.
And keep in mind, Ezra came in as the 14th seed in this round, and he's probably now going to be coming in 3rd into this final.
Yeah,
Pretty
so
incredible.
Michael Nielsen has an outside chance here to make the final with a good solve. The best possible average of 159.
Aiden Dincher will secure a BPA average of 130.
Already in, yeah. Yeah, okay. Okay, so this is going to be
close.
I think it's not enough.
138.
Yeah, I don't think it's quite enough. It's going to be just on the outside looking in, I'm afraid. Let's wait for the result.
Caleb Chen, 161. That will exactly get him 8th. I think that just barely got him into the final.
Let's see. Okay, Curtis Chai here. He's not out of it. Okay, he's out of it now. Yep.
185 plus 2. That will get him out of this final. That pretty much means Caleb Chen will be the last seed in.
Yeah, so Michael Nielsen just barely missing with a 163
and that
average.
161 was exactly what Curtis needed to make this final. Anything less, and Ethan Zhang would have been in the final. So Caleb Chen, apologies, barely getting in. Yeah, Caleb Chen just barely getting in.
Yeah. Okay, so that was a very impressive 2x2 round. We had many good solves, great averages by all the favorites. No upsets, really. Sujin first seed, Zane second seed. We did have a surprising third seed 124 performance by Ezra. Luke Garrett was good, 127. Brian Johnson, 133. Aiden Dincher, 138. Siddharth, 140. And Caleb Chen rounding out your final 8 competitors, 160 average. Yeah, so what did you think about that round?
I thought it was really, really action-packed. I mean, we had a lot of really good storylines with Ezra Severson getting that 124 PR average, going from 14th in the psych sheet all the way up to 3rd going into this final. It's going to be a bit unfortunate not seeing some people like Ethan, Michael, and Curtis not in this final, so no one on last year's national championship podium will be in this 2x2 final. So we will have a completely new national podium for this event when we have that final later. So that should be very interesting to watch for. Who will get first, second, third? That'll be determined later. But for now, we're going to be, I believe, breaking for our lunch break here in Providence, Rhode Island. During that, we'll have Manu come on and give some ad hoc interviews during that time. So feel free to stick around. I'm doing the first one? Oh, I'm doing the first one. All right, awesome. So I'll be sticking around to do the first few interviews, and we'll be right back after these brief messages from our sponsors.
Hey, this is Phil, and I hope you're enjoying the stream. Next time you want to get anything speedcubing, come check out TheCubicle.com. We have all the new releases like these. We even have these. Also, we have these. Oh, and we work with this guy, and this guy.
Yo!
And even this guy. So yeah, if you're looking for anything speedcubing, come visit us at TheCubicle.com and enjoy the competition.
Every second, it's with you. Can you feel it? Can you beat it? Take on time with Rubik's Pulse and solve before it's lights out. Make your move.
Whether you're here to cheer on the CubingUSA All-Stars or dreaming of being one yourself, every great solve starts with great practice. At CubingGG, we help you level up your solves with expert-led courses, personalized coaching, and proven training plans, all designed by world-class speedcubers. No matter where you are in your cubing journey, CubingGG gives you the tools to take your skills to the all-star level. Check us out at CubingGG and let's get good fast.
At Lakewood ADUs, our expert contractors transform spaces into your dreams. We build home extensions, convert garages, and construct new standalone structures. Grounded in integrity and care, we partner with our community to build more than just structures, but lasting places of comfort. Scan the QR code to book a call today or visit www.lakewoodadus.com. At For the Need Foundation, we are committed to transforming young lives through the power of mentorship. Follow us at For the Need on Instagram and Facebook to stay up to date on how you can make change in your community. Together, we can prevent homelessness.
Only 5 minutes. This will be the worst part of the whole comp for sure.
All right, we are back here in Providence, Rhode Island after an action-packed morning here at the McVinney Auditorium. I'm joined here by Kevin Hayes, who's one of the masterminds behind this amazing competition here this weekend. Kevin, thanks for joining us during lunch. I just wanted to ask you along with some others like Tim Reynolds and others were some of the main people behind the idea of this competition. Where did this all kind of originate?
Yeah, so let me switch into my I'm wearing a lot of hats. Let me switch into my organizer hat for a second. I got competitor hat coming up, and then I just had casting hat. But yeah, so obviously we had the Worlds bid, and we were playing Worlds this year. It went well. I'd say 2,000 person comp over the summer. Worlds this year, it's kind of one of those things where like in the past, Worlds has served as the country's nationals, and like it was fine when like it was logistical necessity and stuff, but like it doesn't really make sense. Like, okay, I'm in like Worlds finals, and I'm like, my goal is to make top 3 in World, and like that is a very different mentality and pressure environment than like trying to do well at nationals. And also sometimes, given how your event is going, it's like, oh, I just need a normal solve to make top 3 at nationals versus in this final, I need something crazy. It's just not the same thing. And like handling the World's pressure is not part of winning nationals final. Handling the nationals pressure is, that's for sure. So like it doesn't make sense to have the same event. So we had Worlds, obviously, very exciting, and then it's like, okay, what do you want to do for nationals? Are we just not going to have one this year? Which was definitely not something we wanted to do, but like we can't host. It just, first of all, logistically and also the demand wise, it's just not possible to host 2 convention style majors in 1 year. Maybe one day that'd be cool, but definitely now, it's not logistically feasible to run a 2,000 person comp in Seattle and then say like try and run another 1,600 person comp in the East Coast. They've had similar issues with like I think when Pamplona, Spain hosted Euros, like their nationals was much smaller that year, and so we thought, okay, like there's been this all-star format before. It's been really fun and exciting. Cubing's kind of in this like post-COVID. It's been in this zone of like we're getting better at stream, more production value. Like we have the logistical and organizer capabilities to run a competition. Let's do an invite style nationals. And so this was the idea that was birthed in March or April. Got approval from WCAT. Got the venue, this great venue. Oh my god! Shout out to McVinney Auditorium because phenomenal space for like perfect for exactly like, oh, we need a stage and seating and then back rooms for the side events. Like perfect. And then kind of came together, put on the shelf a little bit while we were running around doing Worlds, obviously. And then the last 4 months have been, well, the last 3 months have been a lot of planning for this. Really excited about it. I mean, like this is an event that I think we're kind of on the edge of like this making a lot of sense and being a logical thing that like obviously there's a lot of demand from the top competitors, people wanting to watch. It's kind of like I think I can see this growing. It's really exciting, and it's something that like I always wanted like cubing to be like when I was like really focusing on competing, and like it definitely didn't make sense back then, but I'm really excited, and like I feel lucky to have this opportunity to like really build an event that the current generation of like professional cubers are really going to enjoy and feel like very rewarded and feel like validated in the sense that like they put there's so much time and effort into this that like, wow, this is cool. This is something that I can be proud of doing. I can show my friends this video. Like, look at this. This is national. It's really fun. So I'm glad that we're here.
Yeah, you were talking a little bit about building cubing as kind of more of a spectator sport, spectator-friendly sport. What are kind of some of the logistics that have been going into that this weekend that are different than like a traditional comp like Worlds, for example?
Oh yeah, well, Worlds was like a combo of both, and obviously there's a bigger team and a lot of moving parts, and more resources. But like this weekend, it's nice because like at its core, we're hosting an 81 person competition with 8 salving stations, all stationary, with the most loose schedule of all time. Like, if you just wanted to say have the competition, easiest thing in the world. So like that's really nice. There's just inherently so much overhead and like work that is required when you're hosting hundreds or thousands of people at a competition. So everything here is focused on like, okay, like where the table is going to be, where the judge is going to sit, where the backdrop is going to be, how are we doing scrambling, how are we doing this, how are we doing X, Y, Z walkouts, all for the stream. And like these are things that can definitely run in conjunction with a standard convention style major, but like it's really liberating to be able to like be a little more flexible, try some new things out. Also like great place for experimentation. Oh, we tried this out at All Stars and like it worked really well. Let's try it at Worlds, or let's try it at Nationals. Like it's not, we have more flexibility, we have more time. It's like, oh, like I mean, like simple stuff. Like I mean, this is the first time we have these name tags and the timers, and they look amazing. It's
Yeah.
like, wait, how has it been like 15 years of this? So we've never thought of this before. Like this is so sick. So it's just there's a lot of small things that we're doing. It's a very similar setup to like the World's production value. We have a similar team, similar people running it, but like we're just trying some new stuff out. This entire competition, the entire format is the experiment. Is this something that people want to watch? Is it going to run smoothly? Is it exciting? Is this something that like maybe the WCA is interested in going forward? Maybe not, but it's kind of like everyone's like really excited about the concept, and we'll see how it goes.
You've been back there moving around and probably have been hearing the first bits of feedback about how competitors are solving and handling this really cool and unique environment. What are some of the things that the competitors are saying? Are they enjoying this new format?
Yeah, I think so. I haven't had a chance to talk too much. I think I'll get some more information tonight after the competition ends. Definitely, it's nice that like the green room, the backstage area stages are really nice setup. The green room's a great spot to warm up before events. So there's no issues like having to hang out there. The stage environment's cool. I think people appreciate having the walkouts even for like round ones. It just feels very like Olympics semifinal type of vibes, which is what we're going for. So I think we're definitely going to see. I think right now we're working on some couple adjustments to the stage to make the competition environment a little cleaner for the competitors and more even across the field. Working very hard to make like it's as with every competition. You work with the venue that you have, and this is an amazing venue. And so yeah, I'm really excited to make things even better, and really excited to get into those finals this afternoon because those round ones are pretty like when you have those 8 people and the 2 heats of 8 where it felt tense and like we're not even deciding podiums yet.
Yeah, and speaking of those finals, you're going to be competing a little bit in those later two with 6 and 7. Are you feeling excited or ready for those?
I'm feeling excited. I'm not feeling ready. I mean, we're at a point now where like, yeah, I'd like to do well, and I mean, I'm seated third in 7x7, but like, I mean, I'm objectively like, if I was like focused on doing well, I would not be doing all this, and like, I'm obviously sacrificing my results to organize the comp, but I feel lucky that like I can just even be in this position where I can do it all. I mean, I'm stretching myself pretty thin, but I feel very lucky that like I'm still able to compete. And like, yeah, like I always dreamed of having a comp like this, and now like it's for these super top competitors, but like I'm competing too, and like it's just kind of it's like wow, I wanted it all, and I feel like I have it, and I feel very grateful for that.
Yeah, that's really, really thoughtful and reflective there. Another question I have too is kind of more of a elephant in the room type question. You know, we have Nats, we have Nats 2026 coming up, and other things, lots of other projects in the WCA. What's kind of the future of the All Stars format if this ends up working out well?
Oh, that's a good question. And you can ask me in like 6 months, and maybe I'll have an answer. I don't know. Like, I feel like in discussions I've had with people in like just like like organizer type conversations, it's like, well, cautiously optimistic about the competition, and it's like, why get ahead of ourselves? We'll see what happens. Like, I'm excited. Like, obviously, don't worry, nationals next year not Rhode Island. We're here. In Raleigh is convention style. It is on the books. We're doing it for sure. But that's never going to change. I don't. There are definitely no plans for CubingUSA to not. The plans are for CubingUSA to host a huge convention style major every single year, and there are no plans to change that. So, additional events are definitely something I personally am excited about. Whether or not they're feasible, logistically, financially, interest wise, I think this is a good data point, and we'll just kind of see how it goes from there.
We also, this is another interesting kind of off the dome question from me, but we also have that new head-to-head format that was recently proposed by the WCA's Major Championships team and the Regulations Committee. How do you see that new format kind of fitting into these types of all-star competitions in the future?
Oh yeah. Okay. Well, first of all, this definitely just Kevin Hayes. Not. I haven't talked about this with CubingUSA too much, so these are definitely just like not representative of CubingUSA's thoughts. But like, I'm excited about it. I think there's like, I think it works in in conjunction with the fact that I feel like we have a lot of majors that are running multiple purposes. Like U.S. Nats has always kind of also been U.S. Open, and like it makes a lot of sense and it's logistically made sense. But like I think there's opportunities to have new events. We can add more. We're keeping it so much bigger. People want to travel more. People want to see their favorite players compete against each other around the world. I think there's opportunities to host more competitions, and then we can adapt and maybe try out new formats. It's a great new competitions are a great place to experiment with new formats, try out new fancier things, really focus on different aspects. Having a convention style major where it's one size fits all is amazing, and I don't think that means you can't also have events that are focused on different specific groups that like, oh, we like, for instance, like, okay, we're gonna have like a 200 person comp with a dual round and 75% advancement to round 3, like very newcomer focused events, very specific focused events where I think there's a lot of opportunity there. And I'm really excited to see head to head format, just how it's implemented. Also, people have been hating on blind, but I'm excited. I feel like a meta could develop in blind head to head that is like, I don't know what it is, that's for sure. Like, but it could be really cool. Like, I think it's gonna be. I think the odds that it's lame is very, very low. I think it's gonna be really cool, but I don't know nearly enough about blind to tell you like what the optimal strategy is gonna be for something like that.
Oh yeah, I was thinking about that too. Like it could like completely change how that event's done.
Oh,
and like
completely.
like this type of head-to-head format. Like it's not only just a new format of already existing events, it's like a completely new style. So like there's going to be so much more that's going to be at stake. And also with these types of spectator friendly competitions too, it could really set up for some interesting things like these types of semifinals and then a head-to-head final in that format could be a very interesting twist on this already engaging competition format. I think one way that we can kind of maybe close this out is to ask like, what has been the one thing that you've kind of taken away so far that's been like, this has been awesome, and like what's kind of the thing that you've taken away that's like, we're gonna look at this, maybe improve it for next year so far.
I like this comp specifically, or kind of like the summer too, or I'm gonna go with the summer too. But, like, I mean, this comp we're still very like in the thing. Like, I guess like what am I taking away for next? I don't know exactly. There's like a list of things I have written down and stuff, but like take away. Like, I mean, the whole process of like the summer and being on admin now is really like I think my biggest takeaway is like I think it adds a lot of value to the competitor experience from the community level of like this. I'm like 15. I practice cubing all year, all day, 24/7, 365. And I'm not that. It's maybe not like the coolest thing at school. When I go to these comps, I have a ton of friends that cube too, and like I go to these major championships, and they seem fun and exciting, and I'm on stage, and like that's nice. Like it seems like that's kind of it, and then it's not as. I don't think it's as motivating at the super top level. Kind of the format we've always run with a little bit, and I think I saw this a lot at Worlds where like we put a lot of effort. To be fair, shout out to the crowd. Absolutely, 95% of the work right there in the crowd, like bringing the energy. But we also put a lot of effort into like presentation value of the stage, making sure we got walkouts right, getting everyone their moment in front of the stands, and like having this event be so objectively like cool and something like I had a ton of friends. I live in the area, and I had a ton of friends come and were like, "Wow, whoa, this is like a pretty big event." And like I think it's so validating and inspiring for cubers to feel that experience, and like even just like people talk to me about making semifinals and being like, "Oh my god, I was on the stage for semifinals. I saw those seats." And I'm like, "Yeah, it's really cool, right?" Like, you're nervous, but in the good way of like, "Wow, this is like a really fun event that is legitimate and like it really legitimizes your work and your hard work." And then even if you're on stage making in the final but not winning, and like you watch at home and you're like, "Man, I want to win Worlds and get my interview. Like, I want to say how like much this means to me." And like we saw it a lot in the emotions coming from the winners and the losers. I mean, that's part of the game too. But like, it really, when I see people win and be happy, I feel great that I've done a good job to make the experience validating for that. And then also when people lose and are sad, I feel like we've still done a good job of like, it's important. Like, it's validating that like I feel like we make this very legitimate, and so if you lose in your set, that makes sense. It's like that's part of the competition. It's a learning experience, and like this does mean something. It's okay to be sad about it, and like you're gonna grow from this, and it's a great way to move forward. And so like I just think having a lot of this effort to give people like their moment, and they've worked so hard for, and to like really validate that in front of their friends and family is like my big takeaway from the last like 10 months of this year. And it's like so like not as much specific stuff because there's a million things there, but like going into like the next cycle of the next couple of years, I always think about world cycles. Like that's really what I want to focus on in organizing and just any way I'm involved in the WCA. So yeah.
Awesome. Well, that was some really amazing, insightful thoughts from Kevin Hayes, one of the masterminds behind this amazing competition here in Providence, Rhode Island. Kevin, thank you so much for helping put this together and all the work that you've been doing this weekend. And good luck for your 6 and 7 finals later this weekend.
Thank you. Thank you for being on the commentary team. And we're going to see you out there doing the walkouts here in a few minutes.
For sure. Thanks. While we wait for Phil to come in, Manu, we're going to have Phil Yu from TheCubicle sit down with Manu Singhal next, and he'll be talking about some of the things in regards to some of his work and other things too. So I'm going to go ahead and put the headset over to Phil and let you take over from here, Manu.
Sounds good. Thank you for all your hard work so far this weekend, Mr. Zachary Miller. For those who don't know, Zach is like running like a lot of different things, not just commentary. He's also down on the stage area doing some of the MC work. Also, like just running around in the back in general, making sure that the competition is running according to schedule, which it has been so far. And overall, just doing a great job otherwise. And he looks very spiffy too. Just shout out to you, Ziller. So yeah, as we continue into our lunch slot, here we have an interview. Hello, I'm Manu Singhal. It doesn't really matter who I am, but more importantly, next to me, on the other side, that is, we have the owner of the Cubicle, Phil Yu. Of course, the Cubicle is sponsoring this competition. So Phil, hello, welcome back to another Major Championship live stream. Good to have you. Just want to hear from your end. How's the comp gone so far? How's your experience been?
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun. I really haven't gone into that room too much. I keep going in for peaks because I'm working at the booth. But this is quite literally the best of the best in America. And so I think that's really exciting. And this format is also really exciting. Definitely want to ask around and see what people think about this afterwards so I can see like maybe what Luke Reiser or Luke Garrett thought about this format. But I think it's really cool, and I kind of wish I had that when I was younger and competing.
Yeah, totally. It's like something completely different. Of course, there's the first time kind of like running it like this. Of course, there's like many tweaks to be made, but so far the competitors have definitely shown up at the highest capacity. We've had a lot of like dramatic moments so far, and we're only like a quarter of the way through the entire competition. Of course, a couple finals blocks are going to come up, and yeah, it's going to be amazing stuff. Phil, the Cubicle has been partnering with CubingUSA for I think many years at this point. Kind of like, what does the Cubicle, or like, why is the Cubicle so involved in speed cubing, and kind of, I guess, like, what do you hope to get out of it to some extent?
Okay, so I mean, it's a lot of things. I think when I was cubing, I wish I had opportunity to travel and to experience new things, and that kind of part is personal. Like I want cubers to be able to do that, because I think that also shows just how excellent people can be at cubing. I think it's kind of hard to do that if you don't have the support. Then you have to work full time, and then somehow travel to Europe or Asia or all over the country. And so I think the support structure is really important so that people can do their best. And as just people watching, we can see just how good people can get at cubing. And I think that's really helped with not only the Cubicle, but other stores and other manufacturers in China sponsoring all these top level cubers. Is just just to see how far we can push cubing. But also, we've been longtime community members. Like even before doing the store or before cubing, I was part of the cubing community. And when you have a company, you do have access to some money for marketing. And when you have access to that money, that's just one way a company can help the community. So that's what the company chooses. But for us, I mean, we're also lifestyle cubers. We show up to all these events ourselves, and I'm going to keep doing this until I can't. So yeah, just a natural part of my own behavior personally too.
Yeah, totally. I mean, if anything, I think it's like awesome that the Cubicle still wants to remain involved with like these like major competitions, which have like such a huge impact, right? I mean, so many competitors show up to these majors, and like I remember the very first big competition I went to was I think Nats 2017, and I walked out of there being like, wow, this is just amazing, and like it really just inspired me to like continue cubing even at like like the extremely mediocre level that I guess I've always been. But like
No,
even
can't
just
say
like that
We're all
inspiration,
all-stars here.
but even just like that inspiration driving the community, I think it's something that we're very thankful for. So thanks to many years of partnership that the Cubicle has put up with in our community. We're certainly very grateful for it. I guess like as the weekend kind of goes on, one of the things is I feel like there are some parallels to kind of be drawn with Cubing Clash, which happened earlier this year, Timon versus Young.
Yep.
Do you want to talk a little bit about like kind of similarities, differences between that, and like I guess your experience like putting on that event as well?
Right. So I think the point of this event is kind of twofold. It's to determine who the national champion is, and also it's kind of optimized for spectator enjoyment. Cubing Clash was kind of it was a show, and it was also good practice for the guys. Like we never had a long head-to-head between Timon and Yihang, and I think both guys were really excited to just see what would happen. And I know like Timon really gets excited by competition and just as he says, like clutching it out. So um, yeah, I think there are definitely similarities with the sort of like focus on excellence, but yeah, also with just how people enjoy cubing. We want to learn how people enjoy cubing. I think we'll learn a lot more when we watch how people react, maybe in some final rounds. Definitely want to see some clapping, want to see some cheering, and yeah, it's all a learning experience. Like every time we make an event live for people's enjoyment, we learn what people want to do and what people want to enjoy, and then we'll use that information to make future events better. And so, whatever we do next, it's going to be informed by, Monkey League, ESL, WCA competitions, All Stars, Cubing Clash. It's just knowledge that's being done over and over again. So we'll all be better.
Yeah, totally. And one of the things I guess, like, the follow up onto this is in the last like year, maybe year and a half or so, we've seen kind of cubing evolve significantly as a spectator sport. I mean, going back to Nats 2017, you can go and watch that live stream. I think some clips are around somewhere, and it looks like a completely different sport. Over the last year, there's been a lot of efforts. NA All Stars last year, of course, NAC last year, the World Championship this year, Cubing Clash, as I mentioned. Yeah, we have PSL. We have loads of like these spectator tournaments. How do you kind of see that evolving into the future using all the experience that you have of like 2 decades in speed cubing at this point? Something close to that?
Yeah, I'm old. Thank you. So I think it's gonna be really cool to see other countries get involved. I want to see something like this for China, or Poland, or Australia, or some really strong regions where you can really see something competitive and awesome. And then maybe also this format used for something else that you can have an international cast of players. I think maybe Monkey League's heading that direction, but yeah, just anything that makes the scene more global. Because I think in 2017 I was at that competition too. Back in the day, it was cool when you saw like an international competitor come. Like I remember there was one comp we had in Ohio. It was the Nationals. Yu Nakajima went there, and everyone was freaking out and wanting to talk to him. He didn't speak much English, so it didn't really work. But everyone wanted to just be near him and say hi and just learn what cubing was like, where he was. And now it's so common to see internationals come over to all our big competitions, and I think it's definitely being more global, and I think that might be one of the next steps.
Yeah, totally. I'm also going to kind of segue off that a little bit. I'm part of the Major Championships team. One of the things that we worked on this year was the proposal, at least for the new head-to-head format. So kind of want to hear from your take, what you think about the new head-to-head format, and like kind of where you think it should take cubing. And honestly, if you have criticisms, I'm all ears.
I love it. I think it's great, not only for competition but for entertainment. Like you can do like USA All Stars or for important competitions. It really creates the narrative, right? The head-to-head creates the narrative that people want to see, and then they're like, "Oh, is my favorite cuber going to win, or are they going to be upset?" But you can also do it for a lot of other things, like for entertainment. Like, who wants to see Soup Timmy versus Cubehead?
Yeah.
Or anybody, like any sort of like different people in the industry that are important, that have personalities. You want to see that, and I think it's great for cubing. Extra options. Criticisms. I think we might learn certain shortcomings or limitations about the format as we do it, but I think it's a learning experience. I think every opportunity we get to give cubing to people in a different format is positive. We just have to be smart.
Yeah. Awesome. Yeah, I'm glad to hear it. Glad to hear it. I want to shift the topic a little bit to coaching, right? Because of course, Cubicle also supports CubingGG. We have a couple coaches that are going to be popping up. I think we saw Parker Traeger earlier. We're going to see Luke Greiser later in the stream. Yep. Coaching is like kind of evolved quite a bit. Of course, China, well known for all the coaches they have. Now we kind of have like this coaching program in the West. Do you want to talk about CubingGG a little bit and how the West is trying to catch up to China, perhaps?
Yeah, so we have it's really interesting. So I grew up, so I'm Chinese American, right? So I grew up fairly Chinese in the sense, so I played the violin. My teacher yelled at me in my face nonstop,
Oh
and
my.
that is the Chinese way, you know. And I'm sure people like Asian Americans, have that experience with teachers or parents with really high expectations. So what I'm getting at is there are a lot of different ways for people to pursue excellence. Some people think that you have to live a hard life in order to be good at what you do. Some people think that through creativity and passion you can really become excellent. And so we're trying to find our own way, which is we have a variety of coaches at Cubing GG, and each has their own philosophy with teaching, and we're just exploring how it works and see what kind of learning styles are compatible with what kind of teaching philosophies. Definitely, China prioritizes certain things when they teach. Chinese cubers are excellent, but we're just trying to see what else is out there. What can we do to, raise cubers in our native environment, given our native culture? So that's always really interesting. The coaches that we have are not only good cubers, but they're just really smart human beings. So I think it's not really acceptable for a coach to be like, "Hey, let me just take your money and I'll tell you about F2L." Right? It has to be deeper and more
Mm.
sophisticated, and so we put a lot of thought into how do we think about problems from the learner's perspective. How can we solve their problems long term in like a short conversation? So a lot of thought goes down there, but it's always it's always a learning journey because people's learning styles are different, and there's so many ways people could take information, and clearly people are doing it differently in Europe and Asia. So always need to learn. Yeah, even the coaches are learning, I guess.
Yeah, of course, it's kind of a bit of a wild west as far as coaching is concerned because I feel like for many, many years, like decades, like we had like no coaching. It was like, oh, you can find all of it on YouTube, which is great, right? Like, of course, you can find it on YouTube. It's
Yeah.
like free and everything like that. But then when you really get to the top level, there's a lot of like small things it comes down to. It feels like where it's just like like you're
Oh
doing this
yeah.
one thing badly that like of course you're not going to find a YouTube video on because you're the only person in the world who is doing like this one thing and like has like these particular patterns or whatever. So
Yeah.
I'm very
I
excited
have a
to see it.
Yeah, I have an example of this. So I took sessions from Dylan Miller and Luke Reiser.
Mm.
And so like when I was cubing with Luke Reiser, I was doing a pair, and I did one pair and had three more pairs, and I did it and I told him like this is what I would do, and then he opened up this software and was like, here are 7 other ways you could have done it.
Wow.
I'm like, well, shoot, okay, thanks. you know, and then we went through all of them, and then I asked him like, so what causes you to notice, your top two out of the 7, and like why is it better, and what physical cues on the puzzle do you see in order for you to prioritize that? Because if you're thinking about like 6 or 7 different things, how do you know which two are better, right? You can't consider all of them that quickly, right? And with Dylan Miller, I was regripping, and he was like, okay, just like have the home grip, and then here's how to adjust your hand. Like literally, he was telling me how to move my hand so that I
Mm.
don't regrip. All of these details, maybe you can find like 10% of it on YouTube, but they're from decades of experience and messing up and having success. That one solve where you just never regrip, and then you learn, oh, this is what caused me to never regrip, and that's what I'm going to tell people I help. So the amount of detail was actually really crazy, and that's quality coaching.
Yeah, totally. I mean, some great coaches you named right there, and then several others on QBGG across all events too. Like, I mean, Levi has like an FMC course now too, right? Like,
Yes,
imagine
that
in
was
the past,
incredible.
like imagine getting FMC coaching, but like now we have like
Yeah.
like world record holder is literally showing you
Mhm.
like how to do FMC. It's very exciting stuff. So yeah, so check out cubing.gg, everyone, if you're interested. Phil, to kind of wrap up, bit of a hot question: who do you think is going to be on the nationals podium? Any picks?
Nationals podium. Okay, so Max is really consistent. Like I've been looking at everyone's results. Like he just bangs out 5 averages. So I think he's relatively safe to be on the podium. Um, I think Maddie is also like his ceiling is really high, and I think he's going to be on there. That's what the stats tell me. And then the third spot I think is a little bit tricky because everyone says Luke Garrett because he's got a good official, but he does a lot of events, and we'll just have to see how tired he is at the end of the competition to see if he can pop off on 3x3. And then you have like Dylan, Luke Reiser, so many other people competing that yeah, it's for that third spot. It's hard to say. It's really hard to say.
Yeah, you basically summarized my thought process almost entirely. So it's gonna be
I've been thinking about that all month. Yeah.
Yeah, it's going to be super, super, super exciting. Of course, 3x3 finals is going to be tomorrow. We're going to start with the 3x3 round 1 today. I mean, it's just going to be crazy. 32 competitors come in. These are the 32 best in the country. And then half of them gone, dusted, your nationals is over. Which is
That's
just
scary to be like
it's brutal.
The best and to be cut. That sucks.
Yeah.
But tomorrow's going to be crazy. Today, I think people are going to feel the pressure, even though it's round 1, because they can be cut. And competing on that stage with all the cameras and knowing that you don't have to beat up on people who average 20 or 50. Your competition is good. That feeling is unique. Yeah.
Yeah, it's shaping up to be an incredible national championship this year. Phil, thanks for all the work from the Cubicle to make all this happen, make various competitions happen around the country and elsewhere. And yeah, just want to thank you for hopping on to the interview and hope you enjoy the rest of this Nationals 2025.
Yeah, thanks so much. Thanks for the interview. Let's get some lunch.
Yeah, well-deserved lunch.
Yeah.
And then on our end, we're going to quickly transition over to another interview. I believe we're about to get Paul Mavi, so stay tuned, everyone.
Testing.
All right. Welcome back, everyone, to another lunchtime interview. Of course, we have 6x6 final coming after this, but definitely want to talk to competitor from my region, Paul Mavi. Paul, how is it going? How's your competition experience been so far at this Nationals?
So, the only thing I've competed in so far is 4x4. So, I would say it's an interesting experience because this competition, you only have like the best of the best. Rather, other competitions might have some average competitors that you might see at a lot of locals. So it's definitely a different experience of a competition, and it feels more like, I guess, a championship because it's highly selective, much like how the Olympics would be.
Yeah. I mean, you were talking about 4x4 earlier. Like 16 of the best solvers in the entire country came in. Everyone got sub 30 average, but then only 8 people remain, which is kind of crazy, right? Like typically in your locals, you're just kind of used to just going on to the next round. Did you feel like an extra like pressure, like while you were like up on the stage because of it?
I didn't really feel any extra pressure. I just wanted to kind of get something solid for myself. And of course, my goal was to make the finals, but that unfortunately did not happen for 4x4. But I still have 2 more events where I can hopefully try to make the second round in at least one. So we'll just have to see.
Yeah, indeed. 3x3 and 5x5 coming up. I guess what kind of like preparation did you do coming into Nats? Did that kind of work for you? And like, what are you going to change, I guess, going throughout at least another like 24 hours. So
yeah, so usually for competitions, well, really any competition, not just this one, I like to do a comp sim like leading up, like the week leading up to it, maybe doing like one a day where I kind of like do a comp sim of the events that I'm going to do, like average of 5 and such, and just to kind of simulate it in a way, the pressure as best as possible. And then, just see if I can get something good, or I guess something that would be within my goals for that competition.
Yeah, sounds good. I mean, makes a lot of sense. I think I remember Felix talking about like doing comp sim, and he would do it really seriously. Like he would set like a schedule, and then like he would say like 5 p.m. or whatever. This is 3x3 finals, and this is like the 5 solves I get. So he would be like thinking about it all day. Certainly very intense stuff. I want to ask you also, like, what do you think about this format? I mean, throughout the other interviews, we've talked about how like the spectator aspect of speed cubing is growing, and with that, we have like a kind of a new qualification system. So, yeah, give us your thoughts.
Yeah, so this competition, in terms of spectating, I think it's quite interesting because you don't have to I guess, search around the room for anybody fast that you want to like try to film. Like, if you want to see like Max Park compete or something and try to film him, for example, you don't have to figure out which stage he's on and such. And obviously, people like at that level would probably be on one of the middle ones that has the overhead camera. But even if it's not someone like that, if you just want to see somebody else who's also pretty fast, it might be hard to catch them in a way, but not here.
Yeah, totally. You want to talk a little bit about like the qualification system and like just your general thoughts about how it worked?
Yeah, so the qualification system I thought was pretty good, because obviously for a competition of this competitive and such, you want to have some kind of qualification for it and such. And as for like the specifics for the qualification, like top 32, top 16 and such, I think it was about right. Although I would have probably added maybe a second round of 6 or 7, or if not that, maybe do top 16 to kind of keep it consistent with a lot of the others. But I can totally understand why they would only do 8, just because those do take longer. But the other side of it is, well, anybody who is going to be competing is going to be on the faster end. It wouldn't be like at a local comp where you might have some people taking like up to 10 minutes for a single attempt.
That was me at my very first competition. I think 7x7 I D'd up because I went way over the time limit. No, yeah, you're absolutely right.
Yeah,
The caliber of
yeah, I did
solver
the same
is very
thing.
different.
Yeah, I did the same thing when I first competed in 7x7 like 12 years ago. I don't remember what my time was, but either way, it was definitely over the cutoff.
Yeah, I mean, look, we all got to start somewhere, right? It's just like at the national level, it's a little bit different. Where, of course, like you're gonna put on like a whole live stream event, you're gonna have like spectator tickets and stuff, so it makes sense that it's the best of the best. How have I guess like kind of like the vibes or the atmosphere been different from your local competition in terms of like interacting with other competitors?
Yeah, so honestly, the competition here seems like it's sort of on the scale of a local competition, because maybe that's just because there's only 80 of us competitors, and a lot of local competitions might even get double that. So it doesn't feel like there are like as many people as we saw at like Worlds, for example, or even other large competitions like that. So yeah, it definitely feels a little bit different. I guess the difference is at a local competition, you have a lot of newer competitors who are maybe less experienced and don't solve as fast and are more of just there to hang out and I guess meet people and such. But in this case, it's like everybody is fast, so it's like a different set of people, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Okay, I want to ask a little bit about, I guess, like your personal solving and stuff. Paul, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, I think you hold the record amongst Americans who have competed in like the number of different countries, which is like 15 or something. Is that right?
Yes. I'm actually tied with Patrick Ponce at most countries competed in for an American at 15 countries at the moment. So that's how it is at the moment, obviously.
Yeah, that's very exciting. I guess like what kind of motivates you to travel around the world to compete?
Um, well, I do like traveling in general, and I also just like visiting new places. And there's a lot of like I guess countries on my bucket list that I want to visit, not necessarily to compete in, but I just want to visit new places and kind of experience different cultures in a way. And obviously, I would like to get in at least one competition there to kind of scratch it off my bucket list because with these competitions, it just feels kind of the same and different at the same time, all around the world, because obviously you're coming together for the same thing and the regulations are all the same, but it's just the way they actually carry it out, depending on where you are in the world, might look a little bit different.
What would you say is like your favorite place that you've competed in? That's not in the US.
Hmm. Yeah, that is a very difficult question. I think one place I was really grateful to go to was going to Greece last year. It was actually about a year,
Hmm.
11 months ago as of today.
Wow, yeah, very, very
Um,
exciting.
yeah, because
I
I've always wanted to visit Greece and such, because I know like their history is quite interesting and such. And I even remember studying ancient Greece in middle school, and sometimes it's just kind of cool to go to these places that we were forced to like study about in school and such. So that was one of them.
Right, yeah, like these places are like they're real, right? They don't just like live in like the textbooks or whatever. Yeah, very, very
Yeah,
exciting
it's
to
just a lot
see.
different than like just reading it in a classroom.
Oh yeah, totally. Yeah, you're out there like actually experiencing it. Absolutely. Bringing it back to cubing just a little bit. You have like a pretty old ID, 2012, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yes.
So
Yes, that is correct.
you've seen cubing grow throughout like a decade plus. What do you think is like, I guess like the biggest way that cubing has changed? Like, and what are some like things that you kind of like about cubing now that maybe weren't present in the past?
Hmm. So I think one thing that I've noticed is cubing is a lot bigger now than it was when I started, obviously.
Mhm.
I believe it's like 6 times as big as it was when I started, something like that, which is, I think, pretty cool and such that it's grown like that. And I feel like also just, even like outside of cubing, people seem to understand it a bit more, and it's just become more like well known in a way. Because when I started, just being able to solve a cube, even if it was really slow, was considered impressive in and of itself. Like nowadays, a lot of people are still impressed if you can like solve it, but I just feel like a lot more people like are able to solve it because they kind of understand it more, but not necessarily, at the speed of like the top speed cubers, obviously.
Yeah, definitely. It's not uncommon to get stopped by someone to be like, "Oh yeah, I used to know how to do that at some point or another." I guess kind of looking into the
Yeah.
future, something I guess I've been asking a couple people as well. The WC has a new head-to-head format, so I'm curious if you have any thoughts on that as competitor. I mean, obviously a pretty good competitor, making it to the national championship for 3x3 as well.
Yep. Yeah, so you're asking about the head-to-head format?
Yeah. Just what do you think? What are your thoughts?
Um, yeah, so in terms of like doing head to head, like say for finals and such, I kind of have some mixed feelings about it because I do think it is a very spectator friendly thing, and it also is kind of interesting on the spectators' end, but on the competitors' end, it might be a little bit different because in that case, you're kind of feeling all the pressure of the entire room to like perform well, and that of course can affect your performance and such because I feel like if like say 3x3 finals was done where you have like all 8 people going at once, people would probably perform better because they wouldn't feel as much pressure if it's all on
Hmm.
them at a single moment and such. Because I actually, believe it or not, get more nervous for solving for a large crowd of people unofficially than I do just like solving in a competition, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, totally. I mean, it's as you mentioned, it's like all eyes on you. So yeah, I'm excited to see, I guess, like where the format goes, and of course, interested to hear feedback from competitors like yourself. When you are in like those like high pressure situations, such as earlier today, what are some kind of things that you do to like calm yourself down? And what's kind of advice that you'd give to maybe some of the younger competitors who see like people like you competing at the national stage? What's like advice you would give to handle some of the pressure?
Yeah, so that's kind of a difficult question to answer because everybody is a little bit different with how they might respond to different situations. But personally, what I try to do is I try to not like I guess set any goals that might be a little bit too difficult to reach or something. Or if I have like a goal in mind, I kind of try to tell myself that I'm probably not going to get it, right now, but it'll happen eventually. Just probably not today, if that makes sense. Because if you get yourself hyped up, like you're going to get this like really good goal, like let's say I were to tell myself I'm going to get sub 6 in this competition,
Mhm.
that could like make me really nervous and such, like hype me up like that. And obviously that's probably a little bit extreme for me at that level because I haven't even done that at home yet. But just kind of something like that is to try to tell yourself just try to get solid times, not necessarily PRs, but just solid times, and that's just kind of one way I would do it leading up to the competition. And then as for the competition itself, I would recommend trying to control your breathing as best you can. Maybe try walking around a little bit beforehand if you're able to, and of course, use hand warmers, keep your hands warm. But speaking of that, you should also try to keep the rest of your body warm as well, because if the rest of your body is cold, your hands are naturally going to want to stay cold because of how thermodynamics works. And if the rest of your body is warm, it's a lot easier to keep your hands warm and such. And the hand warmers, obviously are a big thing to help with that. But you still got to keep the rest of your body warm, especially if it's really cold in the venue.
Yeah, I mean, you're right about the hand warmers. I have like a hand warmer here with me that I've been like kind of using all day, and it's kind of helped me kind of like get in the zone even for commentary. So I think those are some fantastic tips. I guess, what are your kind of goals, expectations going into the rest of this competition? You mentioned 3x3, 5x5 still left on the cards for you.
Yeah, so my goal for going into this competition in general was to make the second round for at least one event, so 3, 4, or 5. So I think the more likely one is probably 5x5, and if I were to get any PRs, it would most likely be 5x5 average, which would be nice, but that's not exactly the goal. Just trying to make the second round. So it might end up being that to make the second round, I have to get a PR average and such. So I'm just gonna try to get a good average for myself, and hopefully it's enough to make finals. But we're just gonna have to see.
Any goals for 3x3?
Again, kind of make the second round. I guess another thing is my 3x3 range that I think a lot of people have heard about, where I have a lot of consecutive times. It'd be nice to add a couple of those in there. The ones I need, if I'm correct, are 7.15, 6.69, 6.56, I think, 6.40, 6.4 something, and then one of the big ones I still need is 6.25.
Ah, yeah, of course. I'm hoping that you get definitely the 625 and better, for that matter.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. Because I've gotten very close, obviously, and I have like all the times from like 6.21 all the way up to 6.45, something like that, except for 6.25, which is kind of annoying. And I've gotten 6.24 3 times in competition already.
Yeah, so it's due to happen at some point. Hey, if we catch that on the live stream, that will be fantastic. Of course, 625, legendary PR.
Yep, and then I guess on
initial
the
win.
other end, the time I'd need on the other end is 10.30, but obviously that's a very bad time for me, and obviously I would not get a time like that on purpose, but if the time has to be over 10 seconds, then I would want it to be 10:30, and I believe the next one after that is 10:38, and then 10:41, something like that, but yeah, I'd rather get it on the lower end just because it looks better. And of course, they could happen because of +2s, but so far my range, all the times are not from +2s, which it would technically count if one of them was from a +2. It just wouldn't look good.
Yeah, let's save those like 10 plus. Anything worse than like a 7 or 8, let's save those for the locals. That it still counts all the same. At the biggest stage, I'm hoping that you pull off a bunch of 6s or better. Let's see. I kind of want to wrap up the interview. Let's discuss, I guess, perhaps the most interesting question of all. Who do you have on your nationals podium for 3x3, Paul?
Honestly, I'm thinking it's going to be Max Park, Maddie, and Luke Garrett in some random order. I believe those are the top 3 on the psych sheet, and I know that they can perform at under pressure and such, and I've seen them perform very well under pressure. So I wouldn't be surprised if those 3 were on the podium. But as for like the averages themselves, my guess is it's going to take like a low 5 average to win, and then for the podium, probably a mid to low 5, something like that. But of course, if the scrambles are very difficult, it could go the other way where it might be high 5s, or if they're really easy ones, of course, it could be like possibly sub 5 and such.
Yeah, it's all in the heart of the scrambles. Who knows what's going to happen? We will see those scrambles get revealed tomorrow, but of course, 3x3 round 1 will be later today after a pretty big finals block we have, and then we mentioned 5x5 also. That round 1 for that is going to be tomorrow, I believe. Well, with that, I think we're going to wrap up this interview. Paul, thanks so much for coming on, and congrats on being a U.S. All-Star representing California. Yeah, let's go.
Thank you for having me here.
Yeah, no problem. Folks, we're going to cut to a quick section of ads, and then we'll be back with a 6x6 final to bring in this first finals block of this Saturday here at the U.S. National Championship. Stay tuned.
Hey, this is Phil, and I hope you're enjoying the stream. Next time you want to get anything speedcubing, come check out TheCubicle.com. We have all the new releases like these. We even have these. Also, we have these. Oh, and we work with this guy, and this guy.
Yo!
And even this guy. So yeah, if you're looking for anything speedcubing, come visit us at TheCubicle.com and enjoy the competition.
Every second, it's with you. Can you feel it? Can you beat it? Take on time with Rubik's Pulse and solve before it's lights out. Make your move.
Whether you're here to cheer on the CubingUSA All-Stars or dreaming of being one yourself, every great solve starts with great practice. At CubingGG, we help you level up your solves with expert-led courses, personalized coaching, and proven training plans, all designed by world-class speedcubers. No matter where you are in your cubing journey, CubingGG gives you the tools to take your skills to the all-star level. Check us out at CubingGG and let's get good fast.
At Lakewood ADUs, our expert contractors transform spaces into your dreams. We build home extensions, convert garages, and construct new standalone structures. Grounded in integrity and care, we partner with our community to build more than just structures, but lasting places of comfort. Scan the QR code to book a call today or visit www.lakewoodadus.com. At For the Need Foundation, we are committed to transforming young lives through the power of mentorship. Follow us at For the Need on Instagram and Facebook to stay up to date on how you can make change in your community. Together, we can prevent homelessness.
It's time for the 6x6 U.S. National Championship. From Dan Cohen winning the first title with a 2-minute 32-second world record mean back in 2009, to Kevin Hayes winning 6 years in a row, Max Park stands as the heavy favorite, with more than 20 world records in every national title since 2017. He dominates this event like no one else. But perfection isn't guaranteed. We've seen cracks before, including a stumble at Worlds where he finished outside of the top 5. If anyone can capitalize, it's Jack Pfeiffer, the next fastest contender, though still searching for consistency on the big stage. Matti Hiroto Inaba and Kevin Hayes round out the main chase group, both veterans with the experience to podium if things break their way. And don't overlook Vishwa Sankar, who's quietly putting together his strongest season yet. The question now, can anyone stop Max Park? This is 6x6.
We are now ready to begin the 6x6 final of CubingUSA All-Stars 2025. Here are your top 8 contestants in 6x6.
Oh, when it's a preview or an output?
Your 8th seed is the current Rocky Mountain champion in 6x6. From Colorado, Jacob Noakes. Your 7th seed is a current state record holder in 6x6. From Indiana, Luke Garrett. Your 6th seed is the current Northwest champion in 6x6. From Washington, Max Shao. Your 5th seed is the current Southeast champion in 6x6. From Georgia, Vishwa Sankar. Your 4th seed is a 24-time national record holder and 15-time world record holder. He is a 3-time world champion in 2013, 2015, and 2017, and was a former national champion in 2010, 2012, 2013, 2014, 2015, 2016, and 2017. From Washington, Kevin Hayes. Your 3rd seed is the current runner-up national champion in 6x6. From Hawaii, Madi Hiroto Inaba. Your 2nd seed is a current state record holder in 6x6. From Ohio, Jack Pfeiffer. Your 1st seed is a 26-time national record holder and 23-time world record holder, including the current 6x6 single and average. He is the Western champion in 6x6 and is a 2-time world champion in 6x6 in 2019 and 2025. He also is the 2018, 2019, 2023, and 2024 national champion and the current defending national champion in 6x6. From California, Max Park. Good luck to all of our 6x6 finalists.
Welcome back, everyone, to Rubik's and the Cubicle CubingUSA All-Stars 2025. We're getting started with our first of 4 finals back-to-back-to-back with 6x6. Thank you, Zachary Miller, for the introductions of the top 8 competitors. 8 of the best in the entire country qualified. They're sitting in these seats right now. Manu Singhal, joined by former world record holder and a U.S. All-Star himself in 5x5 and 7x7, Carter Thomas. Carter, it's good to be in the booth with you, my friend.
Yeah, it's honestly been quite a fun experience so far with all the semifinals and finals earlier today. But 6x6 is for sure the event I am most excited to watch. As a big cube man myself, I kind of have the most knowledge with it. And I was only a few spots off of making this psych sheet, so I'm pretty excited to see what this final has to offer.
Awesome. We got a lot of experience in the booth. Actually, you're going to basically be carrying all the experience, but it's going to be very, very fun regardless. I mean, the main storyline going into this is, I mean, it's just no doubt who is going to be the national champion. You heard Zachary Miller say it. Multiple time a national champion at this point. He's the defending national champion, has the world record single and average by quite a margin. It's going to be the Max Park show here tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. The rest of the podium is kind of up for grabs, though. Max is surely going to win first. He's 11 seconds ahead of Jack Pfeiffer, who's currently second on the psych sheet. But in either second or third place, we could see any combination of Jack Pfeiffer, Madi Hiroto Inaba, Kevin Hayes, or maybe even Vishwa Sankar. It's kind of anyone's race to kind of get in here. I mean, the 3 events very unforgiving for those who can't handle pressure well, and those who can will flourish.
Yeah, I'm really, really interested to see how the competitors are going to deal with all that pressure. As you mentioned, mean of 3, there are no times that get discounted. So all your good times will count, which is great. The competitors love that. All your bad times will count, including pops. The competitors are not really gonna like that. If I had to take a stab at things, as it stands, like you mentioned, many people are kind of in the running. A notable absentee did not register for this competition. Henry Lickner had an incredible performance at the World Championship earlier this year, not in the field. So that kind of is all adding up to kind of stir the pot a little bit more, so to speak. It's going to be very, very interesting. I mean, the competitors have like a huge range of consistency, inconsistency, experience, inexperience. And we're going to kind of see all that play out here in just our second final of this national championship, Stanley Chapel being the first 2025 national champion crowned earlier during Five Blind.
Yeah, for this run in particular, it's also going to be important to watch all the methods that these solvers tend to use. Pretty sure almost everyone here uses Yao, except for, I believe, Max and Maddie. They'll be the two reduction users, so they'll have a little different splits with their solving. And so it's going to be a little different to kind of watch them and like keep track of how they're doing throughout the solve. But I solve with Yao, and so what I'm expecting from most of these solvers is probably to get to the last crossage around 47. That's probably the range you want to be into podium. But ultimately, it's different for everyone. Some people are better at edges, some people are better at centers. So I'd say that's probably the range we're looking for here, but honestly, it could be any range plus or minus 5 seconds there.
Yeah, so that'll be very, very interesting to see. Of course, I mean, I actually didn't know this until I started reading the notes, but Kevin is also going to be using Yao. He is like less than 5. I think this is like his second competition overall with Yao, which is just crazy. He switched to Yao after Worlds, after holding multiple records, multiple world champion titles, multiple national titles as well. So I'm really interested to see how that's going to play out for him. Maddie is going to kick things off here amongst our top 4, just getting things going. Looks like he has some pretty good turning off the bat. We will check in with him a little bit later. Max Park has sat down right next to him, the two West Coasters sitting next to each other. Max pretty notably missing the world champion title in 6x6, losing that to Timon Koloshinsky in 2023, but then got his revenge earlier this year. And has been on a big cube tear as of recent. We covered it a little bit during 4x4, where he got world record there, 6x6 world record mean earlier, 7x7 world record single and mean. I mean, Max just looks unstoppable.
Yeah, he's kind of he at some point between 2023 and now, he had a sort of stretch where he didn't really break as many of his records that he would have liked, but now he's kind of getting back into the groove of breaking all those records that he is incredibly capable of beating. He has times way faster than those at home, I'm sure. So it'll be exciting to see if he can pull off another one tonight.
Matty looks like he has wrapped up his like first Yao step, now making up all of the remaining edges, kind of pausing a little bit there. He's at 121. I feel like this solve is taking a little too long. Not sure if because he's going to end up with like something like 135 or 140 at this rate, as far as I can tell. Well, he beat my prediction, 133. Doesn't feel like the strongest start from him.
Yeah, Jack is going right now. He's probably going to get a low 120 here. That's around what his pace is. He's on 3x3 stage and has parity at 117. See how he finishes this solve.
Yeah, another parity. Yeah, 125 for him. That feels like it's kind of okay. At least it's like in some sort of range. Of course, it's a mean of 3, so he definitely has a chance to come back from that. Vishwa off stream 131 for his effort, so he actually edged out Maddie there a little bit. Max looks like he's just wrapping up now solidly into the 3x3 stage, fixing up some parity. He's going to end up with just a great single here. 111 says the timer. Not sure what's going on with the display, but 111 is the time.
Yeah, I also forgot to mention Luke does still use Redux, so that'll be our third Redux user in this final.
Oh, speaking of Luke Garrett, here he is. Yep, you can see all the centers made there. Difference between Yao and Redux. You saw the same steps, but in a different order. As of recently, Yao has completely taken over 5x5 as an event, and Yao recently got I guess it was last year, got the 6x6 mean world record. Seong-Hook Nam, after an illustrious career of his own, going to military service and returning, getting the 6x6 world record mean very shortly. 123 from Luke Garrett. That is the second best solve we've seen so far.
Yeah, so far of those entered into WCA Live, we have Vishal with a 1 minute 31 second single, Maddie we saw earlier, the 133. Jacob Noakes, who's also a very prolific big cube solver, got a 139. So that'll unfortunately probably put him out of contention for that podium. And Max Zhao with a 142 as well.
Yeah, Carter, if you had to wager a guess, what kind of times are we looking at to make the podium here?
I'd probably say 125 range. Max will obviously get something in like 113 or somewhere in that range. Kevin is probably capable of mid 120s, and so is Jack as well. Maddie, I saw him in practice a little. He got like a 126 from what I saw. Not too sure about the rest, but that's what my probably best guess would be.
Looks like Kevin is the last one to wrap up on solve number 1. Yep, you can. It's very characteristic of Yao to kind of hold that left side completely still as you build the centers around it after building the first 3 edges. Just the difference in order can be advantageous in terms of finding the pieces, and of course, once you start doing edge pairing, all your 4 edges on the bottom are already done, so you don't need to do like any Z2s, which are a little bit more characteristic of Redux solvers. Yeah, here's Kevin wrapping up some of those.
Yeah, I don't love the pace from him right now, but that last 2 edges out will help him a little. This will probably end up being a high 120 something. Another parity too.
Yeah, parity. Unfortunate. 6x6 up to 3 parities. There's another parity there for Kevin. 131 from him. Not a great solve right now. That looks like that will slot him in at 4th place, just off the podium. Vishwa, unfortunately, is going to get another 130 solve. He's shaking his head. 134 for his efforts. Looks like here's Max Xiao. Just kind of wrapping up on 3x3. There's a 5x5 parity, it looked like. OLL, PLL, he's going to end up with a 130 of his own. A lot of 130s coming out here. Maybe Maddie can buck the trend a little.
Yeah, Max is probably out of podium contention. Vishwa, barring like a 113, probably is as well. But yeah, that's kind of the state we're in right now. These times are pretty much way slower than Psych Sheet. 125 was about the time to make this final, as their mean. And so we've only seen 3 singles so far that are better than that.
There's 128 coming from Maddie. So it looks like, we'll see the results as they start to come in. But yeah, markedly slower than I guess I would have expected. Any thoughts as to why that might be so far, as most competitors have 1 solve left?
Well, I think mostly it's the nerves getting to people. There's only been a few finals so far, or there's only been 1 final so far, and that was 5 blind, which none of these competitors competed in. But the other semifinals, there's only been a select few people who've been in 4x4, but the rest haven't even competed yet. And 6x6 being such a nerve-dependent event, and all of these people being capable of podiuming is probably getting to their heads a little.
Yeah, it's interesting. I guess we'll see how this situation kind of evolves throughout the weekend. Interesting that 6x6 is going to be the first for a lot of these competitors. A lot of familiar faces. We're going to see a couple of these guys show up in a variety of events. Max is pretty solidly. Yeah, he's into edge pairing now. So based off of his splits from his recent 105 WR average, we'd be looking to get to 3x3 stage around 53 to 57. That's how, of course, that's if you want to get somewhere between a 104 and 105 solve. Completely not necessary for Max to do so, although he does look like he is into 3x3 stage now. So he'll end up with sub 110 assuredly. 106 is what he's gotten there. And yeah, wow is like all you can say when you're watching Max Park. 132.
Yeah, I just don't even understand how you could do that. It's just incredible.
Oh, man. Of course, Max, one of the greats, has already etched his name into Mount Rushmore. I guess he's etched his face into Mount Rushmore instead. I'm getting a little flabbergasted just watching all these top solvers. Here's Jack. Looks like he's wrapped up with the Redux stage, going into doing parity. Quick little OLL, and now into PLL. And the PLL parity, unfortunately, 122 though. That combined with his previous 125 should actually put him in pretty good position in 2nd place. I think actually quite a bit ahead of everyone else.
Yeah, this is really shaping out to be not really as fast as we expected. 122, even though Jack thinks that's like a pretty bad time for him, like, or it's not bad, but like average, he doesn't know he's leading the competition by close to 5 seconds.
Yep, his current closest competitor, Luke Garrett, the mean of his two solves so far, 127. Jack is going to end up with like 123 or something in that range. So he's quite a bit ahead of everyone else. Kevin has yet to do his second solve, so we're going to see that. Bit surprising to see Maddie so far down on the list. Of course, he was on the podium from NAC 2024. So he's really gonna have to kick it into high gear if he wants to get back into this race.
Yeah, my guess is mostly just a lack of practice. I don't think this is like too important of an event for Maddie. He's probably more focused on 3x3 and 5x5, maybe 4x4 a little bit too. So I'm guessing that his lack of practice is kind of getting to him.
And a
Fish one there with the
122.
122.
Yeah. I mean, that's a good solid way to end it. You know, even if you're not going to be in WR contention, I mean, in order to beat Max's current mean, he would have needed a 22-second solve, which might be a bit tough. I'm not sure if he could have mustered that. Here's Maddie now on his third solve. And 125 from him. So I guess a solid effort in the end. He's going to end up with like 128, 127 mean.
Vishwa and Maddie are going to be very close for that fourth or third spot, somewhere between there. Vishwa ending up with a 129 mean.
Yeah, that's in the books. We expect to see Maddie's time populated in here shortly. Jacob Noakes, 128 in the bottom center. Luke Garrett, he's about 13 seconds through his solve. Jack Piper about to start his. And of course, in the center, the man of the moment, Max Park. He's almost certainly grabbed the national champion title and really just making it look easy. There's no one like Max Park when it comes to this. Although Kevin,
also the 117.
Yeah, that's
that
looking
will
good.
put him into third.
Yeah, 124 is his mean across the first two solves. I mean, Luke Garrett will need something pretty good if he wants to get back into that bronze medal contention. I mean, Luke, we're going to see him so often across this edition of National. So don't worry if you're a Luke Garrett fan. This is not his last rodeo.
This seems like pretty good pace for Luke as well. He's finishing up his last 4 edges. Parity at 107. This could be a sub 120 time.
Yeah, it looks like he's yeah, there's the last layer. LK's PLL parity 120-4. Very solid.
That's almost ahead of Jack.
123, 132, 120. Some quick maths tells me that's going to be like 125 mean, I think.
Okay, so still a little bit off, but it really depends what this last solve turns out to be for all of these solvers. Max finishing his reduction stage at 1 minute.
I mean, Max is just mind-blowing. Starting off with a 111, and that was a terrible solve by his standards because he's backed that up by 106, 108 to round out a sub 110 mean.
Jack also just got second place with that 117.
Yeah.
That'll pretty comfortably slot him there, barring Kevin probably getting like another 115, 117 somewhere around there. But Jack is pretty much in that podium.
Yeah, let's see. So Kevin currently, oh, perhaps he even knows it. Currently sitting in the third spot, 131. So not a great start, but then again, no one else really had a good start either. 117 on his second. It looks like in order to get third, he needs to beat 127.22. And to make his mean less than 125. Yeah, very, very, very doable, right?
Yeah, that should be very easy for him. I believe, looking at his profile when I was researching him earlier, I believe he averages like 123. At least with Redux he was. But we kind of have to watch the pace here to kind of figure that out. First two centers done at 17. That's pretty solid. Nothing too special. But we'll see how his Yao and experience kind of plays into this.
Yeah, interesting to kind of like, we have the alternate angle now. So interesting to kind of see him pause around with the Yao edges a little bit. I personally find those to be extremely difficult. Want to hear from a top solver as well. What you think?
I mean, so first few edges you kind of have to turn pretty slowly to try and find the pieces. I mostly do 7x7, like that's the big cube I practice the most, so I'm kind of used to doing it on these lower order big cubes, but Kevin is having some trouble. This is a 57 split. This might actually not be enough.
Remains to be seen. Now all the Yao stuff is out of the way, so now we're going into just edge pairing stuff that, you know, Kevin has been doing quite well for many, like over a decade at this point. Can he kind of lock in a little bit and just get the job done? He has about 10 seconds left to finish the solve, and
there's no way.
I don't think this is it. Oh, that's going to end up being a bit tragic, unfortunately. 127 looked like was the time to beat in order to get third place. But with this solve, unfortunately, this is just not going to be it. And Luke Garrett is going to slip his way into a podium spot here in 6x6 at the U.S. National Championship.
Wow. I don't think anyone is expecting Luke to podium there. I believe he was 7th on the psych sheet. Pretty close to his PR mean as well. That was a pretty fantastic showing from him. And Kevin ultimately not able to pull through, which is pretty unfortunate. But that was quite an exciting final right there.
Yeah, and, you know, not really a lot of what I expected. Max first, I mean, there was no world where Max was not going to get first unless, like, his cube exploded, right? And then Jack, you know, coming in with a little bit slower start, but then, you know, the 117 at the end, kind of putting it to bed. Second place, he was second coming into it. Good for him. Hey, I'm also a native of Ohio, so let's go. And then Kevin just had a chance there, but unfortunately not able to get it together in that edge pairing. Very unfortunate. He's going to find himself in 7th place, and Luke Garrett, the all-rounder, strikes again for his first podium of this Nationals 2025, and something tells me it's not going to be the last.
Yeah, absolutely. I believe next we are moving on to Scube. Is that going to be our next event, Manu?
Yep, Scube final is going to be next, so let's go to Zachary Miller.
Champion
He's going to do his interview.
6x6, Jack Pfeiffer. First of all, Jack, congratulations. I believe this is your first national podium, so there's probably a lot going through your mind right now. Tell us how you're feeling.
I don't know if there is much going through my mind. It's kind of crazy. It feels really cool, though. Yeah, this is awesome, bro. I've been wanting this since I was like 10. It's really cool. Yeah.
So 6x6 is one of those events where you really don't know what you're going to get at any point in time. What was kind of the most unexpected part of that mean for you?
I was pretty surprised that my last time was still a 117, even though like it didn't feel that good because my hands were like, I knew I had a pretty solid pace at that point. So I was just, my hands were shaking. It was crazy, but yeah, getting that last good solve and podiuming, I guess that was pretty surprising. Yeah. I'm happy.
There's a lot of friends and family at home. You probably have a lot of thoughts to share and some shout outs. Do you have any specific things you want to say?
Yeah, I have like a lot of shout outs. At first I like to shout out my mom and dad, my sister Ryan. Shout out Jim Feist up there, Brad Garrett, Bama, that's family, Vishwa, of course, Twizzy, Elliot Perkins before the round. I already got Jim Feist again. Yeah, and shout out to you guys for making this all possible. Really cool opportunity.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Jack. Once again, congratulations.
Thank you.
Jack Pfeiffer, everybody.
It's time to award another Scube US national title. From Rami Spahi's 4.96 second win in 2014 to Dominic Radisi's 1.99 second performance in 2024, Scube has come a long way, and it's never been more unpredictable. Heading into this year, all eyes are on 3 names. Carter Kukala, the current world record holder and 2019 national champion, is chasing consistency, and his second title. Dominic Radici, last year's winner and world's runner-up, continues to prove he's built for the big stage. And Zain Kanani, a former world record holder himself, is right there in the mix after a 1.72 average at Worlds. This is an event where any one of them, or even a dark horse like Simon Kellum or Braden Roten, could take the crown. This is Skew.
Welcome back, everyone. After that thrilling 6x6 finals, we will bring you now to the Scube finals. It's going to be a pretty wild round, so glad to be in the booth with the one and only. Actually, I'm like kind of like fanboying a little bit. Like, this is incredible. I get to commentate with the one and only Laser Monkey, Philip Lewicki, who had an incredible Monkey League match earlier, so I'm really excited to see when that comes out. Philip, it's been a great competition so far. And yeah, I'm honored to be in the booth with you commentating Scube.
Yeah, one of my classmates, Jack Pfeiffer, getting a second place in 6x6. So very exciting to see. But yeah, we're going into Scube finals here. And this is one of the least predictable finals, so I can't wait to see it.
Yep. Here we are. Let's pass it over to Ziller.
Current state record holder in Scube from Massachusetts, Saisabari Ramesh. Your 7th seed is the current Southeast champion in Scube and is the current 2024 national champion in Scube and the current runner-up world champion in Scube. From Tennessee, Dominic Radici. Your 6th seed is a current state champion and state record holder in Scube. From New York, Aiden Dincher. Your 5th seed was the 2023 national champion in Scube. From Wisconsin, Simon Kellum. Your 4th seed is a 6-time national record holder and 5-time world record holder in Scube. He is the current Mid-Atlantic champion in Scube and was the North American champion in 2022. From Virginia, Zain Kanani. Your 3rd seed is the current New England champion in Scube. From Connecticut, Quinn Maloney. Your 2nd seed is an 11-time national record and 7-time world record holder. They currently hold the world record single and North American record average. They are the Great Lakes champion in Scube and were the national champion in Scube in 2019. They are currently 3rd on the 2024 national championship podium. From Wisconsin, Carter Kukala. Your 1st seed is the current Rocky Mountain champion in Scube and a state record holder in Scube. From Colorado, Braden Roden. Good luck to all of our Scube finalists.
And with the finalists introduced, we are almost ready to get started. Philip, coming into this, unpredictable was the word you used. I could not agree more. We saw one of the contenders for the podium DNF their average, Dean Jacob Adamo Susskind, in the first round, completely out of it. Then we saw Dominic Radici, also one of the favorites to podium and even win this whole thing, DNF and put together a couple of poor solves and really clutch up right at the end to get best possible average to sneak in 7th place. There's just no telling where this final is going to go.
Yeah, it's hard to say who the favorite is. So many great competitors, world-class solvers, and it'll all depend on what they do on these 5 solves.
Yeah, I mean, just so much talent is sitting on the stage right now. Some great representation from all around the country. Gotta love to see it. Don't count out Dominic Radici, everybody. He might be sitting there in 7th. You're sitting there at home thinking, Oh man, this guy has no idea what he's doing. You get DNF 3. I'm telling you, if you miss out on that, you might miss out on seeing the national champion.
Dominic is the defending national champion, and many people would say he's the favorite today. But we also have Carter Kukala, the world record single holder, NAR average holder. Hasn't done well recently, but a high ceiling. Zain Kanani, he's been dominating Scube for a long time. Braden did very well in the first round. Simon Kellum. I mean, there's a lot of competitors here.
Indeed, and a lot of it is going to come down to scramble quality, of course, and then this puzzle is also, if you see it for the first time, you just have no idea how to even turn this puzzle. So I'm always very, very impressed to see top solvers just completely put their will, or I guess I don't even know what I'm talking about. Anyway, let's just watch Carter solve here. That's close to a +2, but that's good. From here, I think that's going to stand. 1.86 from him, 1.64 from Quinn Maloney. Getting things started off with a bang. 2 sub-2s.
Yeah, Carter's starting well. That's a good sign.
Still taking a look at it. I mean, from here, it looks perfectly fine. The top-down angle. Perhaps we can get a better sense of what's going on. A little hard to tell. I mean, it's certainly not right on 45. Of course, that's one of the quirks of this puzzle as well. Sometimes it just ends up sitting right at the edge.
Dominic.
Not the start you want to see from Dominic.
The struggles from the first round continue into the second. The defending national champion will struggle here.
Yeah, it's going to start things off kind of on the back foot, unfortunately. 205, Aiden Dincher from New York. Yeah, I'm really, really excited to see what Braden can do. Got to talk to him a little bit last week at the Rocky Mountain Championship. Great to see him representing his region, his state out here. World's finalist as well, so he's got a lot of talent there as well. Unfortunately, maybe the nerves get a little bit to him. 352.
Yeah, that was a plan gone wrong. Definitely some nerves involved. Here's Zane. A long solution, but a nice time. Yeah.
So analytical is Zane, and putting that to both 2x2 and Scube 187. Good start from him. Simon Kellum now, former national champion. What can he put together?
Too many pauses there. I mean, that's still a good time, but he's going to need to do better to get another national championship.
Yeah, just not really sure what the plan was, at least as far as I can tell. I mean, look, I don't average close to these guys in Scube. That's why I'm sitting here and they're sitting there. But I think exactly as Philip said, just can't really pause. If you're going up against the likes of Carter and Zane, got to be close to being able to one-look some of these solves. Sai now, 361 as Quinn Maloney receives his cube.
Carter's starting on the bottom there.
It looks like actually the 286 from Simon was actually his second solve, 173. Another great start from
Carter on fantastic pace to start.
Yeah, beautiful stuff from them.
Quinn had a great first solve.
A lot of time in inspection for Quinn. 207. I guess it largely played out for him.
Yeah, he looks so dissatisfied, but a low 2 there with that was great. Dominic with a 283 off camera. Let me know when you're ready. That's
okay.
Not what he wants to see.
Yeah, it's going to count. I mean, maybe if he had started with that, you can say he's trying to ease into the environment, but counting 2-8 is going to be really hard to come. I mean, Carter's out here getting sub-2s, right? So you just put yourself in a hole, unfortunately.
Yeah, but like we saw there from Braden, any turn can go wrong and a lockup can cost you the average. So everything is still possible here. Here's Zane.
Yeah, unfortunate. Oh, he's looking really, really, really deep. especially on that side, moving to a different orientation for better ergonomics, perhaps, but something didn't quite end up going to plan. 372.
Yeah, that was a plan gone wrong.
Simon now kind of like
Simon
Lockie.
struggling as well.
Yeah, it was like that sledge just didn't fully quite work out for him. 276. So yeah, we're ending up in
most
like
people
a
struggling with this second scramble. But
yeah,
except for
like
Carter
not
and
great.
Quinn. Carter with a 173 on that second scramble, so we may see the world record single holder distinguishing themselves here.
Yes, indeed. 152, Carter's PR coming into it. That's WR2. Dominic, the second seed, 153. I don't think we're going to see anything close to that, unfortunately, unless, solves 3, 4, and 5 are all double sledge or something to that extent. Then Zain Kanani, 156 PR. So far, only Carter has really been close to that level. Solve number 3 for Carter. 225. Not sure if this will be a +2 or not. +2 card has been put up now. 425. That is going to be a time that does not count, hopefully.
Yeah, but that does put pressure on the other solves. When you have a bad solve like that, every solve feels a lot more difficult. Let's watch Simon there on the bottom.
Yeah, so
is that a practice solve? Okay, that's practice. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Looks like Simon through.
Let's look at Aiden.
Yeah, Simon through 3. Yeah, here's
Let's
Aiden
look
for
at
you
Aiden
now.
here.
205, 363. First 2 solves. We take advantage of the 2. Unfortunately, really locky or like some sort of like weird. Yeah, I don't know. Some lockup.
Yeah,
370.
But that counts a mid 3 for Aiden, so he's out of it. Dominic here struggling with the start, but a brilliant finish could be in store.
Yeah, really needs to. There we go. That. But
DNF.
I think that's a DNF. Actually, it looked really close because the orange and the yellows kind of all blended together. But a DNF means Dominic Radici, the defending national champion, is out.
Yeah, Dominic has no chance here at a podium.
I mean, counting
so
a 4
it's
is not going to be it.
Yeah, so it's down to Quinn, Carter, and Zane. Zane has a 372 that could be dangerous. Zane solving now.
Yeah, really, really, really want to avoid counting that time. It's a little bit of a trap. Zane's experience coming in handy here. Yeah, 212.
Oh, Simon pausing there. 252. Braden. 240.
Gotta feel that it might be a little too late for Braden. I think you're right, Philip. I think the top 4 are in contention, not only to get onto the podium, but to win. Of them, Carter Kukala, he's currently counting 186. Quinn Maloney counting 207. Simon Kellum counting 276. And then Zane should be counting that 212 once that comes in.
Yeah, so the field has been halved already. 2 solves to go.
241 from Sai. Best solve so far. He'll be counting 361, 249.
Let's watch Carter. Carter on the bottom there, 204. That is very good news for Carter, who is leading the pack. And one more good solve could net Carter the national championship.
Yep. We'll see the best possible and worst possible populate in WCA Live shortly once the 204 is entered. But I mean, worst possible is going to end up, I guess if you count the 4, it's going to end up in like, what, the mid 2 range, I think?
So Dominic with a 115 on the 4th solve. Okay.
Yeah, again, a little too late. 279, Dominic's best possible average. That would not be able to catch up to Simon's worst possible average. So yes, as we mentioned earlier, sadly, even if Dominic gets a WR single, it would not be possible to catch it. 137.
Okay, we're seeing a fantastic solve on that fifth scramble. So let's watch out to see what Quinn and Carter do.
Zane, I think, is on his fourth right now.
Yeah, this is Zane's fourth. 2 good ones, 1 bad one.
Dominic got 115 on this. Can Zane find a similar solution and or just exec?
Oh,
that's a DNF?
Yeah, that's disastrous for Zane.
So that's actually wild.
And Quinn
with the 186.
Yeah, so Quinn is in the lead now.
When the commentators sync up, that's how you know that some serious stuff is going down. So there's Dominic Radici right there at the end. Best possible average, 0.92.
Okay,
wow,
that's a real shame.
Wow, what could have been? Oh, man.
0.92 on the final solve, and he's not even contention for the podium. But what that tells you is that this final scramble is fantastic. We saw Simon Kellen get a 137. Dominic with a 0.92. That's absurd.
Yeah, unfortunately, I mean, he's going to count 115. So he'll get best possible average,
okay, Carter here.
2.79.
This is key. Carter needs 199 for first.
And
no,
the drop! 174! With the cube drop, 1.74. That is almost best possible average. 188, or in that range, is going to be Carter's average here in this final. Oh,
Carter
wow.
The lead, but that was a fantastic scramble, and Quinn is going to make the most of that coming up here. It's a two-way race for first. Carter,
so Quinn is going.
and
Quinn can catch Carter. Doesn't even need to BPA per se. 164. If Quinn can beat 164, Quinn will be the new national champion. And as it populates, I can give you the exact number. I think it's going to end up being like 1.7 or something, which is certainly possible. We saw 1.7 from Carter with a cube drop, 1.37 from Simon, 0.19 from Dominic Radici.
I think this just comes down to nerves. I mean, this is a great scramble. We've seen it for the other competitors.
And Quinn knows that there's something here. I mean, there was applause and everything.
He needs,
so
yeah, he needs a 172 to win.
112! Amazing solve from Quinn Maloney right there at the end. And that's all but secured the national champion title. Great stuff. Amazing solving on what looks like was a simple scramble to round things out.
Yeah, Quinn was consistent. No bad solves. And lots of good ones. Simon Kellum rounding out the podium in third place. And Zane with that DNF on the fourth solve is out of contention.
Yes, Zane's best possible average, 257. Yeah, you cannot catch Simon Kellum. Braden also left here, 306 best possible average. I mean, at this point, you're just going for PR or something.
Yeah, but with this scramble, we could be on PR watch.
167, just Lockie. That's kind of the story of Braden's average here, unfortunately. One of the guys coming into this final that I was kind of rooting for, Quinn Maloney, 186, actually PR, double PR, 186 and 112 single. What a time to get your PR in the national final of such a volatile event as Cube.
That's crazy because Quinn's previous PR was 2.16, and he drops it to 186 in the final. I mean, that's a huge drop. And Carter did fantastic, a 188 average. I mean, Carter can't be disappointed with that average, but they might be regretting that final solve, although it wouldn't have actually changed the standings.
Yeah, amazing stuff. I mean, from an event like Scube, right, which unpredictable. Unpredictable was the word coming in, and I think the final ended up being unpredictable. A pair of former national champions got second and third, and a new national champion has been crowned. Congrats to Quinn Maloney of Connecticut for winning the Scube final here at the 2025 U.S. National Championship. I think we're going to go to a bit of a short break, and then we're going to bring you a Megaminx final. I wish I could be commentating this. Instead, I will leave you in the capable hands of Philip Lewicki and Kevin Hayes. We'll be back real soon.
We are here with the runner-up national champion in Scube, Carter Kukala. First of all, congratulations. This is one of your now, I think, your second or third national podium. What's going through your mind, especially since you're organizing the competition today?
Yeah, I'm super happy to have been able to perform well. First round I was going in, just wanted to make sure I made the finals. Did that. Just tried to make sure I remained calm the whole time. I think this has been one of my best performances, even though I wasn't able to win. I did everything I wanted to do, so I'm really happy, and I'm really glad that I was able to do it.
Your fifth solve seemed pretty fast to everyone at home. Could you walk us through that fifth scramble?
Yeah, so the fifth scramble is a very good scramble, as you saw a couple of very good solves on it from other competitors. Going into the solve, my best solve was a 173. I saw the scramble, I knew I could beat 173 on it, even if I go really slow. But unfortunately, near the end, I dropped the cube, which is unfortunate, but luckily I remained calm. I was able to recover. I got 174, so in the end, it didn't really matter for the average, so I can't be too mad about that.
Any specific shout-outs to anyone you want to make at home?
Well, shout out to everyone who has been a part of my cubing journey so far. My parents have been are here this weekend to come and support me, which is great. And I've made so many friends across the entire world, so I'm really glad to be part of this community.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Carter. Congratulations on your second place finish, as well as congratulations to Quinn Maloney on their first national champion title. Thanks, everyone. Back to you guys.
It's time for the Megaminx U.S. National Championship. Megaminx has come a long way since Adam Zamora won the very first U.S. title back in 2006. Over the years, names like Tessa Cookmeyer and Andy Denny defined their respective eras, setting the standard for what U.S. Megaminx solving could be. For the last 2 years, the title has belonged to Nicholas Nang, but if there's one solver hungry to take it back, it's Alexei Sinyavin. Alexei's held the North American record for both single and average since 2023, yet both times he's entered nationals, it slipped away in the final round. Alexei's the fastest on paper, Nicholas is the most proven under pressure, but there's a third contender he once saw. After 2 years away from the event, he returned to take third at Worlds, just 200ths ahead of Nicholas. Expect a three-way fight at the top. The question is, who can make history next? This is Megaminx.
Cubicle, CubingUSA All-Stars. I'm here with Kevin Hayes to cast the Megaminx final. Kevin, what are you looking forward to?
Well, obviously the hunt for top three. We're going to see if UNSO can do it again and pull off the upset against the other Americans. Obviously a third place finish at Worlds. Extremely impressive because I think the North Americans at Worlds, Timofey and LML were going to run away with number 1 and 2, but that third place is up for grabs. And he took it, showing he can perform under pressure, and I think we're going to be looking at that once again. Despite having 2 seconds slower of a PR average than Alexei, we know it doesn't mean much when the pressure's on.
Yeah, and the big story here is that Alexei Sinyavin is the North American record holder, but has fallen short in basically every major final where he's lost to Nicholas Nang, who is a veteran of Megaminx and has been with the event since the old days. I remember his 35 world record like ages ago, and he's still one of the best. But Alexei will be looking to have his first strong performance in a major final.
Yeah, so we're going to send it down now for the battle between the current record holder. Oh, and we're gone.
In Megaminx, from Louisiana, Dylan Miller. Your 6th seed is the current Heartland champion in Megaminx. From Minnesota, Tyler Robinson. Your 5th seed is the current New England champion in Megaminx. From Massachusetts, Brendan Lee. Your 4th seed is the current Great Lakes champion in Megaminx. From Wisconsin, Zeke Mackey. Your 3rd seed was a World's Podium finisher. From Rhode Island, Hee-Won So. Your 2nd seed is a 30-time national record holder and 1-time world record holder in Megaminx. They were a former national champion in 2019 and 2023 and are the current defending national champion in Megaminx. From New York, Nicholas Nine. Your 1st seed is a 5-time national record holder, including the current national record single and average in Megaminx. They are the current runner-up national champion in Megaminx. From New York, Alexei Sinyavin. Good luck to all of our Megaminx finalists.
Okay, and here we go. There's Nicholas Nying. See on the bottom left there is Alexei Sinyavin. On the bottom right, Hee-Won So. So these are the 3 competitors to watch.
Yeah, I really like the format here. I think it's kind of fun. We have a little extra time. We do cube drop off right before they walk out. So it is nice for the competitors too. They don't have to drop their cube early, but also we kind of get we get to see them sit and squirm a little bit, see how each individual person handles the pressure. Are they a practicer are they just a turner? Are they a practicer? Or are they just like in Zen mode, kind of waiting for things to unfold?
Yeah, and I think what's especially interesting about this All-Stars format is that there was no first round. So these competitors were seeded directly into the final, and we haven't seen what their level is since their local comps or worlds. So it'll be interesting to see if that warm-up is missed or it doesn't matter.
Yeah, as an organizer for the competition, I'll gladly say like this is one of the things that I wish we kind of had more time for like a national level event. I would really love to be able to make sure everyone has a warm-up round, because even if at your local you can come in and hit solve 1 super hot, like it is a little different getting used to the stage, getting used to the environment. It really does help a lot in round 1. But we make do with what we can for this one, and this competition definitely was one that like I'm just super excited to have happen at all. And so it's kind of part of the game of this one. Everyone's known it for like the schedule and the event format's been known for 8 months, and you've had this time to prepare, and let's see who can just come in hot. I will say though, it's a little nicer at least, because Megaminx is average of 5. 6x6, you sit down, that first solve's counting no matter what.
Yeah. Someone else to watch out for. We do have our top 3, but Zeke Mackey here has improved 10 seconds in the past year. Just an unbelievable trajectory. So he might be cooking something for this round. We'll see.
Oh, also I've been seeing Zeke around the venue. I have not seen him a single time without a Megaminx in his hand.
Well, maybe that's where the improvement's coming from, because that's one of the fastest improvement trajectories I've ever seen. And Zeke is not a new competitor, but I guess recently he just decided Megaminx was his thing.
I mean, yeah, it's a fun event. Also, like it's different enough from the standard MINs that it feels fresh, it feels new when you're practicing it, but also it's similar enough to 3x3 to where like you're not restarting from scratch. You have a lot of experience with your F2L pairs. S2L pairs aren't that crazy different, and then last layer is just like a way more complicated version of what you're used to.
Yeah.
Going into some last layer stuff, I'm not as familiar. I think, Philip, do you know who exactly had? I think everyone knows full PLL, and then it's mostly 2-step OLL with a lot of the common cases thrown in there for OLLs.
Yeah, I don't know, but I wouldn't be surprised if they learned those algorithms from Nicholas Nang, because for a long time he had the best resource on the internet, YouTube tutorials for Megaminx, OLLs, and PLLs. He's one of the innovators in the space, and to see that he's still one of the top competitors is remarkable.
Oh yeah, I love it. Especially events like this, you see people that not only are still competing at top level, but the ones who kind of wrote the book. It's funny because it's like a little bit of a disadvantage almost at some point, because when you're like innovating a new space, you have to try out so many different things, and like a lot of those things are bad, and you have to guess and check and figure out what works and what doesn't. And then the people coming after you, like, you don't have to build those bad habits; they just go straight like, oh, this is the best. I'll do this, and then you innovate on top of that. And I mean, that's like kind of the whole thing with coaching is like you see everyone now, like if you have a coach, like you never even start building a bad habit. Like there's so many things that you watch people like Nicholas Niang, a lot of the older cubers were like, you just have bad habits from back in the day because you couldn't turn a V cube that well, or this alg wasn't possible. And yeah, but now the event's getting started, and we're gonna see what the new kids got.
Yeah, and Dylan Miller actually PR'd last weekend, so he's in good form.
First time.
PR average of 33.75, but probably not in contention for the top 3.
No, it would take a pretty. I mean, he was very happy with that PR last weekend, 33, and 33 would be pretty poor result for a lot of these top competitors. So, but it's kind of like Megaminx it's not the deepest event in the world. So even though there's top 8, like it's unlikely that you see 7th or 8th kind of jump up all the way to.
Okay, let's watch Nicholas.
All right.
I'm so interested to see how Nicholas does here and how Alexei responds, because I think there might be a psychological factor at play. For a long time, Alexei and Nicholas are from the same region. They're from New York, and they go to a lot of local comps together. And, Nicholas was the old master, and Alexei was the challenger. And wow, 30.21.
Very
That's
nice.
A very nice start. A bit,
Yeah, even with a rough last layer.
But I think Alexei has been wanting to beat Nicholas in a big competition for many years. And he took his records a couple years ago, but he hasn't taken the championship. So here's Alexei starting.
No, records are nice. And I mean, there's certainly something that you strive for as you come on the up and up. But I feel like, especially at the top level, like as you get more established, you're competing, like getting the win at these major championships means so much. You're in front of the crowd, you're in front of the stream. It's like this agreed upon time. Everyone agrees, like, we're all at our best today, and who wins today is what matters. And that is such a monumental accomplishment. So we'll see what Alexei can get to get started here. Try and beat Nick.
Yeah, it looks like Alexei's struggling a little bit. A bit of a slow F2L and S2L. Yeah. 34.95, and unfortunately, this is consistent with what we've seen in previous major finals, where Alexei has 1 or 2 bad solves, and that's the difference. So just to be clear, for Alexei, this is a terrible time, 34.95. He averages like 30, and he pretty consistently gets 28, 29 averages. So 34.95, that's not what he wanted to start with.
Yeah, even more than that, like that's not a great time. It's a terrible time for, but like this is a pattern. You lose to Nicholas all the time. You're a little shakier in these major finals, and then you're just like, oh man, this one's gonna be a little different, and then you start off bad, and like you're still totally fine. It's an average of 5 event. Even if it wasn't, he's capable of a mid-20s type solve, but like it's just that mental fortitude to play. Like you get in that negative mindset, and you really got to like practice that and bounce back. Just each solve is its own event. And I'm looking at his results from World Championships here. The first solve was also the bad one. Or what was the one?
Yep. Well, at Worlds, it was the first one and the last one. NAC,
I
guess.
A
DNF. He started the final of NAC with a DNF last year. So a bad first solve is unfortunately standard for Alexei. So, and here's Luke Garrett.
At least the one at NAC was he did a turn-in inspection, so it wasn't like he had a bad solve and got DNF, which is the same result, but mentally I feel like a little different. You're right.
Yeah, but it's
Garrett's starting well. a good event so far. Surprise third place finish in 6x6. I definitely don't think he was counting on that. And now Mega Minx, where he's probably just happy to be here.
Yeah, Lou Garrett is good at everything, and he always surprises you with his results. I mean, I remember I didn't expect him to podium in clock that won Worlds, and he did. So it's just you never know
that's
what to
the great
expect.
thing about an all-rounder. Like, you have your main event throughout the one-handed later in the competition. It's like, okay, like,
I mean, what even is his
this one's
main
just for
event
fun.
though? Like,
One-handed.
Lou Garrett is one-handed 3x3. It's hard to say. Like, he's just so good all around.
One of those two.
Probably. I think.
All right, we're waiting. We got Nicholas going for solve 2.
Yeah, I'd love to see the overhead for Nicholas here.
Oh, I don't think we didn't mention it. He got 29 in his first solve. 29.
Oh wow!
In the lead.
Okay, so he won. Yeah, he was the first place American at Worlds, just 0.02 ahead of Nicholas Nang. So putting the pressure on, but Nicholas looking fantastic here. Nice OLO recognition.
And PLO.
Smooth. 30. So Nicholas is solid. I mean, we're looking at a 0.02 difference between the first and second solves. I mean, that is Nicholas. He's consistent.
Where is Hewan on the quad box? Let's definitely get him up. We don't want to miss a second solve.
Yeah.
But, like, I love the
We definitely
mentality from Nick.
Definitely want to see Hewan
Right,
solves
it is only
if
the
possible.
second solve, but like this solve is a huge deal from Alexi. When you start with that 34, and it's not like you can count on one person doing bad if you want to win. Like, 2 people doing bad is just really unlikely.
Yeah, the psychology is interesting though, because I think he pretty much podiums like almost no matter what. So it's really just about, can he get first, and that's what he really wants.
Although, looking at his results, Zeke and Brendan are both off to pretty hot starts. Zeke with 31-1, Brendan 2 solves in, averaging 31-4. There we go.
This is a great solve. Oh, but a huge pause for the PLO. Okay, 29.60.
That's
no reaction because that's the normal time for him. But yeah,
it's a tough recognition on that PLO, but you take the pause. You make sure you don't accidentally do the wrong one, because that's a disaster. And nothing wrong with adding half a second to make sure you be a little safe, especially when you started bad. 29.6, he's right back in it, but he just doesn't have the cushion the other competitors have.
Yeah, I'd love to see video of Hewan if possible.
Yeah. All right. Dylan's happy to be here. 41. Zeke here, big solve. I mean, he's been dropping time like crazy. Started with a great one. I mean, maybe he's got more in store on his trajectory here.
Yeah, Zeke to me is the big wild card here. With a good performance, he could sneak onto the podium.
That's he won second 29.8, unless there was a data entry error. Oh, Zeke! Wow. Oh my, 28.6. He's in business.
he's cooking.
Yeah, I mean, you see that look. I think he's a little even surprised. Like, it's amazing when you surprise yourself in a major final here. Like, I mean, we're not talking sneak onto the podium. He's in contention to win right now.
Yeah,
can't think like that. Though.
I mean,
it'd be unlikely.
Let's hope he's not thinking that way. He's
no, you just gotta
focused.
You gotta not let it get to you. You just gotta like pretend. I mean, no, you just gotta vibe in the moment. You can't start thinking about like, oh man, wait, I wanted to get third and I'm gonna win. Just no, we're here. You focus on the process, just do your solves, and you can celebrate later. You start looking around and realizing what's about to happen, so you get in your own head.
Yeah, so here's Hewan. We missed his first solve, but
I think
29.8 on the first one.
Yeah, I think there was a data entry error because I think it was supposed to be 29.89 and it was written down as 29.80. So that's going to be pretty inconsequential in the final results. Just remember that his total average might be 0.03 off what it is.
Let's hope he can count that 29.8.
We know he does well under pressure. Third place of the world final, outperforming 2 North Americans ranked higher than you on the world placings.
Yeah, and he's pretty inactive. Like, he almost never competes in Megaminx. And so he's also a wild card. I mean, anything could happen here. He's on good pace.
Anything is looking pretty good.
Wow. 29.92.
Beautiful last layer
Consistent.
execution.
Yeah, maybe
Absolutely
He1 is just
spectacular last layer execution.
Yeah, he might just be a big comp performer. Like he shows up for the big comps, and he's doing so far.
I mean, yeah, it's a skill in itself, and it's something that can be practiced, and it's also one of those things that some people are just a natural at, and it's really about that kind of like mental energy. But like, there's the ability to do well at home. Are you capable of getting good times? And then it's like, can you execute on the day? And he's an executor. That's like they both matter, and he maybe not necessarily the best at home because his results, his PR at like a local doesn't indicate it. But wow, when the lights are bright, his T
Well,
turns
I
on.
think that's more a
Oh,
consequence
Nick.
of that he doesn't compete at locals. I mean, his PR was in the world semifinal. So, okay, 29.63. That's good for Nicholas.
Yeah, Nicholas'
Alexi's
average
looking
is
good as
shaping out
well.
very consistent. We do not have a large range for him, but that range is looking between 29 and 30 unless something goes super haywire on this next solve. That's great.
That was such a long pause for Alexi. I mean, that's every Megaminx solver's worst nightmare when you get to the last layer and it's just a difficult recognition and you're sitting there for a second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. It just feels like the pause won't end.
I know, and it's especially tough because you know that's the right thing to do. It's like guessing and just jamming a turnout is always wrong, but pausing just feels so awful. All right, Tyler started with a 38. So we're looking right now. Zeke is projected first, barely by 29.8. That would be a huge surprise.
Yeah,
We'll
see if that holds. I mean, I think that 28.6 was pretty good for him, but
yeah, it's unlike like even though Zeke's projected first, I think more realistically, it's like he's in a great spot to maybe snag a third. Like Alexi has that 34.9. Anything can happen there, and then we got to kind of see. Oh, Zeke is 31.8. Okay. Zeke is in. He's gonna get a massive PR here. I mean, not for sure. One more solve. Oh, never mind. 31.3 is his PR, but still, like
no,
he's a phenomenal.
He's on pace to PR. Yeah. Let's see. Alexi's capable of really fast solves, so we could just see like a 26 and a 27 and it's over. But we could also see another 33 and Nicholas takes it again. And let's not forget He1, who has 2 sub-30s.
Oh yeah, we are. Despite usually at solve 3, we're getting a lot of picture, but wow, everyone is so tight in this final that truly, I mean, anything can happen still. Like Zeke could still win. I mean,
the separation is so small. We were looking at less than half a second of separation between the top 4.
Okay, we're getting some picture now. Brendan with a 34 there is looking like he's going to be out of the top 4. Obviously, if one of the top 4 does start to falter, they could jump below, but it's going to be for the top 3. The people, a 90% chance that the top 3 will come from He1, Nicholas, Alexi, and Zeke in some order. Any order is still completely up in the air.
Yeah, and He1 has been the best so far.
Yeah, we got them all in the quad box. Let's stay on this shot for sure.
Yeah, this is beautiful.
He1 is a little behind. This is his 3rd solve right now.
Yeah, he's behind in the solve count, but he's ahead in the standings. So,
I mean, sometimes
that's a big pause in S2L.
Each competitor has their priority on like what do they want to go first? Do they want to go second? It's obviously not up to them. It depends on your seating, but He1 is looking good.
No, I think there's a few too many pauses here. This is not going to be nearly as good as his previous solves.
Completely right.
This is a collapse for He1. Way too many pauses. I mean, that just tells you where his mindset was at when on the stop. When you fumble like that, I've noticed that competitors tend to get more +2s, DNFs, weird stops when they've had a bad solve. And I think that's just because you're checked out. And you're like, throw this one away. So He1, a very bad solve makes things interesting.
Yeah. And I mean, you're right. Like people check out at the end of the solves, and I preach over and over again to not do that. You got to say it. Every solve could count. Everything could matter. A +2 could be the end, even if you don't think it's going to count. But to be fair, 37-3. You're in the area where if you count that one, it's just not going to matter. All right, huge solve from Alexi. He's still got a 34-9 hanging over him.
Yeah, this is clutch time for Alexi.
He's definitely not aware that 30 flat is what it's looking like to take the win, and he's right at that spot.
Okay, that was a fast PLL. A very nice recognition and a quick execution.
I was really impressed.
This is
I could see his hand shaking.
Yeah, this is a position Alexi's been in multiple times, where he's got one bad solve and 3 good ones. Oh, no. And now he just has to finish.
It's literally a repeat from Worlds
solve.
4 months ago.
Yeah, I mean, the times are almost perfectly like in sync. So Nicholas has been the model of consistency. With a good solve here, he could put himself in control of this round. He doesn't have any bad solves, and a good solve could really increase his ceiling.
A good solve will make it almost impossible for him to not get top 3.
And he'll control his own destiny going into the final solve.
Nice.
Oh, this is fantastic. Wow.
Wow.
28-63. So Nicholas
Niang.
Looking
Worst possible is going to be 30.01 right now. He is in commanding control. His range is pretty small because his 28.6 is his best, but still way better than everyone else. It's going to come down. It's going to come down right to it. 29.9 projected, 30.0 projected, 30.1 projected.
But I think that's a bit misleading because I think Nicholas Niang really is in complete control of this round. I mean, his worst possible 30.01, he's got no pressure, and
that could win.
You know that he's going to throw down a good solve on the 5th. So, yeah, Alexi, best possible average of 29.90 if he can get a mid 29, but the worst possible is much worse.
Alexi does not control his own destiny. If Alexi gets BPA and Nicholas gets BPA, Nicholas will still win. Nicholas, I think there's like a 50% chance Nicholas is already like 30.01 will end up being the winning average, but especially with Huan with 2 solves left, 29, 29, 37, wide open. And Zeke is on his 4th solve.
Yeah, so this is a big solve for Zeke because he can make that 28.6 earlier count, or he can sort of slip out of contention. Zeke's very much in
the bottom right. We have
still
Huan
for
going
first
as well.
place.
Oh, they're both like the same time.
Yeah, I think Zeke is pausing a bit too much here, and there's a lot of moves in the solution. So, yeah, I don't think this is going to be good for Zeke. He won though.
We're heating up.
28.99. So
Huan's worst possible
going into
his worst and best possible are such a huge range. He's got like 37 sitting there, and his best possible is going to be like 29.5. Zeke is going to be in a rough spot with that mediocre solve. It looks like he's going to need Alexi to count his 34, and then Zeke's going to need one more good one if he wants to be on the podium. It's likely to be Nicholas, Huan, and Alexi, but the solve from Alexi is gigantic.
First place is wide open.
It's so close.
Wide open. Still three winners possible for first place. I mean, you can't ask for more.
Alexi will have Alexi's result will be decided first, and he's ready to start at any moment.
I think for Alexi, he would be happy. I mean, he's going to be disappointed not winning, but if he can just get a good solve here and not choke like he has in the past, get a good average, I think he'll walk away from this feeling better.
Yeah, I think it does a lot for your mental going forward too. Like, especially after Worlds where he's in the exact same position and he had a disastrous end. Just getting something quality, even if he doesn't win, is great. Maybe good to go Alexi full screen, Nicholas in picture-in-picture, but
yeah.
Here we go, Alex. Nicholas
Alexi in the top
13,
there.
You can see him as well.
Oh, this looks like a good solve by Alexi. The pause is
huge
so
pause.
long. The pause. Okay, that's near his best possible average. So
No, it is his.
Did what
It's
he
like
could,
exactly
but-
best possible average. He's going to lock up a sub 30 average with a 29.9x.
Oh, and Nicholas
Nicholas
gets
Nyang's
worst
gives worst possible.
average.
Alexi beats him.
So Nicholas chokes the final solve. Alexi doesn't. It's a reverse of what we've seen every other year. But it will come down to Heewon, who still has a chance to take first with a good fifth solve.
Yeah, congratulations to Alexi, currently in first place, guaranteed top 2. Let's get, once the results are updated on live, let's get that for first tab up. We can see exactly what Heewon is going to need to win on his last solve. Zeke, unfortunately, well, actually, because Heewon's got 37, Zeke could still get third with a disaster from Heewon and a great solve from Zeke, but it's looking very strong. Heewon's this last solve could put him anywhere from first to last, and let's switch over to him.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, so that's a 29.93. I mean, that's not
Literally
trivial for him.
It's exactly his average of what he's gotten so far. And for second, it's only 0.1. He needs a 29.93 for first and a 30.3 for second. The odds he gets second here are almost zero. You could thread the needle.
Will he upset the favorites again, or will it be Alexi Sinyavin? I think it will be Alexi.
Congratulations to Alexi Sinyavin. Redemption from Worlds closes out an amazing average after the rough start. 4 quality solves in a row to win the U.S. Nationals 2025, an average of 29.91.
And it was so close. I mean, 29.91 versus 30.01. That is as close as it gets. And finally, Alexi is the one on top.
I think we have Zeke rounding out the final here, but I think the solve is inconsequential. I think he's actually guaranteed fourth place, no matter what.
This is a pretty bad solve from what I'm seeing here. I mean, this is...
it's unfortunate because he still had a PR best possible.
Yeah, that's... Probably just got tired. I mean, with events like this, with long look-ahead events, sometimes when you're experiencing a lot of nerves, pressure, like, you can get tired pretty quickly, and that can affect your look-ahead, and the times just fall off a cliff. So we have Alexi Sinyavin in first place. I believe we're going to have the announcement here, an interview with Alexi.
I'm here with Alexi Sinyavin, your national champion in Megaminx. Well, you did it. How's it feel?
Can't believe it. After the first solve, when I got 34, I thought I was over. I thought there's no way I can recover from this, but I ended up pulling off some really good solves after that one. And I had some pretty difficult cases for my last solves, but my recognition was pretty good, and I ended up pulling it off. So I'm very happy right now because I only ever held the record before, but I've never held a title in this event, so it feels surreal to have it now.
Always feels good to win that first national title for sure. Congratulations once again. So Megaminx is one of those events where it's definitely a little bit harder to hold your composure. How were you feeling going into that fourth or fifth solve when you were kind of on your usual pace and you knew you needed something?
I was definitely going a little bit safer on my last two. I was trying to just go for like 28s, 29s. I wasn't trying to do anything fancy. I was just prioritizing look ahead instead of efficiency because if you try to be too efficient, you can end up messing up a little bit. So I just prioritized turning well and look ahead, and that's how I got the win.
Any special messages you want to give to the crowd or anyone at home before we let you go?
I'd like to thank my mom for supporting me. After the World Championships, I was close to quitting Megaminx after getting a mess up out of podium. But she kept pushing me to practice, and now I'm here.
Awesome. Alexi Sinyavin, everyone, your national champion in Megaminx. Congratulations. Back to you guys.
It's time for the Square One U.S. National Championship. Square One has always been the event for innovators, from Bob Burton's minute-long solves in 2006 to Dylan Baumbach's lightning-fast 5.10-second solve in 2024. This event has pushed both hardware and human limits alike. And heading into 2025, one name stands above the rest. Hassan Kanani, world rank 2 and the clear favorite, comes in as the man to beat. Known for mastering a two-look method few others dare to use. Chasing close behind is Max Shaw, former world record holder and one of the most seasoned Square One competitors in the field, along with a deep roster of challengers. Brian Johnson and Ryan Pilot both bring sub-6 averages and proven stage composure, while Benjamin Gottschalk and Samuel Fang could easily turn the final upside down. Precision, pressure, and the pursuit of a new champion. This is Square One.
Hello and welcome back to the CubingUSA All-Stars. I'm here with Carter Thomas. We're going to cover the Square One finals. Carter, what are you looking for in this Square One final?
So the first two spots are pretty much stood between Hassan and Max, so I'm kind of looking for who this third place is going to go to. My money's personally on Brian Johnson. He's pretty much the most consistent Square One solver here, can easily get a sub-6 average on any day. But you still do have Ryan Pilot, Sam Fang, and Ben Gottschalk in the running. All of those could come in and get the podium on a dime if they are able to turn it on today.
Yeah, and what would you say is going to be the difference in this round between who does well and who doesn't?
Yeah, so based off the other rounds, nerves have been like the main factor, and Square One, especially one of those events where it's pretty much the most important thing here, as turning kind of determines whether or not you're going to win that solve, as the solutions between solvers are pretty much identical, so you need to turn and look ahead at an elite level if you want to win. Ryan consistently has pretty good turning. Ryan can do it. He's gotten a bunch of WR singles, and so he's clearly capable when ready, but I believe we're going to pan over to Zach, who's going to introduce the finalists.
Before we get into our last final before our next event, which is 3x3 and then onwards, we'd like to ask that anyone that is in Group 1 of 3x3 semifinal to please report to the green room. If you are in Group 1 of 3x3 semifinal, please report to the green room at this time. 3x3 round 1, Group 1, please report to the green room. We will now be starting with our fourth final and crowning our next national champion, which will be Square One. Let's go ahead and meet our 8 competitors in Square One. Your 8th seed is the current second fastest Square One solver in the Western United States. From California, Calvin Nielsen. Your 7th seed is the current Southeast champion in Square One. From Florida, Noah Swore. Your 6th seed is a one-time national record holder in Square One. From Oregon, Benjamin Gottschalk. Your 5th seed is a current state record holder in Square One. From New York, Samuel Fang. Your 4th seed is a 2-time national and world record holder in Square One and currently holds the world record single for the event. He is the current Southern champion for Square One. From Texas, Ryan Pilot. Your 3rd seed is the current Great Lakes champion in Square One. From Wisconsin, Brian Johnson. Your 2nd seed is a 6-time national record holder and 4-time world record holder. He is the current 3rd place finisher on 2024's national podium. From Washington, Max Shao. Your first seed is a one-time national and world record holder and is the current Mid-Atlantic champion in Square One. He's the current runner-up national champion. From Virginia, Hassan Kanani. Good luck to all of our Square One finalists.
Okay, and there's Max Shaw on the bottom left there. Oh, well, that's Max Shaw there. Former world record holder. Didn't have his best performance at Worlds, so he's going to look for redemption here. There's Hassan Kanani. Hassan is the favorite here. And tell us about the two-look method that you might use today.
Yeah, so Square One solvers tend to trace their cube shape by counting certain combinations of stickers that determine whether or not doing the normal solution would give them parity or not. So they basically have two different solutions for whether or not they're going to, or how they're going to solve their cube shape. But what Hassan does is he also plans the second step of the solve, which is OBL, which is making both the top and the bottom layers have black and white on them respectively. And so he traces the top colors of those pieces rather than the side colors to determine what OBL he will have and how to execute that. So you can just go straight into the last step, which is going to be PBL, where it's basically like the PLL on a 3x3, but on both layers.
Yeah, it stands for permute both layers, and OBL is orient both layers. So Hassan, with a different method than the other competitors, would that make a big difference in the times?
I think it will be just a bit, but it honestly depends on how easy the cases are. If they're easy cases, that means that the other competitors are going to pause quite a bit, as they're able to execute pretty fast, and then they'd have to pause and not be able to look ahead as well. So if there's good cube shape and OBL cases, then Hassan probably has the edge. If not, though, it's still probably a little better for him, just because he can transition into that PBL just that more quickly.
Yeah, so it sounds like a very difficult method, but if you can master it, it'll help you. So here's Brian Johnson. Oh, we have Calvin Nielsen solving on the left. 647.
That's pretty good for him. Probably means his first scramble is somewhat decent. We'll see what the other solvers are able to get.
All right, let's watch Sam Fang. We see Benjamin on the bottom left as well. Oh, that's a lucky PBL there for Sam, 701.
Yeah, Sam, I believe, still does he doesn't do OBL, he does COEO, so he does the corners first and then the edges. So that'll probably be a bit of a slowdown for him.
See, okay, here's Brian. Wow, a massive pause there. What happened there?
I think he misrecognized the OBL. He probably thought it was a slightly different shape, which caused him to align the bottom layer differently. And once he realized he did the wrong thing, he kind of had to undo it.
Wow, it's still 777. But I guess at this level, that's not going to cut it. Hassan's still waiting for his cube on the bottom. And Max ready to solve here.
Ryan Pilot also starting his solve.
Yeah, Ryan Pilot known for his square one singles.
He had really good pace up into that PBL. It looks like he did 2 algs there, which kind of slowed him down.
8 seconds.
Here we have Max Shaw. Nice, 5:42. Now we have Hassan Kanani.
8 seconds.
Wow. Yeah, you can see the difference in the method there. A bit locky on the finish of 5:53, but you could see that he didn't pause at all, and then both layers were oriented, like you were saying.
Yeah, he got to that cube state like probably about a half a second before max, but his PBL was just a little lackluster, which caused his time to be just a little bit slower. See him and Brian
so
talking
far,
to each other about it.
Yeah, the Square One community seems to be pretty close-knit. They share a lot of techniques with each other, and they all know each other. So Brian struggled, and a misrecognition on the first solve. And again, he's locky.
Yeah, that's really not a good solve for him. That OBL seemed pretty easy as well. That cube shape just took forever, though. I think that's kind of what cost him in the end.
Benjamin started with a 742. Yeah, everything went wrong there, and a +2. So not a good one for Benjamin, but here's Max Shaw. Max with a good start. He had the best time on the first scramble. But Hassan probably had a better solve, just messed up the ending.
This is a pretty easy cube shape here. The parity alg and the normal alg are pretty similar and pretty easy.
What happened there? It looks like Max did too many algs. You misrecognized
Yeah,
something?
it looks like for the OBL he might have just done COEO for some reason. I'm not entirely sure what happened there, but the PBL, I'm guessing he probably just forgot the one algorithm solution that he probably learned back when he practiced a little more, and he just did 2 look instead. But never mind, it looks like the OBL was fine, but the PBL he just did 2 algs for.
I see. Yeah, Square One requires a lot of algs to stay at the world-class level. And that requires a lot of practice. What would you estimate?
That's really not great for him.
Yeah, he's been struggling. What would you estimate is the number of algs that Hassan currently uses on Square One?
Oh boy. I believe there's about 180 for cube shape. Right at the 7-0 there, but 180 for cube shape. I'm guessing it's close to, I want to say 600, somewhere in that range. But I'm not the most well versed in Square One, but it's a very high number.
Yeah, I mean that requires dedication to just keep that in memory. So maybe that's why Max Shaw wasn't able to remember his alg there. Okay, let's see. Hassan had a good start. He's using the 2-look method, but his PBL was a bit shaky on the first solve. Let's watch Hassan. That was smooth. 503. And
Yeah,
Hassan jumps into the lead.
Pretty good.
sometimes you're just better. And we saw that there on that solve. He said it was in... Oh, it looks like he didn't do the 2-look method, though. Interesting.
No, he did 3. He probably just wasn't able to trace it in time.
Yeah, so it's interesting. Sometimes he's using 3-look, 2-look, depending on the scramble. And Max struggled on that previous solve. Let's see if he can bounce back.
8 seconds.
It's looking good. Very smooth, 536.
It's pretty solid right there. That will make his average that 5.3 right there, or the 5.4 that he got earlier. So he's still in the running. So is Hassan. It's going to be a pretty close race between the two, as expected.
Yeah, the two favorites are really distancing themselves from the field, though. I mean, third place, I guess, is up for grabs, but top two pretty securely between those top two players.
Yeah, currently the third place is by, if you order it by single, it's a 6.4 from Calvin Nielsen, but he has followed that with a 9 and a 7, so he's probably not podiuming. If you go by average, it's Brian with a 707 as his median solve right now, but Ryan does get a 6.4, so that'll boost him up a few ranks.
Yeah, that could put him in contention for third place. But Brian looks to be the leader thus far. Let's see if he can distance himself from the pack. He definitely messed up on that first solve, so some potential on this fourth. Okay, but a huge pause. Something went very wrong for him in the recognition. And it was a 7-4. Like, if he doesn't have that pause, I mean, that's a 5. So Brian needs to clean up his recognition, and I mean, he's still in it with a good chance for third.
Yeah, absolutely. Calvin Nielsen counting a 6 now. Sam Feng counting 2 low 7s. So Brian will have to probably get his best possible average to have a chance here.
Know when you're ready.
Here's Hassan starting his third solve. He's in the clear lead.
12 sec, ready?
Three look again. But it's so smooth, a 523. The recognition speed is excellent. Turning is smooth.
Yeah, he might have just changed back, honestly. He probably figured out on that first solve that it probably wasn't working. Now he can do 3-look solves just as fast, and so he figured, why pressure yourself with that inspection time?
Yeah. Oh, Max a bit lucky there, but 509. Max keeping up the pressure. And
Looking
that's
to be a very close
Max's
race.
fourth solve. That's Max's fourth solve, and we just saw Hassan's third solve. So Max a bit ahead in the solve count. But many people in contention for third place.
Yeah, Noah Swar's making a jump right now. He's counting a 6.7 and a 7.3, along with his best single of 6.0. So if this last scramble's pretty good, he has a better single than the rest of the field, and so he could easily make a run
Yeah.
for that third place.
Ryan, this is only his fourth solve, and he has a 642, so a lot of potential left in this average. Turning is very stiff, though. Yeah, and I think he's out of contention now, so we're down to just 2, actually. From the results of Noah Swar, who had a 6.03 off camera, and Calvin Nielsen, who had a 6.88 off camera, Brian Johnson is actually out of contention now for third place. And so we're looking at Noah Swar and Calvin Nielsen in the battle for third.
It does look like it is possible for Ryan to podium, but Noah and Calvin would both need to get very bad times, as Brian's best possible average is 7.1, and Noah's worst possible is 7.3, and Calvin's is 7.8. So it is possible, albeit it's a little unlikely.
Oh yeah. Okay, that's not going to do it for Brian.
No,
He might
unfortunately
still
not.
get. No, probably not. Let's see.
It'll probably place him in 7th place right after Sam Fang.
So Noah Swore with a 7:53 off camera jumps into 3rd place. And here's Hassan,
Looks like
who's in a battle with
probably
Max
is going to
Shaw.
podium at this competition. Yeah, Noah is guaranteed a podium now.
Looks like he did 2 look there, but a huge pause before the PBL, and a +2 is disastrous. And he didn't have a bad time yet, so it's not the end of his chances, but that certainly hurts his chances.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking at it right now, Max probably is slightly favored as his worst solve isn't quite as bad, but he probably still needs a mid to low 5 here to keep the pressure on Hassan.
Yeah, so Max Shaw and Hassan Kanani are the 2 remaining competitors for 1st place. Max needs a very nice solve here.
8 seconds.
5:34 to take the lead. Ooh. And that's going to give Hassan a good chance. That was not close to his best possible average. And that's going to count because he had a 698 earlier, so...
Probably just needs a low 6 here is my guess. Yeah, somewhere around there. Probably right around what Max got on that solve.
Yeah, it's going to be a relaxed finish for Hassan, but he still needs to solve the cube. Max did not finish with the time he wanted, but that might mean the scramble was a bit challenging, and that's going to affect Hassan as well, so it remains to be seen how he performs.
Just needs a 6.1 on this.
Yeah, 6.11 to win the national championship for Hassan Kanani. Will he go 2 look or 3 look?
It is
That was
simply
beautiful.
too easy.
That was a flawless finish for Hassan Kanani, who is your new national champion in square one. Let's take a look at the replay. Beautiful.
Yeah, really not a great
And
PBL
really-
there, but his OBLP was so good that he was able to get to that stage at 2 seconds. So even though over half his solve was that last step of PBL, he was still able to easily win the competition. And now we are going to go to Zach, who's
Good.
going to be interviewing Hassan right now.
We're here with our Square One national champion, Hassan Kanani. First of all, congratulations. This is definitely an unusual format for you and everyone else in here. So how is this different to some of the other finals you competed in, like Worlds or other things?
I feel like the main thing is, you don't really get those warm-up rounds to see how you're performing. So it's like you're going in blind and you don't really know how it's gonna go. So like it's kind of scary. So I just tried to play it safe, play it consistent, and it worked out.
You got a lot of competition this round with Max Shao and other solvers. How does it feel to come out on top after a really tough round and really, really close solving conditions?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of, I'm glad to have performed well, and there was a couple of times where I was like kind of close on the OBLP, but I didn't really commit to it. So I just went for some consistency, and it managed to work out. And shout out to all those squad runners who weren't able to come out because it's in the middle of school year. So, yeah.
Anything else you want to say before we move on to our 3x3 rounds?
Nothing in particular. I think 3x3 is going to be pretty exciting, so I'm excited to watch the rest of the competition.
Awesome. Thanks, Hassan. Congratulations once again on your national champion title.
Hey, this is Phil. I hope you're enjoying the stream. Next time you want to get anything speedcubing, come check out TheCubicle.com. We have all the new releases like these. We even have these. Also, we have these. Oh, and we work with this guy, and this guy. Yo! And even this guy. So yeah, if you're looking for anything speedcubing, come visit us at TheCubicle.com and enjoy the competition.
Every second, it's with you. Can you feel it? Can you beat it? Take on time with Rubik's Pulse and solve before it's lights out. Make your move.
Whether you're here to cheer on the CubingUSA All-Stars or dreaming of being one yourself, every great solve starts with great practice. At CubingGG, we help you level up your solves with expert-led courses, personalized coaching, and proven training plans, all designed by world-class speedcubers. No matter where you are in your cubing journey, CubingGG gives you the tools to take your skills to the all-star level. Check us out at CubingGG and let's get good fast.
At Lakewood ADUs, our expert contractors transform spaces into your dreams. We build home extensions, convert garages, and construct new standalone structures. Grounded in integrity and care, we partner with our community to build more than just structures, but lasting places of comfort. Scan the QR code to book a call today or visit www.lakewoodadus.com. At For the Need Foundation, we are committed to transforming young lives through the power of mentorship. Follow us at For the Need on Instagram and Facebook to stay up to date on how you can make change in your community. Together, we can prevent homelessness.
Welcome back to Providence, Rhode Island, here at the Rubik's and TheCubicle CubingUSA All-Stars 2025. We are almost ready to get started with our round of 3x3, the first round in this competition of 3x3. That is Manu Singhal on the mic alongside Carter Thomas. Carter, this is going to be really, really, really exciting. The main event, it's almost here.
Yeah, so we're going to be starting with our first group, which is going to have a few notable names, including Dylan Miller, Brian Johnson, Chris Sun, Michael Nielsen. Those four are going to be kind of heading our group, and half of the competitors will be moving on to our next round of 3x3, which will be tomorrow.
So yeah, here we go. Kevin to introduce the first group of 3x3 round one.
All right, that concludes our first block of finals for the weekend. We're now going to take a brief intermission with round one of the main event. 3x3. All right, so we have group one coming up. We have 4 groups, top 32 and top 16 are going to make semifinals tomorrow afternoon. In group one, in seat 8 from California, Paul Mavi. In seat 7 from Massachusetts, Chris Shah Nathwani. In seat 6 from Wisconsin, Carter Kukala. In seat 5 from Michigan, Stanley Chappell. In seat 4 from Virginia, Michael Nielsen. In seat 3 from Pennsylvania, Christopher Sun. Seat 2 from Wisconsin, Brian Johnson. And seat 1 from Louisiana, Dylan Miller. Good luck, competitors.
All right, yeah, 8 of the best competitors to solve the Rubik's Cube in the United States, seated here in McVinney Auditorium. Only of these competitors, we have 4 groups of 8. Only half of them will advance. It will be a very, very tight advancement condition. Some of the best are going to get knocked out in round 1. Very unusual for your typical speed cubing competition. It's going to be extremely exciting. Of the 8 competitors here, in round 1, in group 1, excuse me, we have several notable names. Dylan Miller rocking his new purple dyed hair, definitely the headliner of the competitors here. He's probably the most likely to not only make the finals, but make a solid run at the podium. Brian Johnson, seated just across the aisle from him, recently getting an incredible 5.27 average, looking to repeat that performance. Right next to Dylan Miller, I think is probably one of the most underrated guys in the entire field, Christopher Sun. I think he has a really good chance to kind of rise up the ranks. And then sitting there in the quad box in your bottom left, Michael Nielsen, just an incredible competitor all around from Virginia. It's just going to be so exciting, Carter. What do you think is going through the competitors' heads right now? What advice would you give them to kind of deal with the pressure of this huge moment?
Yeah, so I think the competitors should probably keep in mind that this is just round 1. When I was competing at Worlds in Seattle in July, through the first 2 rounds of the event I competed in clock, I was basically saying, okay, just don't be stupid, just get times that are good enough. And so good enough here is probably going to be high 6, low 7, somewhere in that range, because as we've seen from earlier rounds, people are not nearly competing at their best in this format. So nerves will play a big factor, and about half of these people will not be able to solve at their best. So they just need to solve good enough.
And solves are coming in. That's a pretty good enough solve from Brian Johnson and Christopher Sun, 644-588. Off-stream Stanley Chappell, the state record holder from Michigan, getting 732. So we are off to the races. 588, a great start for Brian there.
Yeah, absolutely. Coming off a little bit of an unfortunate performance there in square 1. I know he was pretty upset about not being able to podium, considering it was only like a 7 average, which for him is not very difficult. So he's hoping he can bounce back and get some nice 3x3 solves.
Michael Nielsen now in the big portion of your screen. Always takes a good amount of time to warm up. Wants to make sure his mental is locked in. And, you know, at a big stage like this, I cannot blame him. Let's see what he can produce on the 3x3 cube. You saw him earlier competing, I believe, both in Scube and in 2x2, defending his national title, or at least attempting to defend his national title. And a pretty good-looking solve, relatively smooth, 674.
Yeah, that is pretty solid for him. Dylan Miller here, hoping to get some low 5 times, maybe even sub 5s. We'll see how he's able to perform under these lights.
Yeah, critical first couple solves for Dilly Millie, excuse me. The Bayou boy, his white-yellow solver. Looks like he's kind of favoring white cross right now. Let's see what kind of solution
yeah, the
he
edge
can come up with.
orientation's pretty good there.
Yeah, unfortunately, it looks like he kind of locked up a little bit in the first half of F2L. Here's the second half of the solve, 699. He'll probably want that back, but, you know, again, you're right, Carter. The most important thing is to just solve good enough. Good enough is probably going to need to be a little bit better than that, but, I mean, the mistakes here are just turn smoother, which is definitely possible to improve on.
Yeah, and he's still getting acquainted to the conditions. He did do Mega Minx earlier, and he didn't do great for his standards. So he's probably just trying to bounce back from that as well.
Paul Mavi from my state of California, green cross solver, green only solver, somewhat rare these days. 9-second solve, he'll want that one back. Brian Johnson now, solve number 2. Pretty decent solution throughout F2L. Now going into OLL, ZBLL recognition now. 807, not the greatest ZB it looks like.
Yeah, solve up to that wasn't too great either, but still 8-0 is not the end of the world, especially since 3x3's average of 5.
A good ZBLL there from Chris Sun to get a sub 6591. Good comeback from a 6-second solve, 644 earlier. Carter Kukala now. 640 led the pack in that very first solve. Let's see what they can come up with in solve number 2. Nice turning looking through the first part of the solve. Kind of pausey though, unfortunately. And another ZBL. We're seeing ZBL all across the board. 808 though, not fantastic.
Yeah, that CB was pretty easy for Carter. I believe that one's only 10 moves, maybe a few more, but on the easier side of those cases. So that was able to help them only have that solve be 8.0.
Stanley Chappell, one of the best all-rounders in the world, quite good at 3x3, and he's showing it right there. Just soon, very simple, 592. As Michael Nielsen gets 702. Right here, looks like we're going to switch over to Krish Shah Nathwani. One of the best competitors in the fewest moves event, a little bit different from your typical speed solve event. Former NAR holder as well. So Stanley through 3, Michael through 2. I think Dilly's a little bit behind, as Krish unfortunately struggling with that EPLL. 9.86 is the time for him. Here's Dilly's cube.
Yeah, so far out of the top 4, 6.9 is the average of these competitors. Chris Sun leading the pack by 0.7 seconds in his average. So definitely correct with your assessment, Manu. He is for sure favored to win this.
Of course, that's if Dylan Miller has anything to say about that. Definitely going to need to a bounce back solve. 699 is almost certainly not going to be good enough. So he'll be looking for a 5-second solve, surely. Of course, his standards are very high. Looks like he picked the orientation relatively quickly here. Hopefully that translates to a good solve for him. There's F2L done, and there's that last layer. 520, the best solve of the round so far. How about a comeback solve from Dylan Miller?
Yeah, that was really great execution there on that PLO. F2L looked pretty smooth as well. Some good cases that led to that solve being as good as it was.
Yeah, very simple last layer. Fat Spoon into J-Perm. Really can't ask for a lot better than that. Relatively low move count and good ergonomics for 520. Chris Sun now. What can he produce on his solve number 3? Trying to take advantage of the 591 that he already has. And yeah, he's going to do that here, 566. So some good solving coming out of some of the competitors now. Looks like the third scramble might also have a little bit of juice, as we say.
Yeah, that third one really helped Chris. He was done with F2L at around 3 seconds. A little subpar last layer led to him getting a 5.6, but still a great time.
Michael Nielsen now navigating his solve. He looks like he had back Fat Soon into a decent PLL, 603. So yeah, good times coming all around. Stanley Chappell getting another sub 6, 5.68. His best possible average is 6.31, worst possible 6.92.
Yeah, we're now kind of at the point where you can see how scramble dependent 3x3 really is. When you see people like Yiheng Wang able to solve the cube as fast as he does at a consistent basis, you're like, oh, 3x3 probably doesn't have that much luck to it. But at slightly lower levels, even though these guys are still professionals, you can see how much luck plays a role in their times.
Certainly, yes. Many of these competitors taking part in the World Championship. Dylan even making the World Championship final, getting 8th place, second amongst Americans. Speaking of which, he's queued up for solve number 3. Starting off with 699, it feels like his average could kind of go in a couple of different directions. So the solve 3 will definitely clarify as to either what he needs to patch up or what he needs to continue to do well in the remainder of the average. Paul Mavi briefly there, getting a 7.9. And after a couple turns, couple deep breaths, maybe taking a little extra time. It's not a bad idea. Stanley, unfortunately, is going to get worst possible average, it seems, 6.9. That's going to be pretty tough. Pretty close to the bubble, if not out.
Yeah, that average also is a 6 average with no 6s in it. Has 2 7s and a 5.9.
Dilly now with some amazing turning, got through F2L so quickly, 5.15. He's shaking his head because he wants better, but that is the best solve he's had so far. That is the best solve on that average. So great work from Dylan Miller. He's counting a 520. Remember, his PR is 521, I believe. So he's on PR pace.
Yeah, Dylan has the 2 best solves of the group so far. We can see that because of that, he'll probably be headlining this. Chris Sun, notably, still counting a 5, but we're not entirely sure what he's up to now.
Yep, we'll update you with the times as they start to roll in. Also, note that the 615, so another pretty good solve for Chris. I mean, he's looking quite good to advance to the next round without too much issue. Michael Nielsen is looking to join him as well. He has a 603 on solve number 3, so he'll want to take advantage of that. 631, little bit of a fist bump. That's looking good. He should be slotted in for, well, he's guaranteed to get a sub 7 average, and he should be guaranteed to get a pretty decent one at that, probably like mid 6.
Ryan here going up for his last solve. Has a 6.0 and a 7.6 counting.
652, his best possible average. He's going to want to push that, certainly. I mean, some great turning and then some nice ZBLL there. That's going to be best possible for him. 523, 652 average is in the books.
Yeah, that was a nice ZBLL case. That one is what we call a 2-gen case, where it only contains R and U moves, which will be your top face and the right face. Those tend to be pretty easy and fast to execute.
Yep, you can see it here on the replay. Yeah, just quite fast through F2L. And yeah, very, very simple 2G. Hey, even I know that. We saw Carter in the bottom middle there, now in the main screen, 660. So good solve for Carter there as well.
I'll probably place them right above 7 seconds, so that'll be kind of borderline. As a reminder, I don't believe the scramble sets for the entirety of 3x3 are the same. Groups 1 and 2 will have the same scrambles, but 3 and 4, I believe, will have a different set. So that does kind of change the luck dynamic here.
Yeah, I mean, some amazing solvers are going to come out in the second group as well. Maddie Hiroro Inaba, in particular, is going to headline that, sitting in the exact same seat that Dylan Miller is sitting at right now, and perhaps he'll be facing the exact same scramble as well. Taking an extra beat to just calm things down, put things together. Dilly knows that he is technically on PR pace, but of course, as Carter mentioned at the jump, only need to solve good enough. PR would, of course, be incredible. He's already one of the top 20 solvers in the world. And looking to razzle-dazzle the crowd here in Providence. Looks like quite a long F2L, but a good finish there, 565. So Dilly is going to be, I think he's guaranteed to get sub 6 average at this point, counting 520 and 5.6.
Yeah, that'll probably be enough. That solution from Dylan wasn't the best. It had a lot of moves, but his turning was just so on point that he was still able to get a 5.6 out of that solve.
Dilly having done quite a lot of practice at home. He practices a lot, cares a lot about 3x3, getting a lot of sub-NAR averages at home. He's feeling good. Smile on Dylan Miller. A confident Dylan Miller is what we want to see because just elevates the sport of speed cubing that much more. Christopher Sun in your bottom right, getting a 620 to round out his average. He's going to end up with a low... Yeah, he's going to end up with a low 6. I was correct. Dilly is guaranteed to get sub 6 average, even though he had 699. So great comeback after that.
Yeah, absolutely. You don't really see too many solvers be able to come back after a bad solve and bounce back to where they normally average. Chris Sun also did something similar to that. He started with a 6.4, obviously not to the same extent as a 6.9 is to like a 5.6-ish average, which Dylan has right now, but still able to make that first solve their worst and keep on looking forward.
533 is Dylan's best possible average. There were some good solutions on this final solve. 523 coming out from Brian Johnson. So if Dylan can take advantage of that, he'll be getting pretty close to a low 5, which would be a fantastic average to start off this Nationals, even though it's just round 1. The confidence that it's got to instill, being able to do that in the hot seat.
Yeah, Brian on that 5.2 also used Yellow Cross, which Dylan is familiar with and can use. So maybe he'll be able to find a similar solution and get just as good of a case.
Solve number 5. Incoming for Dylan Miller. He's the last competitor to solve in this group. All other times are in. He will, by quite some margin, take the first seed coming out of this very first group. 3 more groups of this size to come. Remember that half of the competitors will be eliminated. Using up a good amount of his inspection, up to 12 seconds. Looking like pretty good turning. There's the ZBLL and a 5.49. A bit of a fist bump. Nice celebration from Dylan Miller. Some great solving. Starting off with 6.99, then to go 5.55, back to back to back to back. I hope that was the right number of backs. To end up with a mid-5 average is just fantastic. Great work.
He didn't exactly use the ZBLL here. He probably thought it skipped, but it was a pretty decent case nonetheless.
Good eye from Carter Thomas. And yeah, that's going to round out this first group. Carter, your overall thoughts, impressions of what we've seen so far?
Yeah, so that round kind of went better than I was expecting compared to how the other rounds of this day went. 6.6 was about the halfway cutoff, which was a little surprising to me. That's about what 32nd is on the psych sheet. So those overall pretty good performances. 5th and 6th in this group coming out to 6.9 and 7.0. Still very respectable averages. We'll probably see a similar trend in our next group where we will see people get around the same times compared to their PRs. So we will see how the next group performs.
Yes, indeed. It's going to be quite exciting to see. We're going to have some 8 more of the best solvers in the country are going to be... They're going to be out here. They're going to be performing. They're going to go solve to the best of their ability because in a competition format like this, there's no round 1 you can kind of throw a little bit because, again, half the solvers are just gone. And you could be in that half if you have a bit of an off day. So
yeah, it's not at all like the World or National Championships even where there's like these big competitions where about half the round gets through and that half isn't really in contention at all. Here, that half is still very good and very able to, even on a good day, be able to make it into finals. So it's absolutely no cakewalk for any of these competitors, and it's nice to see Dylan be able to pull off such a good average in this first round.
yeah, Chris Sun too. Shout out to him. 609. That's a very, very solid average in round 1. Just getting a feel of things. Two 5s, as well as some low 6s is very, very solid.
Round 1, Group 3 should report to the green room right now. Also, all FMC competitors, please report to the long room as we will be starting once everyone in 10 minutes or once everyone arrives. Thank you. All right, and now we're at 3x3 round 1, Group 2. Our 8th seed from Colorado, Jacob Noakes. Jacob Noakes. All right, our 7th seed from Maryland, Xavier Belladon. In seat 6 from Connecticut, Daniel Gutierrez. Seat 5 from New York, Parker Traeger. Seat 4 from North Carolina, Easton Peacock. Seat 3 from Georgia, Nicholas Sanchez. Seat 2 from Texas, Ryan Pilot. And seat 1 from Hawaii, Maddie Hiroto Inaba. Good luck, competitors.
All right, group number 2 getting started here at the U.S. National Championship 2025. As I mentioned at the jump, some great solvers you will see here. One of them is right there in your screen, Ryan Pilot. No stranger to getting good results, has a very high potential if the solves and the scrambles all pan out his way. Maddie Hiroto Inaba from Hawaii, one of the best solvers in the world, 5.01 official average in all WCA competitions. Now moving to the East Coast to begin his collegiate studies at Columbia University, but still a top speed solver nonetheless. In the center bottom of your screen, the youngest competitor, I believe, at this competition, Easton Peacock, getting 18th in the World Championship, barely missing out on the coveted 16th place to make the final round, 6.33 PR average. Fantastic stuff. Can he pull out something similar in this competition? And then the third fastest solver of this group, Nicolas Sanchez in the bottom right. One of the best solvers in the Southeast. Parker Traeger now looks like is the first to get his puzzle. He will begin solving for us. But all eyes are kind of on Maddie. What will Maddie be able to do on a set of scrambles that seem particularly good? Dylan Miller getting a 5.45 average in round 1. You have to think Maddie, as the color neutral solver, will have access to some of those solutions. And Maddie with his just amazing turning. If you don't follow Maddie on Instagram, you gotta follow the Cubing Jedi. Watch some of his solves because they are just mind-blowing. Jacob Noakes now from Colorado, getting his PR average just last week at the Rocky Mountain Championship, 735 to open the books for him, 804 for Nicolas Sanchez, behind the pace, unfortunately, based on his standards. All the competitors having very high standards. Ryan Pilot, settling himself into the chair, has a 3-second solve, one of the fastest single solves we've ever seen in official competition. Can he repeat that performance here today or during this national championship, broadcasting on Speedcubing TV? Of course, today, as you all are watching, and tomorrow as well, where we will have the 3x3 final and award the coveted Morris Trophy. Here's the ZBLL now, 6.25, a legendary time from quite the legendary solver himself. Decent start for him. Maddie now, famously not using a lot of inspection. Looks like he's actually inspecting relatively deep into this one. Yellow cross is the cross of choice, so not dissimilar from the others. And that is our first sub-5 solve, 4.37. Maddie has announced his arrival with a bang.
Yeah, that solve was genuinely ridiculous. He had pretty low move count for the last layer, which helped him quite a bit. But his F2L was just that quick where he was able to put together one of the best solves we'll probably see at this competition.
Amazing stuff from Maddie. He's gotten some great results, as I mentioned, at home. Full step 3s, even with N perms. Got some great results earlier this year. 502 average, 501 average during Hawaiian Island Tour. getting first place amongst Americans at the World Championship, 5th place overall, representing his country and his home state of Hawaii very, very, very well. Parker Traeger now started this round off. Onto his second solve now. Fumbling a little bit there on F2L number 3. F2L finally finished up, and a 9.61 solve for him.
Certainly not what he was expecting there. 9.6 is not going to be good enough, not nearly close enough to make that second round, but we will see our second seed of this group, Ryan Pilot.
Off the stream, it looks like Eason Peacock, 7.55 solve for him. Xavier Valadon, 7.89. You'll see some of those times updating on the projected ranking. Here's Xavier right now. Looks like a ZBLL on orange.
Yeah, he did EOZB on that solve, so he did a pretty simple OLL algorithm that's only 6 moves to orient all of his edges, and then he did a ZBLL alg that he knew.
Some pretty fast turning from Ryan. His solution looked a little long and a bit pausey between steps, 6.75 for him. Maddie onto his solve. This is the scramble on which Dylan Miller got 520. Christopher Sun recorded 5.91. What can the Jedi find here? A big lockup to start the solve. Not what you wanted to see. That's going to affect the mental for the rest of the solve as well. A 7-second solve from Maddie. He will want that one back.
Eason there with a 5.6. That's really good for him.
Yeah, good comeback from him after getting a 7-second solve on the first scramble. Love to see it.
His mean of those two will probably be the second best in this group.
Of the solvers who have competed so far, surely Maddie will end up with the top. Then Ryan, 6.50 mean across his first two results. Eason, 6.59, the average of those two results. Unfortunately, an 11-second solve for Parker, which means he's going to count a 9. A DNF coming in for Nicholas Sanchez as well. Unfortunate to see.
Yeah, the rest of this group outside of Maddie, Ryan, and Eason isn't really competitive. All of them are in the 7s or 8s right now.
Definitely looking to claw it back a little bit. I mean, Xavier has a 6.77, so if he can count that, might be okay, but he's going to need to count sometimes a bit better than that as well. Looks like he picked Green Cross on this one, and a U-perm to finish things up, but it was a bit locky, unfortunately, 7.43. That's not going to be good enough, unfortunately.
See Ryan Pilot starting his inspection here on the main camera.
Holding with the yellow cross on the bottom. Seems like that will be the cross color of choice. It is. And yeah, it just... You can see a lot of pausing coming out from Ryan. I feel like he's getting bailed out a little bit with some good cases, or perhaps he's setting up those cases to be quite good, but it would be great to see a little bit more fluidity from him in the future rounds. Maddie, scramble number 3. Green cross is the choice, different from what Dylan used to get a 5.15, but clearly the better cross color here, 5.01. That is the counting time for Maddie.
That solution there for the last layer was a little interesting. He did EOZB, but he forced a T case, which I guess is probably the only setting he knows. I believe if you do EOZB normally for that OL, it'll give, I want to say U, so it doesn't look like he knows that set, or maybe it was L or some other case that he doesn't know, but looks like Maddie is familiar with TZBLL, which will help him out.
Of course, TU and L being the most common, the easiest ones to learn. Decent recognition for most of those, as well as, well, some sets are worse than others, but some sets have quite short algorithms as well. 650 for Eason. As we switch over to Nicholas Sanchez. Needs to come back a little bit. 804 DNF 726 to start things off. Yeah, unfortunately, it's looking like there's quite a bit of pausing going on between the steps of F2L and an 8.19 shake of the head. Yeah, just not the solving we've come to expect of Niklas, unfortunately.
Yeah, really not what he's looking for here at this competition. That'll probably knock him out of contention. But we will see Ryan Pilot and Daniel Gutierrez look to start their solves here.
Yeah, looks like Daniel will start his inspection first, followed pretty shortly by Ryan. Haven't been following too much of Daniel. Unfortunately, not a fantastic average for him so far. 723, 1066, 826. Just pausing quite a lot on that PLL, taking an extra beat to recognize it. 787 for him. Ryan now. Just it felt like quite a long solution. 829.
Yeah, really not sure what happened with that solution. It looked like he just did a bunch of edges first on the top layer. Yeah, maybe he like switched crosses. I'm a little confused what happened there.
And then, yeah, ending up with actually a fantastic ZBLL. That one is one of my favorites, aside from your simple like Soons or whatever. Another 2 GLL. But yeah, just the F2L solution just was quite strange. It looked like he was even inserting corners at some point, so I want that one back. Eason Peacock now. Had a pretty decent average so far. Can he avoid counting a bad time? Continue on his good streak. 806. Unfortunately, that's not really what he was looking for. So he's going to count 755 now. It's going to drop him in the projected ranking somewhat. Maddie, solve number 4. Quickly switching over to Xavian. Looks like he's headed for a 7-second average, 715, best possible average, 7.53, worst possible average. A bit pausy, but otherwise not too bad of a solution. That will be best possible for him. There were 2 solvers who got 5.6 on this scramble. Maddie bested both of them with getting 5.59. He'll be counting that one as well. 501, 559 counting. Maddie is in the driver's seat to take over the first seed across the first 2 groups of 3x3 round 1.
Yeah, unlucky last layer on that solve too. He had one of the longer OLLs into an F perm, which is around, or that's going to be about 20 moves. We will see Ryan start his solve right now.
Looks like Ryan just wrapping up this solve here. Not a fantastic one. 787.
Yeah, that might actually knock him out of the next round depending on how these other 2 groups go, but that'll bring him past the halfway mark of these first 2 groups.
We got Nicholas now just using this opportunity to practice ZBLL 745. I think, unfortunately, his nationals for 3x3 is going to come to a close. Isan with a 6.9, but perhaps calling over a delegate just to make sure that the layer is fully aligned. Here's the replay of that. Oh, this one is actually a little bit sketchy. I feel like he might even have turned the U layer after stopping the timer. We'll get an official ruling on that in a second. Here's Maddie Hiroto Inaba now. So I'm looking at a quite good average. He can get sub 5 average here. That would be his PR. He needs to beat 4.37 for that. Some fast turning right out of the gate. Oh, wow. He gave a real run for it. 5.18. is the final solve. He counted 501, 559, 518. He's going to end up with a low 5 average, something like to the effect of 5.3 or 5.2, I think. Just amazing stuff from Maddie. And that should round things out for this group. Well, it looks like one more solve to be resolved of Isan. Tim Reynolds, one of the main organizers behind not just this version of All-Stars and the National Championship, but many, many national championships going back many, many years. Thanks for all your hard work in our community, Tim. To me, this looks not great. Turned the puzzle after stopping the timer. Usually, if you touch the puzzle after you stop the timer and the judge has had a chance to inspect it to make sure that everything is solved, it would be just a +2, but turning the puzzle is grounds for DNF as well. I think what they will do is they'll send it into the back, make sure that everything is above board, get a regulations check. But based on that reaction, looks like it might be bad news for Isan. DNF would give him a 737 average as we go frame by frame here. Not doing the ZBLL, instead of doing the basic 9 mover into, at least from this angle, looks like, yeah, that looks like the execution of the L perm. To me, it looks like he stops the timer and then makes a turn. We'll wait for the official ruling. And perhaps even a +2 on that bottom layer, but remains to be seen. With that, we are through 2 groups of 3x3 at the U.S. National Championship. Mari Hiroto Inaba on the side of your screen at the very top from Hawaii, 526 average for him. Pretty fantastic, other than a mishap on the second solve, which actually potentially had a chance to be a really good one as well. Dylan Miller getting a 520 on that solve. Speaking of Dylan Miller, 545 for his efforts. Quite an impressive showing in the first group. Christopher Sun, also of the first group, 609. Great effort from him. Ryan Johnson, 692. Michael Nielsen, 669. Half of the competitors will advance to round 2. Right now, sitting on the bubble is Ryan Pilot, 7.10, but we have some more fantastic solvers yet to come. As we prepare the stage for 3x3 Group 3. As we watch the replay of Isan's final solve here, we will be doing a commentary switch. I will leave you in the very capable hands of Zachary Miller, Philip Lewicki. You've seen both of them before earlier on this stream. Just working out some technical kinks here. Isan, one of the final solvers in this first group. His time is put in as a DNF at the moment. That gives him a 737 average, 11th amongst the 16 competitors who have solved so far. Had this time counted as a 6.9, certainly would have placed a little bit higher. It's been an action-packed first day here at Rubik's and TheCubicle, CubingUSA All-Stars 2025. Bit of a different format from the usual national championships traditionally held as a convention. This is a little bit more of an invitation qualification style. 32 competitors qualified for 3x3 amongst the Americans. Only the best of the best. We will have 3 rounds of competition. The final round, of course, deciding the national champion in the main event, 3x3. You can see the trophy that's sitting at the center of the stage there. That is the Morris Trophy, and it's a perpetual trophy handed to the winner of the 3x3 event. The competitors will desperately want to put their names on this trophy, grab this trophy. Of course, one of the favorites, Max Park, has already had his name etched onto there many, many times. Folks, I think we're going to...
Hey, this is Phil, and I hope you're enjoying the stream. Next time you want to get anything speedcubing, come check out TheCubicle.com. We have all the new releases, like these. We even have these. Also, we have these. Oh, and we work with this guy, and this guy. Yo! And even this guy. So yeah, if you're looking for anything speedcubing, come visit us at TheCubicle.com and enjoy the competition.
Every second, it's with you. Can you feel it? Can you beat it? Take on time with Rubik's Pulse and solve before it's lights out. Make your move.
Whether you're here to cheer on the CubingUSA All-Stars or dreaming of being one yourself, every great solve starts with great practice. At CubingGG, we help you level up your solves with expert-led courses, personalized coaching, and proven training plans, all designed by world-class speedcubers. No matter where you are in your cubing journey, CubingGG gives you the tools to take your skills to the all-star level. Check us out at CubingGG and let's get good fast.
At For the Need Foundation, we are committed to transforming young lives through the power of mentorship. Follow us at For the Need on Instagram and Facebook to stay up to date on how you can make change in your community. Together, we can prevent homelessness.
Welcome back to Providence, Rhode Island and the McVinney Auditorium as we continue Rubik's X The Cubicle presents CubingUSA All-Stars 2025. We're about to get into the second half of 3x3 round 1, where we're going to be seeing many solvers like Max Park, Luke Garrett, Luke Greiser, and more continue to contend for the Morris Trophy.
Right. We have 3x3 Group 3 next. In Station 8, from Virginia, Zane Kanani. In Station 7, from Tennessee, Eli Parker. Station 6, from Florida, Tommy Cherry. Station 5, from New York, Aaron Jake Wong. Station 4, from Wisconsin, Zeke Mackey. Station 3, from Tennessee, Dominic Radici. Station 2 from Kentucky, Luke Greiser. And Station 1 from Indiana, Luke Garrett. Good luck, competitors.
All right, everyone, welcome back. And as I was mentioning earlier, we're now heading into the second half of 3x3 round 1. I'm joined here with Philip Lewicki, who's going to be walking us through all the action here as we undergo here in Providence. As Kevin was mentioning, we have a Battle of the Lukes to highlight this group here, along with some other solvers like Dom Radici and Zeke Mackey. Philip, what are we going to be looking out for with this group of solvers here?
Well, Luke Greiser and Luke Garrett are two elite solvers, and they've They've definitely faced each other several times. They faced each other in the World Championship final, most recently in Seattle. Luke has been on a good run recently. He got a PR mean of 3 rounds, 5:49 in a recent competition. Luke Greiser has been struggling a bit. He did pretty poorly in his Monkey League qualifier, so maybe he'll look to do well at this national championship. He did well at Worlds, so let's see if he can keep it up.
Yeah, they seem to have a knack for getting paired up with each other. This is, I think, the 3rd time this year this has now happened with this year and Worlds last year. But it should be interesting to see how both of these solvers stack up against each other, considering that they have such unique solve styles and also very unique mental approaches to 3x3 as well.
Yeah, Luke Garrett is an all-rounder. He's kind of chill. He competes all the time, and he's color neutral. So look for some great solves from him. Luke Greiser, I think he puts a bit more pressure on himself. He's a bit less consistent. He's pretty much only focuses on 3x3, so
you like turn him up a little bit.
It's going to be interesting to see how they do. They're a pretty similar level, all things considered. So on average, you would expect them to do about the same, but I think Luke Garrett tends to do a little bit better. I would say they're both pretty safe locks for the finals, but only 8 people in the finals, and only 16 to the next round, so we'll see.
Waiting for the first cubes to come out now. Looks like Luke Greiser will do the honors, getting us started here with his first solve. Eli Parker starting on the bottom right with an 826. The wings going first as well. Greiser with a very nice last layer.
Yeah, that was a big lockup there on the 4th pair, but it was a nice case, so a 568. Not sure if that was an OLL skip or not, but it was definitely a low move count solution with a bad execution. Yeah, this is a pretty good OLL skip force there by Luke Greiser, and nice recognition. And Luke Garrett up next. Here's Zane Kanani.
Zane Kanani getting started here.
But yeah, this is pretty average solve for Zane.
742. Luke Garrett.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how Luke Garrett does, though, because he does so many events, and you never know how he'll perform on 3x3. Will he be in practice, out of practice?
Getting started doing the yellow cross. Gets to an awkward shape and 515 after the G-perm.
Yeah, that was a clean yellow cross first 2 pairs. Not the greatest last layer case, but a 515 nonetheless.
Very solid start for Luke. He's been trying to go for his goal for a while of getting that North American record average.
Yeah, there are a few people chasing that North American record average, currently held by Max Park, who we'll see in the next group. Matti Hiroto Naba came close last round, but just missed it with a 526 average. And Luke Garrett's PR is 588, just 0.02 off of the current North American record of 486 by Max Park.
Aaron Jake Wong, one of the lower seeded wing solvers, will make an appearance here. The New Yorker, who is more known for his clock prowess, getting a 742.
So here's Luke Greiser with his cube. Seems to be listening to music before the solves to get himself hyped up. Luke has a history of struggling with nerves at majors, but in recent years he's managed to perform well in a few of them. So he'll be looking to have another good performance today.
It's been a huge
shaking his head.
emphasis for him, the mental. And it looks like he just didn't really have something planned. 645 though. Was able to salvage it.
Yeah, well, he got one of the easiest ZBLL cases, basically just an OLL PLL skip. So that solve could have been a lot worse if he didn't get that fantastic case there. But yeah, the start there was not what you want to see from Luke, and it's a sign that he's struggling a bit with the mentality here.
Luke has made it a huge emphasis in the past to really focus on his on the nerves and the mental game aspect. It's a very underrated part of this sport. I like to say a lot it's very similar to golf. You have to lock in for a long period of time. And it's sometimes very hard to do that, especially when you're there at a comp for the entire day and doing different things throughout the day. Dom Radici with the 6.7. Don't look in chat. Luke Garrett will prep now to do his next solve.
Yeah, Luke started very nice with a 5.15. Luke Greiser struggled with this scramble, so we'll see what Luke Garrett can do. Yeah, the F2L was pretty shaky again. Yeah, 608's fine. I mean, you see it all there in the expression there by Luke Garrett. Probably a difficult scramble. Maddie had a 730 on that one. Dylan Miller had a 520, so some people were able to find something, but the two Lukes struggling.
Zeke Mackey, the Wisconsin delegate, 4th place in Megaminx, pulling out a 7 flat. He has a 4 to his name. He's gotten some good results before.
Yeah, of course, all these competitors are pretty good. I mean, you have to be top 32 among the people that registered to compete. So everyone here has, a sub-7 PR average, but not all of them are that consistent. You see a lot of 7s here, 789, and it's pretty difficult to be consistently sub-7, and even more difficult to be consistently sub-6.5, sub-6.3, sub-6. Luke Garrett and Luke Greiser are in that low 6 range, where they can get sub-6 pretty often, but not every time. And they're definitely in the chasing pack behind Max Park and Madi Hiroto Inaba for the title this year. Luke Garrett has a nice PR average, but yeah, here's Aaron Jake Wong.
Very nice PLO there, 645 for Jake Wong.
Yeah, so Luke Greiser had some pretty good cases, and yet the times weren't that great on the first 2 solves. So he's going to probably count himself lucky and try to move on here and take advantage of these last 3 solves.
Scramble 3, this one looked interesting to me as I was watching back. I saw some blocks and stuff that the solver could easily use, but...
Yeah, but Luke Greiser is just falling apart. I mean, that's a 635. That seems like a fine time, but for Luke Greiser, that's really bad, because this is a good scramble, and you can see there's some nice blocks there on yellow, nice free first pair, and that huge hesitation, bad recognition of the OLL, quick transition to the PLO, but he's going to be disappointed with the execution there, and the look ahead was not up to his standards.
Luke is usually someone who can crank out those low mid 5s with ease, so definitely looking to try to improve on that in his next few rounds. Luke Garrett, the other one, will now go ahead and try to continue his good pace. He has a 5-1 and a 6 flat to start off. We also have our first confirmed second round entry. Madi Hiroto Inaba is now guaranteed to make second round.
Yeah, I think that was a foregone conclusion, but let's watch Luke Garrett.
Quick start there on the yellow cross.
Very nice. Oh, but he messed up the F2L.
I saw that flipped
yeah, so that
edge
solve started
during
nice.
OLL,
The first 3 pairs for Luke were fantastic, but something went wrong there. It looks like he did the OLL, and let's see the replay here. Yeah, he did the OLL, but the F2L wasn't solved, and that's something you don't want to do, because inserting that pair while not messing up the OLL, it is a simple alg, but it is quite slow to execute. And a 664, honestly not too bad of a time considering what happened there. But a mistake like that, not finishing the F2L before you solve OLL, that's not something you want to be making in your national championships.
Exactly, Philip. I think you hit the nail on the head there. But as we mentioned, there's multiple rounds, and both the Lukes, I think, are pretty much shoo-ins to make this next round unless something goes significantly wrong. So they'll have some time to watch back the film a little bit, maybe review some things that went wrong and work on them tonight and tomorrow morning. It's Tommy Cherry, the current 3-blind world record holder, gets started on his next solve. Pretty smooth there, 647.
647. Tommy's still wearing his blindfold during the 3x3 round, staying on brand. Here's Luke Greiser.
Oh,
What happened there to Luke Greiser? This is just a collapse, and this is exactly what I saw in the Monkey League qualifier. I think that's a DNF. Where
That's
okay,
actually
just
going
a
to be
+2.
plus. Yeah, just +2. But
Yeah,
this is really unfortunate from Luke Greiser. This is not usually what you'd see from him, Philip.
Yeah, I mean, that huge pause is just like an indication that he's off today. Like, he's not seeing things. He hasn't been seeing things all round. Like, he had some good cases, so he got some decent times. But, I mean, if he didn't have those easy cases, we'd be looking at a much worse average. And I think 678, that's pretty representative of his current level.
Yeah, this is just not usually what you'd see from a solver with his caliber, so it's just a little unfortunate to see that. Hopefully he'll be back up to normal speed tomorrow, but obviously with
Yeah, well, it's
slumps
a good
and
thing
stuff,
for
you
him that
never
the next
know.
round isn't until tomorrow, so he'll have some time to reevaluate and to refocus. He might be waiting for tomorrow to truly peak. Some people are like that.
You never know.
Zeke
Zeke
Mackey
Mackey
with a
putting
nice
down
solve,
a 588.
588.
There you go. Yeah. Wow. Very smooth solving there from Zeke. He's already had some good results today of his own.
Yeah, Luke Garrett here, about to start. Luke making a big mistake on the previous solve, solving OLL before he was finished with his F2L.
It's 5-1-6 flat 6-6 after that previous mistake, as he's going to go for the orange cross and very, very smooth last layer. Much better execution that time. 534.
Yeah, there was nothing wrong with that solve. That was just a good solve. You can see Luke always has the perfect expression to describe what just happened.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is a good solve. Orange cross. I mean, a bit locky on the transitions, a few pauses, but the efficiency is solid, the turning is solid, and the time is solid.
Yeah, how he feels after a solve makes our job very easy. We can tell if a solve is good without even looking at the display, just based on how he reacts. It's a very expressive solver. Just checking a little bit on.
Yeah, so
Just checking a little bit on Aaron and Zane Kanani. They're both still doing some of their solves right now, but both of them have some counting. Aaron is accounting 6 and Zane is some 7s. 720.
yeah, that was a nice finish by Aaron, a 581 to finish the average, getting his best possible average
there. Yeah, I just noticed
there.
that too. I was gonna point that out as well. Very, very strong finish by Aaron. That will probably put him into this. That'll get him a 689 average, I believe, which should put him into the next round.
Oh no. Okay, that was okay. Luke Greiser, I mean, that solve was okay. Like, that was a good solution, and the execution was okay, but there were just a few hiccups there, and a 665. Like, let's watch the replay here. Yeah, I mean, that's like, if you have that many rotations in your F12 solution, it's not going well. And for a competitor of Luke's caliber, like, that's not something you want to do. Like,
yeah,
it was just a tough round.
It just feels
for
like
him.
something. Yeah, it just feels like something was off for him today. And you know that happens to a lot of speedkeepers in today's world. So sometimes you just gotta adjust and like learn what's going wrong and adjust your solving for what's going on and just do what you know. Don't try anything. Just keep it elementary, and it's probably what Luke is gonna be thinking about doing. So the other Luke will inspect here for what should be his final solve, looking at a 552 BPA. A little bit of a lockup on that OLL, and just can't get the PLO off, and that'll be WPA now instead of BPA.
I mean,
that'll put him at a 602.
That was really sloppy. I mean, he's got to get rid of that, because against Maddie, against Max, against Dylan, I mean, that's not going to work. Like, you got to be clean on those A perms. And he was already messing, like I was already seeing a fumble there on the OLL and then the PLL. F2L is good, but you got to finish those solves. And those are algs you can drill, so maybe he'll go back to his hotel and drill those algs tonight.
Yeah, all four of Luke's first solves were totally fine. It's just that fifth one was just, I think maybe some pressure got to him, or maybe just he overshot a little bit on that alg. But sometimes it happens.
It's
and,
pretty common for him. Like, if you look at Luke Garrett's results, he has a lot of rounds with like a 9 or a 10 or an 11. Like, you just get, like, he'll be getting like 5, 6 averages, and he'll just get 9s and 10s. It's really strange. I haven't seen it in any other competitor at his level. Just, like, for some reason, sometimes he just gets really bad solves. Maybe he loses focus or something, but yeah, this round, he was the best competitor, and he moves into 3rd place, just ahead of Christopher Sun. And next group, we're looking forward to some fantastic solves by Max Park and the other competitors in the group.
Yeah, I'm really excited for this next group as well, Philip, because Max Park is someone who I always enjoy watching solve. And there's also plenty of other great solvers coming up in this group, like Carson Wijaya, as well as Sid and Ashton. So there's lots of great names to be watching out for in this next group. So I'm really, really, really excited.
Yeah, I'm carefully watching Caleb Chen because he's a pretty inconsistent solver. He had that 526 PR average quite a while ago, and it didn't really seem like he was going to get back to that level. But in the finals of the Western Championships, he had a sub-6 average, and in his most recent 2 rounds, he had a sub-6 average. Now, at Worlds, I don't think he made the semifinals even. So he is inconsistent, and he's never done well in like a real major, but that performance at Western and his last 2 rounds are promising. So we'll see, can he bring that level, his potential level, to this national championship? He's a young competitor, and it would be his first time, yeah.
Yeah, and also something else that I've noticed about Caleb too, reading some over our prep, is that he's actually a full ZB user as well. There's not really a lot of full ZB users in this final, so that also puts him at a unique advantage as well, going into this, considering the amount that opens up. So
Yeah, that can be a disadvantage though, because if you're using full ZB and your recognition is not superb, which takes a lot of work, you can be very inconsistent, and it actually aligns with his solver profile. Like, if he has good recognition, he's going to get 5s every time, even 4s. But if his recognition falters, he's just going to be pausing, and he's going to get bad times. So it'll be interesting to see what happens.
I believe we're going to now be introducing the next group of competitors on the main stage here of the McVinney Auditorium.
4 or 5
so we'll
the rest
go
of the
ahead
finals for the day,
and cut
back to
to
back.
Kevin Hayes.
Based on this morning, taking about 27 minutes instead of 30, so we'll probably end the day 20 minutes ahead. And the last final will start about 20 minutes ahead as well. So just be aware of that, between 10 and 20 minutes ahead for the rest of the day.
Oh, perhaps not. Perhaps not just yet for the announcement to the next group, but we do have 8 names that we do have confirmed to be in the second round, which are Madahiro Toinaba, Dylan Miller, Luke Garrett, Christopher Sun, Zeke Mackey, Luke Greiser, Brian Johnson, and Michael Nielsen will be moving on to the second round, guaranteed, regardless of the results of this second round. So that should be pretty exciting.
Yeah.
It's like,
so, yeah, a few competitors to watch out for in this round. Max Park, of course. I mean, he's been amazing on big cubes recently.
All right, we have our last
Let's
group
see
of
if he brings it
3x3
3
now.
by 3.
In Station 8, Ashton Jampias. Station 7, Jack Pfeiffer. Station 6 from Connecticut, Curtis Chai. Station 5 from Texas, Siddharth Reddy. Station 4 from New Jersey, Carson Wijaya. Station 3 from Washington, Max Shao. Station 2 from Georgia, Caleb Chen. And our first seed from California, Max Park. Good luck, competitors.
All right, now getting started with the last group of this 3x3 round one. We have 8 more spots left here, Philip, and this is probably going to be some of the higher pressure solving for the audience at home, but obviously these competitors don't know what will make and what will not make this next final. They're going in blind. So this should be very interesting to watch from our perspective, but we'll be keeping a close eye on everyone in this final, especially Max Park and all these other incredible solvers like Caleb Chen and others as well.
Yeah, we should also mention Max Shaw. Pretty good. 549 PR. Could make some noise.
So another name
And
I
of
like
course,
to
everyone-
always shout out for 3x3 is Carson Wijaya as well. He's a very solid solver from the Mid-Atlantic, has recorded a lot of 4s, has recorded a lot of very good averages of his own. I believe he also was the winner of Mids earlier this year, so he's gotten a lot of that regional 3x3 experience a few states over here from Rhode Island. Wing stations getting their cubes first here as Max Park submits and goes to his waiting area that he's set up. Max Shao will be the first to solve and will do the honors to start us off. Seattle Metro native, currently at Johns Hopkins in Baltimore. Getting started with his first solve here. A little bit pausey
Yeah,
here, but...
he wasn't mentally
+2.
ready for that solve. He was not mentally ready. So many pauses there, indicative of not being warmed up, as look ahead is not locked in. And he's going to need to fix that because a 969 would put him out of the second round. So
Jim Pius, another name from the southeast U.S. here today. There's been a lot of them here today, and they've been making some noise here this weekend. Looking to get ready. He's got his towel and cleaning his hands off. Pause, but
Ashton with a
smooth
huge
turning style
pause.
will carry him. 657, even with the pause. Pretty incredible solving there, Philip.
yeah, he had a nice last slot, last layer there.
Sometimes that can do the as we were talking about with Luke earlier, those cases were saving him. That definitely saved him there too, that last slot and that last layer. Now going to see
Yeah,
Caleb
but-
Chen's first solve here.
Yeah, I think this is a big moment for Caleb because he's never had success at a national or international level.
S move on the cross, but very, very quick onto the ZB, and he'll get a 631.
Yeah, that was interesting. We saw the ZB method there. We saw the ZBLS. We saw the ZBLL. But yeah, it was a pretty good solve. Just a few too many pauses. Still a good time. Curtis Try not happy with an 822.
It's a bit
I'm
above
still
average
waiting for
him.
Max
He's usually
Park.
someone that can get mid-6. Yeah, Max is, from what I've seen being back there, is not a huge fan of the stationary format and is trying to make his own waiting area in the back. He's basically trying to do anything he can to not be stationary today. So he's been walking back and forth, so he'll be coming out for his first solve now.
Here's Max Park. Max easily won 6x6. Max, one of the favorites here at Nationals.
He's someone that you're going to expect to see on this podium by default, but it'll just depend on how he holds himself together in these rounds. One of my favorite things about Max's solves, Philip, is that he just does not pause, even with that turning style.
Yeah, and that's really what sets him apart. His look ahead is spectacular. Like this solve here, the efficiency is not great. Tons of rotations, but you see he just doesn't really pause. And if you're doing a decent solution and you don't pause, like you're gonna get a good time.
Should be interesting to see how Caleb Chen handles this second scramble here.
Yeah, Caleb's first solve looked pretty efficient, but his 631.
As you were talking about earlier, he's one of these solvers that's just capable of getting incredible results, but hasn't yet shown that off in a final of this scale yet. So this weekend will be very, very interesting.
12 seconds.
It started here, does the yellow cross. Seeming to pause a lot on that slot and just can't get the ZB off, 774.
We're seeing an interesting contrast here, because I think Max is one of the best look-ahead solvers, and Caleb's look-ahead is like the only bad part of his solve. Like, the efficiency is great, the execution is great, he's got great algs, but he's pausing so much in between every little move, and he's got to clean those up.
Do you think that could be a side effect of him potentially doing the method and stuff that he does with like ZB and stuff, that just had to be
but
kind of the trade-off?
It could be like that for the last slot, last layer, but he was pausing on the first couple pairs as well. So it just tells me like he's not very good at looking ahead after planning 1 or 2 pairs in inspection. At least he wasn't on that solve. Siddharth with a nice 622.
Yeah, very nice one by Siddharth there. He's one of the solvers here that I'm expecting to stay consistent, and that's definitely showing so far with his early results. He has an 8, 7, and 6, and he's also performed pretty well in his other event that he did earlier today. He was mainly a 2x2 solver. He got 140 in that final later today.
So here's Max Park, one of the most consistent solvers. Wow.
Nice 468 from Max. You can just see that pauseless solve there. It's been biasing that.
Yeah, that wasn't just pauseless. That was very efficient, and he got good cases on the last layer as well. That was a great F2L. I'd love to see the replay. Yeah, let's see that.
Yeah, let's take a look at this. Wow.
Yeah, the fourth pair to OLL to PLL transition was perfection.
Yeah, you can't do it any better than that. I think the only person in the world, the only 2 people that can do that better right now are Yihang and Xuanyi probably. But otherwise, wow, great solve there by Max. He's been doing this for so long, and he's still able to get these incredible times. It's just insane.
8 seconds.
Yeah, let's see if Caleb can get some better look ahead on this solve.
He's taking off the jacket now. And oh, just a little... starting to lose control of the cube in his hands as he gets a 6.6.
Yeah, so his look ahead was a little better, but the turning was a bit locky. He seemed a bit nervous there. I think taking off the jacket is a sign that he's struggling a bit with performance. Max off camera had a 672 and a 647 after that bad start, so let's see if he can keep up the pace. Well, that's a great solve.
Wow, 548. He really, really recovered well there.
Yeah, there's a big pause on the ZB, but the F2L is excellent.
Get ready to see Max Park's third solve after getting the 5-5 and the 4-6.
Yeah, we've seen model look ahead by Max Park.
There's scrambles that Dylan and Maddie did well on, so interesting to see how Max does on this one. And already
Wow.
a 449, counting the 4-6, and he's pacing.
Wow, that was just again, the F2L was fantastic. The transitions were fantastic. No pauses at all. Max Park.
Wow.
He's the favorite for a reason.
Counting 4-6 already. He's doing incredible so far. He's got 2 more to go. Carson Wijaya will now take a stab at this one. Gets to the Soon case, 639, as he takes out the earplugs and a little bit of frustration there.
It'll be interesting to see what the cutoff is to just make the semifinal here. These competitors aren't used to having such pressure in a round 1 of a major, so they might not know what to do with that.
It's looking like if you're getting sub 7, you're guaranteed in. But I think low mid 7 is going to be right on the bubble. And like as you said, Philip, this is very, very unusual considering that this is like the first national championship and first like 3x3 competition with such a steep cut line that it's going to be interesting to see like what happens, because there's going to be a lot of deserving competitors who don't make this second round, and there's a lot that don't make this final. So it's really a best of the best battle here this weekend.
Yeah, Caleb Chen struggled on the second solve. His other 2 solves have had a lot of mistakes, but they're not bad times, so he'll look to get a better one here.
8 seconds. 12 seconds.
Lot smoother.
That was a much better F2L.
There.
Yeah,
that's
that
more
was
like
fantastic.
it for Caleb. 5:15. Wow, that was way better.
Yeah, so the F2L is fantastic there. He must have had a good plan going into the F2L and finished with a nice ZBLL. So if he can bring that kind of solving, he has a good chance for podium at this competition. But if he can't, then he might not even make the finals. Max Park is back.
Should be interesting
Max
to see what he gets
coming
here,
off
especially.
2. Yeah.
Especially after that counting 4-6. Should be very intriguing to see what this 4th solve could entail for him. Looks to be holding himself well here as he looks to be looking for that yellow cross, which is also what Caleb did.
Yeah, so that was interesting. We saw the first pause of the average there for Max after the first pair, and another pause after the second pair. So a 577. Not quite the stellar look ahead that he had in the first 3 solves, but still easily advancing to the next round.
Yeah, I was going to point that out as well with the pauses. That just did not look like a Max Park solve there. As Max Xiao gets to his 5th solve. Not bad finish there, 591. I think that's a very solid recovery by Max considering that first solve. That might be able to inch him into that final.
Yeah, well, for now we're looking at just the semis, and he's pretty safely in with a mid-6 after starting off with a 9. But a mid-6 average to finish for Max Xiao. And we're just waiting for Max Park's cube for his 5th solve. It looked like he was on good pace with those 2 mid-4s, but not as good of a look ahead on the 4th solve. And now on the 5th solve, he'll look to take the lead. But here's Caleb Chen, who had a very nice 4th solve.
.690 WPA for Caleb Chen here, but he'll get BPA. 487. Great finish there.
Yeah, that was an efficient F2L, and he had a very smooth transition to the ZBLS and ZBLL. So we saw some ZB method proficiency here. You see he has a big pause there, but that's for the ZBLS, and that sets up the ending. So that pause, I'm not really complaining about that pause. That set up a very efficient finish in a 487.
Yeah, it's now looking like very low 7 will be the cut. It'll be very interesting to see here what could happen, but Carson Wijaya is going to be the last question mark here. Unless that last solve gets entered. He needed a 736 to qualify for the final on his last solve.
Yeah, so Max Park
ready
is...
for fifth.
Yeah, he needs a 5.55 to take the lead against Maddie. Not that it really matters, but a 490 best possible average.
It's a 479 for sub 5 here. Looking to pace well. The PLL just missed it. 488, but still a solid average for Park.
And that was fantastic. And Max Park has brought his best solving here in this round. I mean, a low 5 average, that's pretty rare for him. Like, he's going to be very happy with his performance. And again, no pauses here. Max Park turning on that PLL, but still 488. And he finishes with a low 5 average and the first seed in this round.
Yeah, exactly. And really, really good solving by all of these competitors. We're just waiting for some last entries here, but it looks like we have our slate of finalists, our semifinalists solidified here with Max Park, Madihiro Inaba, Dylan Miller, Luke Garrett, Caleb Chen, Chris Sun, Zeke Mackey, Max Shao, Luke Greiser, Ryan Johnson, Michael Nielsen, Aaron Jake Wong, Stanley Chappell, Siddharth Reddy, Carter Kukala, and depending on the last solve being entered for Carson, he would be the last person in. If he misses, then it will be Ryan Pilot. I will be personally heading out, though.
Yeah.
I will be personally heading out, though, as I do have to MC these next finals. I'll leave Philip here to kind of close this out for you guys as we transition over to our next event, which is the clock final.
Yeah, clock final next. So that was a fantastic 3x3 first round. Max Park taking it. And we'll see you soon for clock final with Manu and Keaton.
Hey, this is Phil, and I hope you're enjoying the stream. Next time you want to get anything speedcubing, come check out TheCubicle.com. We have all the new releases like these. We even have these. Also, we have these. Oh, and we work with this guy, and this guy. Yo! And even this guy. So yeah, if you're looking for anything speedcubing, come visit us at TheCubicle.com and enjoy the competition.
Every second, it's with you. Can you feel it? Can you beat it? Take on time with Rubik's Pulse and solve before it's lights out. Make your move.
Whether you're here to cheer on the CubingUSA All-Stars or dreaming of being one yourself, every great solve starts with great practice. At CubingGG, we help you level up your solves with expert-led courses, personalized coaching, and proven training plans, all designed by world-class speedcubers. No matter where you are in your cubing journey, CubingGG gives you the tools to take your skills to the all-star level. Check us out at CubingGG and let's get good fast.
At Lakewood ADUs, our expert contractors transform spaces into your dreams. We build home extensions, convert garages, and construct new standalone structures. Grounded in integrity and care, we partner with our community to build more than just structures, but lasting places of comfort. Scan the QR code to book a call today or visit www.lakewoodadus.com. At Fourth and Need Foundation, we are committed to transforming young lives through the power of mentorship. Follow us at For The Need on Instagram and Facebook to stay up to date on how you can make change in your community. Together, we can prevent homelessness.
Welcome back, everyone, or should I say, good day. This is the broadcast of the CubingUSA Nationals 2025. Manu Singhal on the mic here alongside former world record holder Keaton Ellis. Keaton, how are you doing, my friend? You're now trader because now you live down under, but still here for US Nationals nonetheless.
No, I'm very excited to be here. I've woken up quite early this morning, and tomorrow I'll be waking up even earlier in order to watch as much as I possibly can and to try to get myself up to speed. It's seeming like a fantastic competition. A lot of these events coming down to the last solve in order to make it onto this Nationals podium, and we are just getting started. We're not even through day one yet.
Yes, many competitors already been knocked out, many dreams already shattered. 7:05 was the cutoff to advance to 3x3 round 2. That is a number that I don't think you'll hear anywhere else in the world. But for this competition, we just witnessed Max Park barely miss out on getting sub 5 average, 5:03 for his efforts. 3 sub 5 solves for him, 5:26 for Matty Hiroto Inaba in Group 2, and 5:45 for Dylan Miller. They stand on top of the 3x3 rankings. But enough of that. Let's go to the hype video for Clock.
It's time for the Clock US National Championship. Clock has gone from a once overlooked side event to one of the fastest evolving in speed cubing. From the days of Bob Burton's 18-second solves to Tommy Cherry's 3.75-second world title run, the gap between past and present couldn't be wider. And this year, the field feels brand new. At the top of the projections, Fiona Bow, the world record holder for single and the Mid-Atlantic champion. She comes in projected at a 50% chance to win, and the potential to become the first woman to win a US title since 2015. Her main challenger is Carter Thomas, a former world record holder who mixes methods mid-solve and has the speed to win if he can stay consistent through finals. Behind them, names like Aaron Jake Long and Quinn Maloney could sneak in if all the favorites slip. Clock has no +2s, no room for errors. One misalignment can mean the difference between DNF or United States champion. This is Clock.
Well summarized there by Michael Rosenkrantz, one of the great commentators. Unfortunately, unable to join us here today. He's absolutely right. Clock is brutal. There are no +2s. One minor tick can mean the difference between a winning solve and a DNF. Worst possible time, infinity. Your cube should have exploded. You might as well not even have shown up for the solve whatsoever. Keaton, how are the competitors going to manage the stress at such a huge competition with perhaps the most nerve-wracking event?
It's a bit of a risk versus reward kind of scenario here. You know, in order to make it to the national championship or to make it onto this podium, you're going to need to take a little bit of risk when it comes to pushing yourself in terms of solving really fast. But to be safe, you're going to want to be potentially slow things down just a little.
Zachary Miller to announce the finalists, 8 of them of the Clock final.
Contestants, our top 8 seeds for Clock. Your 8th seed is the 2024 Heartland champion in Clock from Indiana, Luke Garrett. Your 7th seed is a 6-time national record holder and 2-time world record holder in Clock. They are a 1-time world champion and a 2023 national champion in Clock. From Florida, Tommy Cherry. Your 6th seed is the current state champion in Clock from Connecticut, Quinn Maloney. Your 5th seed is the 2024 New England champion in Clock from Connecticut, Clement D. Tucker. Your fourth seed is the 2024 state champion in clock. From New York, Aaron Jake Wong. Your third seed is the current New England champion for clock. From Massachusetts, Ethan Zhang. Your second seed is a four-time world record, national record, and one-time world record holder for clock. They are the current Great Lakes champion. From Illinois, Carter Thomas. And the number one seed entering into this final is the current Mid-Atlantic champion in clock. From Maryland, Fiona Bao. Good luck to all of our clock finalists.
Certainly may the luck be with all of the finalists. This is a great set of 8 solvers. A little bit East Coast heavy. We got 2 Midwesterners in here as well. But this is going to be a very, very exciting matchup, Keaton.
Yeah, and no matter what, we are going to end up with a completely new national podium here. Clock is such a fast evolving event. The winning times for nationals or the world championship is essentially dropping by half a second every single year. So this is a whole new slate of competitors. We'll have a new national champion. And as you saw in the intro, Fiona Bao, when you're taking a look at these rankings, is essentially projected about a coin flip to win this thing, pending some DNFs.
Yeah, indeed. The DNF can really swing things one way or another, especially an early DNF. Can kind of get in your head, turns into a bit of a trap card. Every solve from there on out, even if you safety, kind of, is going to sit in the back of your mind. So really hoping that the competitors can avoid that type of stuff. Lots of different methods, I think, being used everywhere. It's going to be very hard to keep track, especially with Carter Thomas, who is method neutral, and just like midway through, he'll just completely switch things up. It's really like the Wild West as far as it comes to methods nowadays.
Yeah, I mean, the main thing, no matter what, is you don't want to flip the clock over, right? You want to be able to get a lot of information in your inspection so that when you're planning out all your moves, you don't need to flip the clock, which takes quite a bit of time.
And it looks like the first puzzles are being delivered. Clement D. Tucker of Connecticut. Looks like we'll start things off, as well as Luke Garrett sitting all the way at the end. He's in your bottom left hand of our lovely quad box here. Regardless of the times, we'll definitely need to keep track of the little cards that the judges will hold up, signaling whether or not the puzzle was solved or not. So it looks like a pretty fast solve coming in from Luke Garrett, 3.54. That is a good solve. 3.95 from Clement D. Tucker. Is that solved? Yes, it is. But in order to win this thing, looks like it's going to end up being a low 3 or perhaps even a 2-second average.
That means that we're going to be really taking a look here at our top 2 seeds. Carter from Illinois, Fiona Bao from my home state of Maryland. I've got a little bit of bias there, but we're looking to see some good solves from absolutely everyone here.
Carter with his cube delivered now. Trying to lock in former world record holder as well in this event.
Does flip the clock.
3.62 looks like it is good on both sides. All 18 clocks pointing to 12. 362 to open his account here as we show you the replay. Very fast flip, actually, and pretty good second side. He'll end up just behind Luke Garrett at the moment. Still waiting for Fiona's first solve, actually, right on cue. Big moment for her coming into this. Chance to be the national champion. The potential for the first women national champion since 2015. Quinn Maloney will watch his solve first. Quick flip there to make sure things are solved. 6-5. Fiona now. No flip needed from her. Looks good. Mason Langendorfer confirms that's the first sub 3 of this round to Fiona Bao. She has the advantage over the rest of the field.
A bit hesitant at the end there, dropping the clock. Oh, one of the scariest things is thinking that you might be off by 1 clock at the end. Ends up making it work out as long as you're not touching the cube, or clock in this case, and as long as it's solved, whenever you stop the timer should be good. So she's added a little bit of time to that solve due to that hesitation, but right now she's still ahead of the pack. Tommy Cherry here, one of the people who was a big proponent of 7 simul, essentially starting people to not flip over the clock by spending more time in inspection. You'll see him down in the bottom right now.
Yeah, just setting up his camera as we watch Aaron Jake Wong from New York. Also a no flip method for him, but he instantly picked it up because he knew that he made a mistake. That's going to be a DNF out the gate. Tommy, one of the most, or rather the best competitors under pressure. Unfortunately, it looks like this solve is going to be behind pace for him. Getting many, many world records at the biggest competitions. Continental Championship, World Championship, National Championship. Those of you might remember his amazing clock average at Nationals 2023. Amazing pop-off from him to win the National Championship.
I mean, it's also a world record that he set in that round. But nowadays, it looks like Tommy's been practicing a little bit less clock. Last competition, he went out to getting a 7 average and a 6 average. So it might be focusing more on blind, which is something that you'll sort of be able to see on his YouTube channel. Luke here.
3-1-2. Looks like that puzzle is solved.
Also on that podium at Worlds 2023, one of his 2 podiums that he got at that competition. Seems pleased with that solve. That means a 3-5 is going to be counting. You'll see him tentatively slotted into 2nd place right now on those rankings. But we still have quite a bit of solving left to go as we see Carter Thomas with his cube cover right in front of him.
Indeed, from one Midwesterner to another. Carter with 3.62 to start off the round. Want to improve on that, although currently sitting in 3rd place, just on 1 solve. And that looks like an improvement if that puzzle is solved. 268, a little bit of a fist bump. Yep, there we go.
Quite pleased with that one.
It's the fastest solve of the round that we've seen so far. DNF from Clement D. Tucker.
This is a very quick solution once you flip the clock. Very, very nice.
Ethan Zhuang, 272, fist bump from him. Looks like this 2nd scramble has a little bit of juice in it. With Garrett improving his solving, Ethan also improving his, and Carter improving his as well.
Ethan hoping to come back for 2x2. He just missed out on that final round, 0.01 off. So hopefully a little bit of redemption here in clock form.
Indeed, yeah. I mean, this is a national title. It's not the same as a world title, but it is the U.S. national title, which is definitely one of the most coveted in all of speed cubing across all events. Quinn Maloney making it his run at it, 2-9-7. Feeling pretty good about that.
Also, no flip solution, which is always something very nice to see.
Yeah, good to see the sub 3s out after first solve was not really fantastic for anyone other than Fiona. on pace for her, but everyone else was kind of behind. So they're going to have that kind of lagging behind them. Based on what she gets here, she might even be on pace to break her own PR, which I believe is the female world record as well. Number 9 overall. Choosing to use the green chi clock. So all competitors here, I believe, are using the chi clock, but slightly different models. They have different magnet arrangements. 336 for Fiona.
That flip at the end just to make sure. Or maybe that was just to slap the clock down.
904 from Tommy. Seems like he might be a little bit out of the running. Perhaps that's a DNF as well. I mean, 904 or DNF, I mean, it almost doesn't matter.
Well, for podium chances, that's pretty much the case. But you can't count anyone out. You want to make sure that, potentially you can have a situation where everyone above you will get a DNF. I mean, we saw the world record holder do that at the World Championship in the second round of clock. So really anything can happen here.
Yeah, it's just so volatile. We were talking about this with Scube earlier, just unpredictable. Clock, I think, is perhaps the epitome of this. Not entirely sure what happened to Clement. I guess we'll get some more information on that. We're watching Luke Garrett stare long and hard at this scramble here. What can he make of it? It's going to be a 4 if it's solved. Indeed it is 414. DNF was the sign for Clement. So that's going to be 2 DNFs, and there you go. I mean, Keaton, perhaps it's the commentator's curse. Clement is out of it.
Yeah. Really unfortunate for Clement here. Making it all the way. But clock is a brutal, unforgiving event. One of the highest DNF rates outside of the blindfolded events.
Yes. I mean, the blind aficionado Stanley Chappell once mentioned it so himself. Perhaps famously, infamously, whichever way you'd like to take it. Ethan Zhuang and Carter Thomas looks like they will start solving relatively simultaneously. Carter in the big screen, Ethan in the bottom right. 2 bad solves, I think, for both of them. DNF for Ethan and a 4 for Carter. So Carter's going to count 3-6 now. That's going to put him behind the pace just a bit. Yeah, actually, his counting time is going to be worse than Luke Garrett's now. So he's going to need to recover by quite some margin.
Yeah, it looks like things are sort of flattening out when it comes to our competition here. The top seeds going at it very competitively with some of these lower ranked seeds like Luke here. Luke's, of course, plenty of competition experience in clock at the highest level, and in plenty of other events as well. So nerves potentially playing a factor here for some of these competitors.
Yeah, and maybe it's that extra competition experience, big competition, finals experience that's kind of propelling him a little bit here, whereas most of the other competitors just are not used to the same stage.
It's also, for many of these competitors, the only 5 solves are going to do the entire weekend, whereas Luke has already competed in 5 events. So it's making the pressure extra salient. Although, not for everyone. Aaron J. Huang, 294. That's counting.
Yeah, that's certainly a good time to count, although DNF at the first, so not huge margin of error. Tommy with a bit of a comeback solve there, 357. Best solve for him so far. It's going to need to string together a couple more of those because he is counting a 5. Fiona now, solve number 3. Looks like she ended up behind the rest of the group somehow. And yeah, I think at this rate she will also be the last to complete her average. 254 if it... Yep, that puzzle is solved. So great effort on her part there. just off of her PR single of 2:35. Excuse me.
So she's pacing well, not at PR right now. We'll need another very good solve for that, but definitely pacing low 3 or sub 3, depending on how this fourth solve pans out.
Yep, she has the best counting time in the field. Aaron Jake Wong will take second place amongst that regard, but yeah, that DNF looming big. And then Luke Garrett in third at the moment, counting a 3.54. Carter Thomas, Quinn Maloney, Ethan Zhuang, Tommy Cherry behind him.
Big solve here for Luke.
Yeah, just based on his facial expression, looks like couldn't quite get it to go. Needed to make some adjustments on the backside anyway. That's kind of a me solve from Luke, so he'll want that one back. He's going to count 414 now. Should drop him in the ranking a little bit.
Sort of neck and neck with Carter Thomas then, taking a look at what he's going to get on that fourth scramble. Luke, I think the first one to do it from what we can see, and based on his solve, it might be a tougher one.
Yeah, very possible. Again, we mentioned that there's a lot of different methods kind of floating around here. So it's a little hard to tell whether or not all competitors will do the exact same solution, or if they will opt for some variations. The event of it just evolves so quickly. It's very difficult, even in the commentary booth, to keep track. It's Carter Thomas now.
Big solve.
Needed to flip there at the very end. 3.82, that solve is okay, but that is not really a solve that he wanted to see come out here. He's going to have an average of counting solves of 3.7. That will still put him ahead of Luke Garrett and still in the third place spot at the moment, but with 5 other solvers left to perform on this fourth scramble, just not really the result that you wanted to see.
Yeah, he's in the pack right now for a podium spot, but it's a very tight pack. It really depends on the solves coming out from Quinn Maloney. Ethan Zhuang with solve number 4 coming in as a 370. He's pacing slightly behind Carter Thomas, but there's a lot of wiggle room here on this lost solve because of the upside with these 2s that people are getting on solve number 2.
Oh, that might be a big
Aaron
solve from
Jake
Aaron
Wong.
Jake Wong. After starting off with a DNF 2.8, 2.9, 2.5, he's going to be counting both of those 2.829s. So he's looking really, really good, but needs to lock in and get a good solve on the last. He has no margin for error.
Yeah, he looks really nervous as well, covering his face with his towel right after the solve. He's got the best upside. He has the worst downside here. So literally anything can happen for him. He looks, or depending on what Fiona's fourth solve is going to be, he's in the running for national champion with a 266 on his last solve.
The 2024 New York State champion might be able to extend his title to national champion. Not if world rank number 9 Fiona Bao has anything to say about that. The female world record holder. Relatively fast inspection for her. Looked like she's turning quite fast. Asking the judge to check it, and she's got a 2.58. She will be counting that, and Fiona Bao is in the lead by quite some margin, it seems.
It's close to PR for her as well. I believe that is going to be PR in Nationals finals.
Wow.
Counting 2, 8. Ooh, it's close. 2, 5, 2, 8, 3, 3. Oh, it's not going to be quite PR yet, but she does have PR potential here.
265, best possible average for Fiona Bao. That would be her personal record, which currently sits at 2.79. Her worst possible average is 2.92. So it is possible for Actually, only one person can catch her. She is guaranteed a nationals podium. Only Aaron Jake Wong can catch her, and actually she's guaranteed second place at worst. Some great solving through the first 3 solves from Fiona Bao.
Very quickly, we came from a tight pack to essentially a 2-person race here for this podium. Oh, Luke Garrett with the DNF.
Worst possible for him.
899 is going to count.
Oh, 556 for him. Who will grab the gold? Fiona Bao from Maryland, or will it be Aaron Jake Wong from New York? Ethan Zhuang getting his scrambled puzzle in now. 345 is his best possible average. That would be good enough to get onto the podium as it currently stands. Using the pink and red clock, one of the first alternate colored clocks to come out, featuring one of the first alternate magnet schemes as well. 2.97, really critical. Is this clock solved? It is. Ethan Zhuang with 2.97. Perhaps a DNF for Carter here? No, looks like that is a solved puzzle.
Good, but this depends on Quinn Maloney, the loss of the other solvers other than Aaron and Fiona that we're waiting on here to see whether or not they're going to potentially make it onto this podium. And of course, depending on Aaron's solve, he could be first, he could be off the podium entirely. This is a big critical solve for Aaron here.
There is no margin for error whatsoever. Aaron has to basically send it in order to even claim the gold. 3.57, the solve is okay. We will have to wait to see where that puts him in relation to Fiona Bao's worst possible average. I think his average is going to be worse than Fiona's worst. Because of the DNF, this time will count. As we await the data.
Fiona's got it. She's going to be 3-0 or 2-9 for certain. Yeah, worst possible is 2-9 too. Fiona's got it. This is for the female world record.
Yep. Guaranteed to get a sub-3 average. Her previous PR, again, 2.79. Oh, looks like a bit of a fumble there on the first button push. It's the worst possible average. It will not matter. She will take the gold. Fiona Bao becomes the first woman champion in speed solving since 2015. An incredible accomplishment for her. And she wins with a 2.92 average. The coin flip seems like it went her way. Aaron Jake Wong, great effort, bounce back after DNFing the first solve, 312. And Carter Thomas getting onto the podium by counting a 280 in the very last, 341. He just beats out Ethan Zhuang, who will finish at 4th place. What a clock final.
Very impressive stuff from all of our competitors. Fiona coming in at her very first nationals. Went to Worlds for her first major earlier this year and is at her first nationals is not only able to podium but able to win. Very impressive stuff coming from an impressive solver from my home state of Maryland.
Yeah, totally. And an inspiration to women solvers everywhere, right? Like the only woman in the field, and she got gold. Women are 1 for 1. So well done.
She only needed 4 solves to do it.
Yeah,
all
true.
Right, everyone, we are here with your clock national champion, Fiona Bao. First of all, congratulations on your first ever national podium in clock. What's going through your mind right now? How are you feeling?
I don't know, like, I'm just super happy since, like, Worlds was kind of bad, but, I guess this is redemption. So, yeah.
Describe kind of what happened at Worlds. Like, what kind of happened, and why does this feel so monumental for you now?
So like in Worlds, round 1, I did really good. I got 295 average, I think. And then in second round, I kind of just messed up. I had a counting 4, and I didn't make finals. I was kind of upset about that, but you know, it's okay. It is what it is.
Was there anything of note or interest, like scramble-wise, during that one? Were there any solves that were kind of notable to you during that average?
I guess maybe the third solve, because that was like really good considering the scramble. So yeah.
Awesome. Do you have any messages or anyone you want to specifically shout out here at home?
My parents, because you know they're the reasons why I'm here right now. So thank you to them. I love you guys.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Fiona. Congratulations once again. You're clock national champion. Back to you guys.
It's time to crown another 4x4 U.S. national champion. From Chris Hardwick's 1 minute 15 second solve back in 2004 to Max Park's 21.71 second win 2 decades later, this event has been dominated by one name, but that streak might be in danger. Max Park has won every U.S. title since 2017, still holding the single world record and the only sub-20 ever by an American. But after Matty Hiroto Inaba and Ari Randers Persson both beat him at Worlds, the pressure is on. Matty's consistency in the low 23s and Ari's creative parity avoidance have them closing in fast, and if Max slips, either could take the crown. Keep an eye on dark horses like Luke Garrett or Christopher Sun, who could easily shake things up. This is 4x4.
All right, everyone, we are moving on to the second of the second block of finals here. 4x4, we watched an incredible 4x4 round 1 earlier, where we saw a bunch of amazing solvers, Manu Singhal, Kevin Hayes, to bring you through this 4x4 final where we will crown the next national champion. And for all intents and purposes, Max already has one hand on the trophy.
Yeah, I mean, I think it'd be a shock if Max lost here. He's actually been doing very well today. Definitely a different type of environment for him, but wow, I've been very impressed with his results. 5-0 first place in 3x3, which, I mean, yeah, Max has North American record, but his 3x3 is not something he focuses on as much, so that was very impressive. Easy win in 6x6, as we all expected, but the time was still pretty good. 108 mean is no slouch. I mean, obviously 105 is his world record, but getting under 110 consistently is that mark of like, okay, like you're significantly better than everyone else. He's the only one in the world who can do that consistently, and we're on 4x4 now, and I mean, I just can't see him losing right now. I think we're going to in for a low 20 average. It's going to be a nice, clean, maybe a 19. If he's really feeling it, maybe he gets a good count. Mid-20s, going to take the win.
Yeah, just more hardware in the closet for Max Park. But of course, the second and third place is where we will also be paying a lot of attention to. Matty Hiroto Inaba, great 4x4 solver, also was on fire earlier, 5.26. Actually was pretty close to getting a sub-5 average of his own, at least not that far off. And of course, Ari Randers Persson, who actually did not perform superbly in the first round, really struggled from the get-go, but then came back to make it into this final. It's going to be all very exciting. Zachary Miller, take it away. Introduce our finalists.
From Pennsylvania, Christopher Sun. Your 7th seed was a world semi-finalist in 4x4. From Wisconsin, Zeke Mackey. Your 6th seed is a current state record holder in 4x4. From Indiana, Luke Garrett. Your 5th seed is the current Southern champion in 4x4. From Texas, Ryan Pilot. Your 4th seed is a current state record holder in 4x4. From Washington, Max Shao. Your 3rd seed placed 3rd at the last national championship held in 2024. From Virginia, Ari Randers Pearson. Your second seed is the current runner-up national champion from Hawaii, Maddie Hiroto Inaba. Your first seed is a 43-time NR holder and 17-time world record holder, including the current world record single and average in 4x4. He is the current Western champion in 4x4 and is a previous world champion in 4x4. He is a national champion in 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019, 2023, and current national champion in 2024 in 4x4. From California, Max Park.
And here we go off to the races. You guys heard Max Park's introduction. That's honestly was longer than how long it takes for him to solve a 4x4. It just goes to show what an incredible competitor he is and what a huge advantage he has over the rest of the field. Everyone is just playing cleanup.
Yeah, I mean, we kind of thought maybe his reign in the 4x4 was ending. Taman got his world record. World record single was gone. Max did poorly at Worlds, but boom. 18-second average, PR, world record just a couple weeks ago. Max Park is back on top, and I don't think, well, I mean, still, like I said, I think it's Max is going to win almost every single time here, but just a little slip up, maybe things are a little off. It is kind of a big up and down day for this, and we'll kind of see what Maddie can bring, because Maddie's certainly capable of that low 20 average, and Ari on a good day definitely is too.
Yeah, really interested to see what Ari is going to do. Of course, Ari using OPA, OLL parity avoidance. The more annoying of the two parodies you can get on 4x4. So if he traces correctly, he can eliminate a good amount of variance and a little bit of headache as well. But of course, that is if he traces correctly. He did a mistrace earlier in round 1. And that's when, we thought that maybe he was looking on the outside for a good part of that round, but then really coming back to clutch it up. Great solving from him. If he can continue to channel that type of energy, he's going to look pretty good to get in for the bronze medal.
Yeah, I was talking to Ari after the round, and he seemed more confident than, I mean, I thought he kind of gave you a mini heart attack there with his 227s, and on his second one was a +2. But he seemed pretty confident. He was like, okay, like, no worries. He was like, I just needed 2 solves to warm up instead of 1. Also, very unfazed about getting top 3. It's very much trying to knock off one of the big 2. Says, like, I think we mentioned this earlier, like, Ari's going to get 0 out of 5 OLL parodies. If Maddie or Max get that 4 out of 5, get that 5 out of 5, like, he's got a huge advantage with his OLL parody avoidance. And we can really see it come into play here. And Ari's capable of getting a low 22. PR 22, he's definitely... I mean, based on his at-home times, I know for sure he's capable of 21. Can he do it right now? Maybe not, but I don't think he's going to need a 21 to get second. That 22 is right going to be around what Maddie's looking at as well.
Ari's cube delivered. Looks like Christopher Sun started his inspection first, so we'll watch him for a little bit before we switch off. Coming in at the 8th seed, right at the bubble, last man in. Keep an eye out for this name across the other events as well. 609 average in 3x3 round 1. I anticipate that you'll see more of him coming up shortly. Bit of a fumble here, though, in the edge pairing step of 4x4. Now onto 3x3. There is that famed or infamous OLL parody and PLO parody, double parody for Christopher Sun as Ari now getting started.
Yeah, 29 for Chris Sun. Might as well be a DNF, and you're looking to maybe magically take a podium spot. Ari's here, who we're looking... Ooh, flip at 11's pretty behind the pace.
Yeah, he's going to need to really catch up here on edges, and now looks like well, that looks like an OLL parody, so that's a mistrace right off the bat. Still ended up with a 23 somehow. That's a lot faster than I would expect at least.
That's a really weird solve, because 11's a pretty slow flip, and then he mistraced and got OLL parody, and then still ended up with a third. His edge pairing must have taken like 3 seconds, because that was a just very strange splits on that solve with a huge mistake in it. But 23 totally in it. Got saved by the no PLO parity. He's in a good spot. Oh, Max Xiao, double parity. Parity City on this first solve for everyone.
Indeed, as Max Park has arrived at his station. See what he can do. Can he avoid the parity plague that is going around the room at the moment? Maddie also got his cube. Looks like he'll actually start inspection first.
Max doesn't need to avoid the plague. He can execute and get double parity and still get a 20. Let's get top down Maddie if we can.
Maddie turning quite well, pausing a little bit throughout, making his centers. Looks like this is going to be a bit of a late flip for him as well. High 10, 11. Going to need to speed through his edges in order to get a decent time here. But his 3x3 stage, OLO parity for Maddie. No PLO parity though, it looks like. 22 for him. Here's Max.
Wow, Max, the last layer at 15. 19-3 with OLO parity. That's why he's the world record holder. He's just so much better than everyone else. Like,
his turning is just mesmerizing, and yeah, just amazing.
Here's something to take away right here. Like, we just saw Maddie and Max both do OLO parity, and Max is notorious for the fact that he doesn't do double flicks. He only does single flicks, and OLO parity is a ton of U2 primes. Maddie is amazing turner. U2 primes, no problem. Those double flicks on both hands, ambidextrous. But Max executed it faster because Maddie locked up a little bit. The nerves felt him. He wasn't quite as smooth. Like, Max is so consistent. Yeah, if they both hit their OLO parity perfectly, Maddie's faster, but Max is right there. You make a mistake, all of a sudden he hits that 99.9% of the time. You're only hitting it 80% of the time. When that 20% hits, Max is going to come for you.
So all 8 competitors look like have gone through their first solve. Ari's time not reflected in WCA Live so far, but a 23 for him. So 19, 22, 23, basically exactly as the chalk would have predicted so far through one solve. Ryan Pilot now sitting in 6th place, starting off with a 27-20. Going to need to kick it up a little bit if he is to contend for a 3rd place spot. But I mean, so far the top 3 are separating themselves by quite a margin, like an entire OLO parity.
Yeah, honestly, a little more than I'd expect, actually. I was kind of expecting it to be a little tighter maybe on that podium spot. A few people getting 24s, but outside of the top 3, the results have not been too impressive, and it looks like it's going to continue here with Ryan getting at least a 27 and Chris with a 28. Well, the pressure might be off for getting the podium, and then it just becomes jockeying for position between our top three players.
And really, it's just 2 out of the 3 because, I mean, if Max turns like that with no lockups and barely any pausing whatsoever, I mean, he has it in the bag. Max Xiao now, as we hand over to him, is getting started with his solve. 26-47, he's in 4th place, closest to the top 3 to contend. He did end up with double parity, so perhaps he has a chance if he can channel some of that and maybe pray a little bit.
Yeah, 26 with double means execution was more on point. Ari here with 26-0. Not terrible. Going to be still in the spot to make sure you're securing that 3rd, but not a time they're going to be snagging one of the top 2 spots with. Also, yeah, like we've been noticing, wow, Max Xiao on... Very impressive stuff. 22-5 from Max Xiao. All of a sudden, he's right there with Ari. He's actually in front of him, I think.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, the 26 from Ari, a bit uncharacteristic. Also is going to make it way harder to chase Maddie. Maddie is not likely to get 26. I mean, he's going to end up getting like 23, 24, maybe something like that at worst.
Yeah, very likely. We do want to see a second solve. As we remember from Worlds, Max Park started with a 17 and then ended up far off the podium, but today it looks like he's much more on his game. I don't see anything bad happening, but especially with Max and Maddie, we want to at least see 2 solves before we call it like they're going to get amazing averages.
Good looking flip from Maddie. It looked like it to be about 8. Actually struggled a little bit on the 3rd Yao edge, but recovered quite well.
Wow.
Here's the EPLL and PLL parity, a 19-second solve from Maddie.
Ooh. Very impressive stuff. 19-2 with PLL parry. That's a really quality solve. I mean, yeah, that's a great solve for Maddie even at home, I'm sure.
And
Max
all of a sudden now Maddie is in, the same region as Max. If Max slips up a little bit.
What was that, Max? Oh no, he flipped at 6 and then something weird happened. It will get a replay because I think he messed up cross. What?
Still got a 21 somehow?
What just happened? What just happened? That was we've been seeing some weird splits on some of these 4x4 solves because Max just had like a 6-second flip and like a 4-second 3x3 stage, but somehow the rest of the solve, which normally takes like 5 seconds, took him 11 seconds. Like that was pretty wild.
Just
yeah,
flabbergasted.
let's check this out here. I honestly like. I think he messed up his cross. So maybe his flip was a little 6-second flip was erroneous because it was wrong. Blue start, and he flips it 6 flat, and then yeah, he had to like fix cross. Oh, he did some super weird. Yeah, he messed up his cross. I think he messed up his color scheme, and then that threw him. Like messing up color scheme really only takes like, or your cross color scheme only takes a second to fix. But the problem is identifying it and then identifying it and really picking the right solution to fix it, which is something you're not used to, is hard. Max Xiao with the flip at 11. He's gonna need to back half this if he wants to stay in it.
So looking at just the top two, Maddie started off with 22-19. Max started off with 19-21. So Maddie is not that far behind. Maddie is only a second behind right now, and of course that's before we get into like which times are going to count and not count. So if he gets something in between, he's actually like right there with Max. Ari, on the other hand, starting things off with a 23 is what we saw, and then we saw 26. Although I only see the 26 entered in WCA Live right now.
Yeah, something's interesting about that. I don't know. We had the fact that 26 is entered with no 23 seems odd, but we saw the 23 happen. We'll get you an update on that soon.
In the meanwhile, Ari hoping to avoid another mistrace. 2 mistraces in this competition already through 7 solves. Looking like he'll avoid OLL parity here successfully, but overall the solve was just a bit long. PLL parity as well, 24.96. Not exactly what you wanted to see, but it's also not bad enough that he's just out of the running just yet.
No, I think with Maddie, a good solve here, but Maddie just finished Redux at 15. But his 3x3 stage is immaculate, except when
2066.
Lucky. All right, so I think Ari is going to be out of getting the top 2. It's almost certain. It's a Max Maddie show now because Maddie is hot. Maddie's counting at 20.6, worst 22.8. Ari's looking to be in a good spot to take that third, but it's going to be close. Max Xiao's right behind him. Yeah, and then behind them, Zeke, but probably not. But yeah, we'll see Max here. Max needs to separate himself from Maddie if he wants to win.
Right, because even a 21 here means that Maddie is right on his tail, if not tied.
Behind the pace in the flip, but 14 seconds, 3x3 stage.
He's going to end up with a sub 20. That's exactly how Max Park gets it done. 18.51. You wanted to see separation, Kevin. I don't know if there's a better way to separate yourself from the rest of the pack than getting a sub 20.
Very impressive stuff from Max. Also worth noting, Max is sitting at 1 out of 5 right now, but not like it's really giving him a big difference over the field because I think Maddie's sitting at 2 out of 5. Max is sitting at 1 out of 6. I think Maddie's sitting at 2 out of 6, and they're both well and far away from the rest of the pack that the parity count between the two of them is all that matters, and we got a fair race in our hands.
Indeed. Parity not playing a spoiler, at least so far. Of course, 4 more opportunities for parity incoming. Max Xiao currently in this 3rd spot because Ari is a solve behind or something. It's currently 26, 22, 25. So the 22 is quite a good solve. If he can string together something a little bit better than the 25, then he will start to be in contention as well.
Yeah, maybe we could zoom in a little bit on Max. 12 flip though.
Late flip, yeah.
You want to see 11 from a. Like, I mean, like, the sub 10 and the 8-second flips is not realistic for, this 4th place, but you do want to see 11. Nice. No parity. 25-0. He's still in it. He's very in it. Ari's next solves, like, it's Ari versus Max. I don't know where Zeke. We haven't seen Zeke's. Oh, Zeke got 29. The next people, Luke is pretty, and Luke has got, like, 2 more solves, 31, 26, 23. So the race for 3rd, pretty dicey. Looks like Ari and Max are going to be in the lead, and then Maddie versus Max for the win for sure. This solve is huge.
There's Zeke getting a 30, so I think Zeke is going to be out of it, unfortunately, as Maddie gets his cube for solve number 4, getting started here. Definitely want to watch how he's solving his lap.
Very nice. Oh.
There's the flip at 10-ish.
Okay, so yeah, but he did his last cross edge before he flipped, which doesn't always sometimes doesn't happen, which means it's not that slow. As emphasized, that
23
hurt
second
to
solve
watch.
for Maddie. Well, yeah, he had like some interesting, like I don't know. You'd be able to tell. Is it like an odd Olo parody owl?
No, he just completely butchered his OLL.
Okay.
He had a dot case. The thing is, like, 4x4 is a little different to execute on. He has a dot case, and he knows a really good advanced alg for this on 3x3 that he executes at home 99% of the time on 3x3. It gets a little harder on 4x4, and it gets a little harder than that on 4x4 in competition. And instead of making a small mistake, he totally butchered it. You do an R wide move, and then, I mean, he got totally bailed out by the no parity there to get a 23-0, but I think the skill is really going to be the one that's playing the end here, because I think Max is just going to punish the fact that Maddie screwed that up so bad.
Oh yeah, Max currently
and already with the 22 off stream.
Oh, good call out. Max already counting a sub 20, so he has one time that's already sub 20. Although oddly pausey in while he was making some of these centers, that's not what I'm used to seeing at least. Edge pairing is looking pretty smooth as usual.
He's doing great.
There's the Olo parody. And then a G perm, a 22-second solve from Max. Not fantastic, but should still keep him comfortably ahead of Maddie.
Now he's locked into a sub 21 average, and Maddie's sitting here. What's his best possible? Best possible is 20.9. So Max actually might have just won. We're gonna see what the results get in. Maybe the change on the decimals is gonna make Maddie have a small chance, but that requires Maddie counting this 19-2 and then Max counting that 22-2. A little slow solve there for Max, as you pointed out. Like, he only had one parity, 22 twos. We saw him get 19 in the first solve. I think it's pretty nice to see everyone. It's kind of fun when, like, it's annoying when, yeah, like you said, parity plays spoiler, but it's fun when everyone just gets good parity count and the times are moving across the board.
Yeah, so Maddie has a chance, it seems. If he BPAs and Max WPAs or close to WPAs, Maddie can still steal the win, but will require a monumental effort from him starting right now.
All right, let's get Ari in the corner too, because Ari's about to start, and this has got a big solve. Ooh. Maddie made a mistake there.
Yeah, I was going to say a little bit hard to follow what Maddie was doing, but a mistake would make a lot of sense there. And I think Maddie has lost the title here. Olo parody now. And then simple PLL.
Congratulations to Max Park. Yeah, congratulations to Max Park. National champion, once again, guaranteed in 4 solves. Worst possible, 20.99. Still the chance of sub 20. We see a big solve from Ari here right now if he wants to grab that 3rd place.
Yeah, Max Yao already in the clubhouse, 24 and 94, so Ari's going to need to chase that. Not sure what's happening with the 23. We'll figure out that a bit later. He still needs a good solve here. PLL parity, 22.66 to back up his 22.56 from earlier. So he's going to count both the 22 and the 24. So that puts him ahead at the moment. If the 23 was a legit solve, then he's got it. He's got bronze.
I think actually he might have bronze already. I'm pretty sure he does. I'm assuming the scorecard's gone to data like 4 times now. If that 23 was legit, must have been there's been some issue. So I think actually Max has now won, Maddie's in 2nd, and I think once we get the data in, Ari is going to be guaranteed 3rd. And then the rest of the results, Max Xiao, 4th place in a pretty impressive spot, but the rest of the results not quite as good as the first round. A little bit of stress getting to people in the final. We have a chance for sub 20 here. Always that big barrier to break, even at the professional level. Sub 20 averages you don't see every day.
Yep, as the data comes in, Kevin absolutely is correct. 24.55, worst possible for Ari, so he does get bronze. Max is going to need something pretty decent. His BPA would be sub 20. That would be counting an 1851. So we need to get something on that pace, and it looks like that's not going to happen here, but a simple 2 GLL to round things out, perhaps. 20.87. That'll do it.
Max just rolled a 2 out of 10. You'll take it. It's not like, it didn't affect it. Definitely, the parity count did not affect the results, which is what we're looking for. But he just rolled a 2 out of 10, which is quite nice in a national final. Also got word. Ari's got one more solve left. It is inconsequential. He is guaranteed 3rd, but there was a there's a procedural error on his first solve, and so that one was an extra.
Understood. So yeah, so here we go. Ari Randers Pearson to close out the 4x4 event at Rubik's and the Cubicle CubingUSA All-Stars 2025. An all-star in his own right has successfully defended his third place amongst Americans at NAC last year.
Yeah, this is always a fun spot because Ari does not know what's happened. He sees that 26-second count. He's like, oh, I gotta make sure I don't count. I gotta get a good average. He doesn't know that this solve is inconsequential on his placement. He's guaranteed a third place spot, which is what he expected coming in. Obviously, he was gunning for that 1-2, but I don't think he's gonna be disappointed with third at all. And it's always fun to have that like podium victory lap, I guess, on this last solve.
Well, I'll tell you what, if he really wants to razzle dazzle, I would love to see another sub 20 come out from just the third competitor if he were to get it. 1948 is his personal record single. That's good for 21st in the world. So if he can improve on that, that would be fantastic as well. But as you mentioned, because he has no knowledge of the various other results, he's not going to be gunning for that just in case he thinks he can fall out.
Oh, yeah, you can't be going for single here. If you know that you're third and this doesn't matter, go for it. But this is absolutely lock in, get that low 20, get a little bit faster average, be a little safe. Maybe he's still thinking that Maddie may have messed things up because he's possible to 23-3, which, given Maddie's normal results, is still totally in the case for second on a normal day. Oh, very nice. Redux in 14. Soon case. Parity. Very nice, though.
22-63 for Ari Randers Pearson. That will close things out for the 4x4 event. I believe we're going to send it down to Mr. Zachary Miller and the second placer amongst Americans, Maddie Hiroto Inaba from Hawaii.
I'm here with the 2025 national champion runner-up in 4x4, Maddie Hiroto Inaba. First of all, congratulations on your third straight year of being on the national championship podium for 4x4. What's kind of going through your mind right now, especially with this new and unique format?
Thank you, I appreciate it. Yeah, I felt my solving was pretty good, and I'm used to the big finals, so this was, I felt pretty good up there.
Anything you did to kind of prepare for this type of competition today, especially because it's so different from all the other ones you've probably been to?
Yeah, it is definitely different, like with even the beginning rounds being this like spectator friendly. So, I mean, yeah, I just practiced a little. I mean, I didn't really practice 4x4 very much, but I'm practicing 3x3 a little bit just to make sure I'm locked in, and it kind of rubbed off on my 4x4 ability.
Any solves or any moments from that average that kind of stood out to you as you grinded your way to second today?
I really like my 1925. I thought that was good with the PLL parity. All the other ones are just average solves for me, but I like that 19.
Any special messages you want to send out to the crowd or anyone at home that might be watching today?
Thanks for watching. Hope you watch tomorrow.
All right, everyone. Maddie Hiroto Inaba, everyone, your runner-up national champion in 4x4. Congratulations.
Hey, this is Phil, and I hope you're enjoying the stream. Next time you want to get anything speedcubing, come check out TheCubicle.com. We have all the new releases, like these. We even have these. Also, we have these. Oh, and we work with this guy, and this guy. Yo! And even this guy. So yeah, if you're looking for anything speedcubing, come visit us at TheCubicle.com and enjoy the competition.
Every second, it's with you. Can you feel it? Can you beat it? Take on time with Rubik's Pulse and solve before it's lights out. Make your move.
Whether you're here to cheer on the CubingUSA All-Stars or dreaming of being one yourself, every great solve starts with great practice. At CubingGG, we help you level up your solves with expert-led courses, personalized coaching, and proven training plans, all designed by world-class speedcubers. No matter where you are in your cubing journey, CubingGG gives you the tools to take your skills to the all-star level. Check us out at CubingGG and let's get good fast.
At Lakewood ADUs, our expert contractors transform spaces into your dreams. We build home extensions, convert garages, and construct new standalone structures. Grounded in integrity and care, we partner with our community to build more than just structures, but lasting places of comfort. Scan the QR code to book a call today or visit www.lakewoodadus.com. At For the Need Foundation, we are committed to transforming young lives through the power of mentorship. Follow us at For the Need on Instagram and Facebook to stay up to date on how you can make change in your community. Together, we can prevent homelessness.
It's time for the 2x2 U.S. National Championship. From Leon Lowe's 7.81 second win back in 2006 to Michael Nielsen's 1.57 second win in 2024, this event has only gotten faster. And this year, it's shaping up to be one of the tightest battles yet. All eyes are set on two names, Zane Kanani and Sujin Feist. Zane, the world record holder, is chasing his first nationals title. Sujin, the reigning world champion, sits just 1/100th of a second behind Zane's PR and has been closing the gap fast. Behind them, the race for third is wide open. Curtis Chai, Luke Garrett, and Aiden Dincher all have the potential to disrupt the podium if the favorites slip. And don't count out rising stars like Siddharth Reddy or Ethan Zhuang, both riding strong momentum from regional wins. Every turn matters, and one lockup could change everything. This is 2x2.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to CubingUSA All-Stars 2026. I'm here with Keaton Ellis to present the 2x2 final. Much anticipated. We had the top two seeds qualifying in the top two seeds. So we're very excited to watch Susan Feist and Zane Kanani go at it.
It's going to be an electric final here. We're going to have a brand new podium. All three of our contestants from last year's podium not making it in. And we'll let Zachary Miller introduce the competitors here.
Georgia, Caleb Chen. Your 7th seed is a current state record holder in 2x2. From Texas, Siddharth Reddy. Your 6th seed is also a current state record holder. From New York, Aiden Dincher. Your 5th seed is a one-time national record holder in 2x2. From Wisconsin, Brian Johnson. Your 4th seed is also a one-time national record holder in 2x2. From Indiana, Luke Garrett. Your 3rd seed is a state record holder in 2x2. From Oregon, Ezra Severson. Your 2nd seed is an 8-time national record holder and 7-time world record holder, including the current national record single and average in 2x2. They are the current Mid-Atlantic champion and the former national champion in 2023. From Virginia, Zane Kanani. And your number 1 seed is the current world champion in 2x2 and the Great Lakes regional champion. From Ohio, Sujin Feist. Good luck to all of our 2x2 finalists.
So here's Zane Kanani, and you see on your bottom left there's Shujin Feist. We also had Ezra Severson getting an unexpected PR average in the previous round, and Luke Garrett and Brian Johnson might make some noise if things go wrong for the top competitors. But Keaton, what are you looking forward in this final?
You're going to be looking for, obviously, our top 2 competitors here, Sujin and Zane. Take a look at what they're going to be doing on their first couple of solutions here. If they seem to be going okay, then it's likely that the rest of the competitors will also be able to see these good solutions. Zane, with his OO Wednesday series, essentially putting out what the optimal solutions are for 2x2 scrambles. These guys are perfecting the event and more or less pushing one looking to its absolute limit.
Yeah, if you haven't gone to Zane Kanani's YouTube channel and watched his walkthrough solves, they're a treat. I highly recommend it. It's some deep 2x2 knowledge displayed every week. And Sujin Feist also, some walkthrough solves on his channel. So the top players sharing their tricks, but still dominating the field. And you talked about good scrambles. In the previous round, we had some good scrambles. Everyone did well. And that put Sujin Feist on top with a 1.01 average, and Zane Kanani in second with a 1.15 average. Now we have Brian Johnson, who was 1.33 in the previous round. Could make noise. He has a chance for the podium. Yeah, a few too many lockups there on that solution. Yeah, he's not going to be happy with the execution there. And 2x2 is an event where like every single turn matters. You have one bad turn, that could be the end of your average. Here's Caleb
People
Chen.
practice pickup in order to optimize a little bit of time it takes to pick up the cube itself. And
Zane Kanani
that's a
with,
tough.
Let's see Zane Kanani there, starting inspection.
He's locked into an orientation pretty quickly here. It means it looks like he's got his own solution all prepped.
Zane has such an iconic starting and stopping style, and it's so consistent for him. 122. The other competitors, a bit flimsy, but Zane very solid. We'll see what Sujin can do. Let's take a look at Sujin now.
Zane doing white on that scramble. We'll see if Sujin looks like he's locking into the same orientation that Zane has here. Also does white. A slightly slower execution on that one from Sujin. So these guys tracking very close to each other right now. Just a little bit slower than that last round.
It seems like a difficult scramble to start. Here's Brian on his second solve. Ooh, that looks like a good scramble and a bad execution. Aiden, 136.
Ezra DNF on that first solve.
Yeah, Ezra had a dream first round. He might be feeling some nerves here in the second round. Maybe didn't expect to be here. Luke Garrett solid on his first one, 141. One of the better times we've seen on that first scramble. Here's Ezra looking at his second. Started with the DNF.
Locked in orientation really fast here.
Yeah, so as we see there, and as we saw from the solve earlier, that second scramble looks very good. So I'm interested to see what the top players get on that one.
Doesn't look like
0.96
it's
there by Ezra.
Doesn't look like it's a 4 to 6 mover, so some decent TPS coming in here. Caleb Chen, 0.81. Also on that second scramble. Zane doing it right here.
0.77. Yeah, so let's take a deep look at this scramble. Wow, okay. So I'm sure we'll see a reconstruction of that soon on Zane's YouTube channel. You want to know how that was done? It's Sujin here on the second scramble. Can he keep pace with Zane?
Different orientation than what Ezra did. He's 0.11 behind Zane on both of his first two solves here.
Yeah, this is a remarkable pairing. Zane and Sujin separated by the same amount on the first two solves. Okay, we see Luke Garrett. Luke Garrett had a decent start, 141. Let's see what Luke can make of this scramble. Out of all the competitors, he might have the most experience with easy scrambles on 2x2. Also watch out for Ezra on the bottom right there. Wow. Is that a corner twist? Yeah, I think that was, or maybe just a straight DNF. Unfortunate for Luke.
Means that 141 is counting. It's going to put him squarely in the middle of the pack. Ezra with the 197. Meaning that is counting for him. Going to be an uphill battle to get back onto that podium contention.
Yeah, well, I don't think Ezra was expecting to be in podium contention. He did have a personal record in the previous round. But here's Zane Kanani. See what he can make of this third scramble. .108. Beautiful execution. We see Caleb Chen had a 145 plus 2 on that scramble. Here's Sujin 107. So Sujin 0.008. Wow. The race for first is tight. Sujin trailed on the first two solves, and he just beat Zane by 0.01 on that third.
These guys chatting it up. A nice collegial environment. That helps distract from the pressure that you might be under in this type of situation, under the bright lights. Having a friend right next to you is always a nice thing to have. Now we got Aiden Dincher. Aiden 136-120. Good set of solves to start things off here.
Yeah, Aiden in top contention for the podium. Luke had a DNF on the previous solve, on that easy scramble. And a 145. So Luke is solid, but Aiden still leads for third place. Can he keep it up? It's a pretty long solution. Execution looks smooth, but 196. Sujin and Zane were able to get low ones on that. Caleb Chen with a mixed bag of a round. He had the 196.0.81, then a 145 plus 2. We're watching Sujin now. Sujin needs a good solve here, or else he's just going to trail Zane. Oh, that's a great solve. One flat. Looked smooth. But if Zane can maintain consistency, we might not see a separation. Let's look at Caleb Chen here. He's had a mixed bag of a round. Ooh. Yeah, and 203, that's going to put him out of contention for the podium. Here's Zane Kanani.
Zane on scramble.
Sujin had a 1 flat.
Doesn't seem to be finding a nice orientation quickly. Oh, and he drops the cube.
That cube drop opens the door for Sujin because until now, Zane was just slightly ahead of Sujin. But now there's a huge potential for Zane to fall behind.
Oh, it looked like he
that really helps Sujin because
failed to do the F prime with his left index finger on that last turn.
yeah, so that's the first bad solve we've seen among the top two. And now it's a very interesting finish. Sujin will probably receive his cube first. The competition for third is also fierce. Luke Garrett could make some noise if he can get a good solve here. He does have a DNF, but he also has two 1.4s. The other contenders are Brian Johnson and Aiden Dincher.
Different orientation from what Sujin did on his one flat. Looks like Zane's orientation here. Pretty consistent.
Yeah, so Luke, yeah, he's pacing 1.4. Brian, excellent 1.17. That's a best possible average of 1.35. Aiden, this is just his fourth. A very nice 143. So it looks like Aiden is leading the race. Oh, and we missed Sujin with a 0.88.
That's guaranteed first.
Wow.
Congrats.
And that's going to be a sub 1 average for him. 0.98. This for Zane is to secure second place on this podium, which he does.
Wow. So it was just one solve making the difference there. That fourth solve.
Not just one solve, one move. One move, that last move on the 179.
Yeah. That's what I said earlier. In 2x2, one move can ruin your average. And, you know, it's not a disaster for Zane, of course, at 1.08 average. Easily taking second place. But Sujin Feist is your national champion in 2x2 with a 0.98 average.
Wow.
The battle for third is still alive. Luke is out of it, but he can get a very solid average here. Wow, 0.97. What a finish.
This solves for third place here.
He needs a 124. And that's it.
Oh my goodness! Shaking his head.
Aiden Dincher
and then the pop off.
Third place. Aiden Dincher clinches third place. I believe that leaves Brian Johnson in fourth and Luke Garrett in fifth. But Sujin Feist, the world champion and now the national champion, will be interviewed now.
All right, everyone, I'm here with your 2x2 national champion, Sujin Feist. So you've essentially done the treble. You've won your regional championship, your national championship, and your world championship this year. What's the next step for you?
You know, just, I'm going to say this, I've said this multiple times, but just go to comps and just keep having fun. That's it.
There you go, great mindset, yeah. Anything stand out to you during that round, like a scramble or a specific solve that was notable to you?
I think the second scramble was definitely pretty good. I know a decent amount of people like popped off on that, so that was one of the good scrambles of the round. But other than that, like it was just like a normal, just fun round.
So Jack Pfeiffer earlier shouted out your dad a total of 3 times during that. I wanted to ask if you wanted to shout him out even more.
Yes, shout out to my dad.
Right there. He's holding his hand up. Or he was.
Anything else you want to say?
That's it. That's it.
All right, awesome. Congratulations, Sujin, on yet another win, and good luck for the rest of the comp. And we'll go ahead and bring it back to you guys.
Thank you for that, Mr. Zachary Miller. Wow, what a 2x2 round. I zoned out for the first 2 solves, and then I was back in because everyone was in contention, everyone was DNFing, and it came down to one move.
This is the precision event for certain. One move determining who makes it on to into first place here for the Nationals podium, and then a nice solve at the end. Aiden Dincher shaking his head with a 1.08 at the end, then realizing that he's made it on the Nationals podium and having a nice little celebration there.
Always love it when the national finals have good scrambles, right? Because then everyone's feeling good. Everyone is competing at their highest potentials. Unless there's once there's bad scrambles, then everyone's kind of feeling bad. They're like, man, I don't know if I suck or if the scrambles are bad or what's going on. Is it skill issue or is it scramble issue? Whatever. That's amazing stuff. Apparently, also Sujin has Sujin's cat is named after me or something. I don't know. He mentioned that right at the end of Worlds as he was walking off after being the world champion. So I don't know. I don't know what any of this means. My mind is blown. I'm ready to go into 4 blind, which is also going to be a pretty crazy final, I think. We have a ton of amazing talented solvers, and you know what? One move could decide it once again, sending it back down to you, Mr. Zachary Miller. And he's hidden behind the banner, it seems. Never mind. Back to us. Okay, I need to stop talking. Keaton, break down what we're about to see in 4x4 blindfolded.
Yeah, for 4 blinds, just like 5 blinds, Stanley Chappell is the undisputed greatest of all time. There is no question about it. Stanley himself has a quote that I absolutely love. Quote, being Stanley Chappell is an unfair advantage, end quote. He is so good at 4x4 blindfolded. He has posted an official bounty, $1,000 prize for the first 3 people after him to get a sub 1 minute solve in 4x4 blindfolded. He is paying his competition to get better. So this guy's extremely good at 4x4 blindfolded. He is going to be by far and away the favorite at this event. But just like every other blindfolded event, DNFs are always a concern here. Of course, Stanley's very consistent, and there are other competitors at the top that are very consistent. But you do not want to be in a situation where you have 2 DNFs early, and then you need to safety the last solve in order to potentially make it onto that podium.
Always very tricky. All right, for real this time, sending it to Zachary Miller.
Your 7th seed placed 7th at the 2023 World Championship in 4x4 blindfolded. From Ohio, Mason Langendorfer. Your 6th seed is the current Southern champion in 4x4 blindfolded. From Texas, Ryan Pilot. Your 5th seed is the current Southeast champion in 4x4 blindfolded. From Florida, Noah Swore. Your 4th seed is the current Mid-Atlantic champion in 4x4 blindfolded. From Maryland, Liam Chen. Your 3rd seed is the current runner-up national champion in 4x4 blindfolded. From California, Graham Siggins. Your 2nd seed is 3rd on the current national podium for 4x4 blindfolded. From Florida, Tommy Cherry. Your 1st seed is a 35-time national record holder and 30-time world record holder. They currently hold the world record single and mean and are the Great Lakes regional champion. They have won 3 world championships and are a former national champion in 2018, 2019, and 2023, and are the current defending national champion in 4x4 blindfolded. From Michigan, Stanley Chappell. Good luck to all of our 4x4 blindfolded finalists. As a reminder, please remain silent. Thank you.
We're actually a little bit lucky, Keaton, because we're out here remote. I'm in Los Angeles. You are in Australia. So we actually don't need to remain quiet. We can talk maybe not as loudly as we want, but certainly a little bit more than a whisper. Everyone else is going to be down way, way, way quiet. We'll get some nice cube noise if you all are into that. Some nice ASMR solving 4x4s and other various puzzles. Now at the jump, we talked about Stanley Chappell. He's just unstoppable, the best in the business. Give us a breakdown, Keaton, as to why this is the case.
Yeah, so Stanley is not just someone who chases records, but he chases perfection in his solving, which means once you get world records, that's simply not enough. He's been able to push times down consistently to sub 1 nowadays. He's hovering around the low 50 mark for some of his blindfolded solves, which from my perspective is just absolutely incredible. Apparently, he's potentially doing some one passing on 4 blind, which means when he does his memorization, he memorizes each piece exactly once and then does not go back to review it. I'm not certain if he's going to take that approach here in Nationals finals, but given his trophy room, given the amount of hardware he has, it may be worth the risk in the situation to get some good solves.
Can I point out the framing of this front shot of Stanley Chappell? He's sitting right in the center of this USA cube with the stars all around. I mean, we might as well just crown him the national champion right here and now. Just amazing solver, amazing all-round solver as well. He qualified for 3x3 as well as a number of other events. Just incredible stuff. For the audience listening at home who might not be as familiar, 4x4 blindfolded, how does it compare to 5x5 blindfolded and 3x3 blindfolded? 4x4 blindfolded, I've heard, is quoted at a roughly 2.5 times as the number of information you have to memorize. This is because you have to solve the centers, put all the center pieces where you need to go, as well as all of the edges. You actually have to put the edges together. So there are double the number of edges that you have to take a look at. The corners remain the same. But a big advantage that you have in 4 blind that you don't have in 5 blind is you can actually choose your orientation. So something that people do is, at least at my skill level, is just pick the orientation that has the most centers solved. And that reduces the number of algorithms that you need to do and the amount of information you need to memorize. So that's something that you'll see perhaps from the various competitors. They may pick different orientations based on what is good for them. Graham Siggins getting us started, an all-time legend, not just in California and the West, but in the world as far as blindfolded solving is concerned. Recently has been attempting to solve a 12x12 blindfolded. So perhaps maybe some minute amount of that will carry over to 4 blind.
Yeah, Graham also recently getting the multi-blind world record back from Ro Hessler. Graham had a sort of a monopoly on that record for a while, and Ro's been challenging that. It's Graham breaking that 60-point barrier with a 61-point multi-blind earlier last month. In terms of 4 blind, Graham is actually very consistent. He's had a success almost all of the time. Of his last 30 rounds, he's DNF'd the entire round only once. So you should think of him as a very solid pick here for second place in 4 blind. And it's very difficult for him not to podium as long as he gets a success, which is something that he's very good at doing.
And yes, here we go. You can already notice that 4 blind is significantly faster than 5 blind. As I mentioned, it's just less information that you have to memorize, and you can take advantage of lucky states as well. Looks like Graham has centers and corners solved, or mostly solved at least, and just trying to work on wings. That's what we call the kind of like the half edges that exist on this cube. You do have wings in 5 blind as well. Looks like Tommy now, after 120 memo, So he's taking quite a bit of time on his memo here. Triple DNF'd in 5 blind, unfortunately. Tommy's PR is actually a 120 single.
I think Graham's lost the plot here. I think he's totally forgotten his edge memo.
Yeah, a little bit rough to see. Another person certainly waiting in the wings, waiting to jump onto this national podium. Liam Chen from Maryland has a 132 personal record single. No 4 blind mean. Of course, 4 blind mean is quite tough in and of itself. It's like Tommy's on the last part of his solve, but this is going to end up being a DNF by just a handful of pieces to a 1.
And those solves by Liam, by the way, those are recent. That was at a very last competition just a couple of weeks ago down in Maryland. Not only did he get a 132, he also got a 134. It's sort of hidden in his profile. So he's peaking at the right time. Also got 5th at Worlds and has set 4 PRs this year. So he's definitely someone you should be looking out for as potential to make this podium. We've got Stanley going here. Getting some nice overhead on him. The cube is going to be rotating a ton. What he's doing here is taking a look at the location of every single piece and memorizing an order in which he's snaking his way around the cube. So one piece is going to map to another, which maps to another. Turns that into letters and uses that to memorize the location of every single piece.
Yeah, a lot of people have this misconception that blindfold solving is something that only geniuses can do, as Stanley starts exec around 35 seconds. The concept itself is actually relatively straightforward. What's quite difficult is to do it A, consistently, and B, at such a high speed. There's so many algorithms that go into it as well. Some of them can be definitely built by intuition, but yeah, it's really being able to execute at such a high speed, completely blindfolded. That is
There's not going to be
really
sub 1,
separates.
but this looks good.
Yeah, wrapping up the last couple of wings, 110. He's, for all intents and purposes, he's won the national championship right then and there. It would take a huge PR from Tommy or Graham or Liam to even challenge that. So great work, Stanley Chappell. He might have just won it in 1.
Yeah, it's 10 seconds below Tommy Cherry's PR, who is second on the side sheet. So Stanley sitting quite comfortable here. Obviously there's the relative performance that he might be pleased by at the 110. There's also someone who cares a lot about absolute performance. Liam, 140, representing my home state of Maryland. Noah swore his centers look good here.
Yeah, it did take a big pause because he did take a big pause. Seems like he may have forgotten his wings at some point. Can't entirely tell. I think Ryan Pilot also has a solved cube there, 240 for his efforts as we start Tommy Cherry now on his second and Graham on his second as well. So it's good to see a couple of successes coming out early.
It's got to be a huge relief for Liam and Ryan here. There were only 3 successes on that first solve.
A lot of times at a local competition, you can kind of take off the pace a little bit, especially if you've DNF'd solve 1, solve 2. Not the case at the national championship. Everyone is giving it their all, so just have to come out blasting, so to speak.
Oh, Graham seems to have forgotten a little bit of memo here again. There he goes.
Here's Tommy now, 47-second memo, so significantly faster than the first solve. Perhaps he's given up on the safety and just decided to just send it.
It's, with Liam sort of joining the picture here as a good 4-blind solver. The Stanley Chappell, Graham Sagans, Tommy Cherry blindfolded podium in pretty much every event is not as guaranteed as it has been in past years.
Yeah, it looks like Graham's just working on his wings now. Even if he does solve the cube at this point, he's still going to be behind Liam. Tommy looks like has forgotten a little bit of memo as well. That does look like a solved cube from where we're sitting. Yep. That's good. Currently puts him in third place. And Tommy just kind of tapping around the cube. You might be wondering, whoa, he's trying to feel for something. Not exactly. He's going around his various letters, trying to figure out which letters he hasn't quite hit yet, so you can figure out where he might be amongst his various cycles. But, I mean, this looks like he's completely lost.
Potential for him to recover. But he's going to have a DNF regardless.
Yeah, that one, unfortunately, just not able to recover from that mistake or perhaps another mistake. Stanley Chappell now, 15 seconds through his second four-blind attempt. Solve number 1 was 110.
That's a lot
and
of
a
centered
20-second memo. Wow.
Oh, my goodness.
We could be on absurd pace here if Stanley Chappell can clutch this through. Of course, he already has what probably would have won the national championship already, so he has no real reason to hold back anymore. Turning is
like
not looking fantastic, but wait, if this is a solved cube, this is going to be a huge world record. Not quite. We just missed out on the world record single, and he plus-2'd a 54-second solve from Stanley Chappell. Another sub-1, a masterclass, and now he's going to be gunning for the world record mean as well, surely.
Oh my goodness! Oh, that +2 might actually might actually matter for a world record, depending on how this third scramble looks. But that second scramble looked nice. Multiple edges or multiple centers solved. 3 on green, 2 on white, 2 on red. So not as much information you need to memorize. Essentially. To drop half a 3x3's worth of information. So means you can get a nice fast memo. But the difference between a 54 and a 52 is pretty big here when you're trying to go for world record mean.
Yeah, so he has 110 as well. And as a quick reminder, the world record mean is just below sub 1, 59.39. So he's 5 seconds under and 10 seconds over. So he's going to need to get something of a similar caliber and not +2 it as well in order to grab the world record mean. It's going to be an uphill battle, perhaps even for him. Graham now 2 DNFs coming in, DNF on the first, and then 152 with a lot of memo that was forgotten. Liam Chen, you can see, is solving right now in the big screen. 140 already on deck, so it doesn't really matter what he gets here.
Problems though. Yeah, centers are off.
And he looks like he made a slice error right at the end. Graham with a high 40, low 50 memo. Turning really, really quickly. Just going to go for it at this point.
Has his success and now just needs a single. Looks like centers are good for Graham. Also just see corners coming in right there. Now this is the part where we want to see whether or not he can maintain his edge memo, which was problematic in the first solve. Turning-wise, things look good here. I don't see any obvious mistakes at this point.
Hopefully we can avoid the commentator's curse and he'll end up with a solved puzzle just under 140. Not quite, so even this one is not going to beat Liam Chen. I think Graham has solidified the third place position as Liam, getting 140 on the first solve, has already beaten that time. So Graham, unable to overcome Liam. He's going to slot himself into third place, unless Tommy Cherry has anything to say about it. DNF coming into this third one. Very critical. He cannot just solve the cube. He also has to do it faster than that 143 that Graham just put up. But that might take second stage here as Stanley Chappell has begun his third attempt at the 4x4 blindfolded. Successes in his first two, a 110.45 and a 54.92. That was a +2. He needs to get something around a 55 or so if he is to get the world record.
Oh my goodness.
20-second memo. Faster than a lot of solvers on 3x3 even. 3x3 blindfolded, that is. His turning is looking pretty decent, but it looks like perhaps he's forgotten or an exec error. Still has
He's
about
52 for world record mean.
Ooh,
It's going
that's
to be a little
tough.
tough to get that.
Yeah,
Oh,
we
and he's
just
forgotten whether
passed
or not
that
he's
mark. So we were on world record watch once again today. Seems like it will not come to be, but another solved cube does Stanley have, and he's going to take up another slot in the top 100 results on 4x4 blindfolded mean. Masterclass from him. It was always going to be Stanley Chappell from front to back. Any of these three solves would have done it. And he is once again the national champion. Congrats to Stanley Chappell.
Yeah, it looks like we do have our podium coming in here. Tommy has eclipsed the 2-minute mark on this solve. Although Ryan Pilot with a 240 and 223, getting a 140 is not impossible, very difficult. Oh, you can see him here in the lower center.
Yeah, unfortunate for Tommy. 6 DNFs across 4 blind, 5 blind. That's very tough. But his main event, 3x3 blindfolded, is tomorrow, and he is definitely the favorite to grab that one. Mason Langendorfer from Ohio. He actually lives 10 minutes away from my parents, by the way. Weird shout out. 232 on his last, so he's going to slot into 5th place. Ryan Pilot just a little bit more, and Carter Kukala looks like they're still doing memo, so they will not be able to catch Graham or Liam.
All right. Very impressive stuff from this podium here.
Indeed. One for the Midwest, or the Great Lakes region, as we classify it in the WCA. One for the Mid-Atlantic region, and one for the West. Can't be too displeased with that. Liam looking to improve on the 140, although he could just put the cube down right now and take his second place silver.
This is Liam's first major podium in 4 blind. He's got plenty of experience in 3 blind, winning Asian champs in 2018 and having multiple podiums here in the United States in 2019 and 2023, and also with the World's 23 podium. So first time here doing it in 4 blind. All the others were in 3 blind.
Yeah, and I think you mentioned that his PR was actually relatively recent too. So looks like some good success for Liam in the 4x4 blindfolded event.
Yeah, peaking at exactly the right time.
Indeed.
Although it looks like he might have forgotten a little bit of memo here.
I don't feel as bad about this commentator's curse because he's already clutched the silver. So.
And with Stanley Chappell in the ring, that is as good as you could possibly hope for.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh, is he going to be off by 2 centers?
Yeah, definitely off by 2 centers. It is 146. That'll end up as a DNF. Not sure what happened to Ryan Pilot's third solve, but it is very likely to end up as inconsequential. Oh, well, there we go. There, that is. It's just off of our screen. And yeah, you all can see it now here as well.
Ryan is tracking for PR mean, by the way. 208 PR single, 353 PR mean. So anything, essentially any success here is going to be a personal record for him.
All right. Rooting for him. Hope he can grab that. I think he should be the last solver. Yep, he'll be the last solver. And we'll wrap things up here on a very eventful, very exciting day 1 at the Rubik's and TheCubicle CubingUSA All-Stars 2025, serving as the United States National Championship. 8 events have seen their national champions already determined. And really, with 4 blind, the 9th event as well. 8 events remain. Multi-blind was held earlier today, just the first attempt. Might as well go over those results right now. Graham Siggins, 57 out of 64, leads the pack. Stanley Chappell, 45 out of 46. Andrew Tao, the world champion, 49 out of 57. There will be one more attempt tomorrow. And the first attempt of Fewest Moves was also held today. 3 people getting 22 singles. Aiden Bryan, Christopher Chi, and Stanley Chappell once again. Man, this Stanley guy, he's kind of everywhere, isn't he?
He's quite good at these PBQ events. He's definitely an all-rounder. Broader than that, making it into 3x3 and Scube. He's a Scube world champion, by the way. If he didn't think that the blindfolded hardware room was big enough already. So he is
a very, very tight race for the FMC National Championship as well. I mean, there's how many? 9 people within 2 moves of first place at the moment. As we're watching Ryan pilot the final solver of 4blind and the final attempt of day 1. Ryan with some overall smooth turning here. Looks like his centers are solved at least from what I can tell at the moment. His fingers are covering up quite a bit of the cube. Corners are also solved.
Yeah, it looks like everything is good from the center's perspective. Just trying to remember his edge memo. And essentially any success here is going to be PR for him. So as long as you don't dawdle too long, you're going to be in for a nice little PR showing up on WCA Live for this one. Probably either 1 or 2 cycles left from the looks of it. Just need to make sure that you remember which one those are. It looks like he's doing... he's on parity
there
right
it is.
there, and that's PR.
Oh! 2 wings off, unfortunately.
Oh, that's a
so
bummer.
The 4blind PR will evade him. But that will conclude the proceedings here in the 4x4 blindfolded final. You can see right behind him Stanley Chappell and Zachary Miller. We're going to run down to do a short interview, and then from there, Zachary will wrap it up.
For blindfolded competitors and our national champion, Stanley Chappell. So Stanley, you've talked a lot about 4blind, and you've referenced a lot that 4blind is kind of your baby a lot in Worlds interviews and stuff. What is kind of the significance of 4blind in comparison to 5blind for you, and does this hold any weight over the 5blind win that you took earlier?
So in general, the reason I say these things about why 4blind is my baby is because I've been so instrumental to developing the theory of the event and how we approach it in the modern day. The current state of the event looks nothing like it did when I started cubing in 2016, and a lot of that is due to work I put in. So, you know, to still be at the forefront of top-level solving is really, really special to me. So yeah, 4blind is really kind of a bit more significant than 5blind for me in a bit of a way like that.
So we got to talk about the 52 plus 2. What was kind of going on during that solve?
Yeah, so the 52 plus 2 was... as you can imagine, it was a pretty easy scramble. To those who know what this means, it's 20 algs. To those who don't know what that means, that's about top 5% of scrambles. But, you know, sometimes you're just not having a great day physically. You're just not feeling it as a person. You know, maybe you're a good solver, but you're just a little bit sick. You didn't sleep very well. And that was me today. That was the story of my day. I was also nervous out of my mind for these rounds because of this. You know, having such a long streak of being national champion makes this so nerve-wracking because it stings so much more when it's over. So, you know, that's always something that's kind of looming behind my back. So I'm glad that didn't come to reality today.
You still got that $1,000 bounty up for 4-blind sub 1?
I sure do. Yeah, so when the next person gets an official sub 1 in 4-blind, $600 will be headed their way.
Anyone else you want to shout out before we send it back?
I want to shout out Liam Chen and Graham Siggins, who share the podium with me. They are such great competitors, such great friends, and I'm really grateful that they're the kind of company that I have in, as well as being my closest competition. I'd also like to shout out Mike Greco. He's organizing a comp called Multi Mayhem Virginia 2026. This will be on January 2nd through 4th in Charlottesville. This is going to be an incredible blindfolded competition. It's going to be incredibly competitive. It's going to be streamed. Y'all should come watch.
All right, awesome. Stanley Chapel, everyone. Congratulations once again on your 4-blind national champion title.
Thank you so much, Zach.
All right, everyone, we're going to go ahead and call it here for tonight. This was an awesome day of speed cubing here in Providence, Rhode Island. First, I want to thank TheCubicle as well as Rubik's, our title sponsors, for all of their support that they're providing, as well as SpeedCubing TV for an awesome stream and product that they've been putting on for us today. We'll be seeing everyone here tomorrow at noon for the 5x5 semifinal. And don't forget, everyone, tonight is daylight savings, so get that extra hour of sleep and make sure you change your clocks. See everyone tomorrow, and thanks everyone for tuning in.